DAY2 Futures, where the choices we make today shape the global labor market of tomorrow. In this interconnected world, the voices of the present and the projections of the future intertwine to guide our collective journey towards an equitable, sustainable, and prosperous world of work.
I'm Patricia. As a young professional, I'm eager to embrace new skills. I know I need to keep learning. It's exciting, but also a lot of pressure. Technology and AI is good news, I think. It's hard to get a fixed contract and to be promoted. I need to pay my rent and invest in learning new skills. At times, it feels like I'm in a bind. I want to find opportunities that align with my passions and values. People say my generation isn't willing to work hard, but I'm not sure that's the full story. But most importantly, we're not all the same just because we're young.
I'm Mohammed. I actually don't envy youth in the labor market right now. My perspective is different. As an older worker, I'm going to retire later than expected. The economy needs me. I want to stay active and pass on my expertise to the next generation, but I don't necessarily want to be a leader. Like young people, the silver workforce aren't all seeking the same.
The green transition brings with it new job opportunities. It's just not very clear where these jobs are and if it's worth skilling for them.
I'm also thinking about the challenges of an increasingly mobile global workforce, enabling talent to move where it's needed while ensuring fair opportunities for all. Let's just agree that new solutions and mindsets are required.
You're right. Fundamentally, there are two scenarios. A bleak one. The world struggles with stagnating growth, failing to deliver on the productivity promise of innovation and technology. The absence of equitable labor practices leads to widening disparities and missed opportunities. Fortunately, there's a bright one as well. Small businesses flourish, driving innovation and job creation. Digital transformation and green initiatives are widely embraced to unlock new opportunities for meaningful and productive work.
Together, we can decide which future it will be, right here at the Global Labor Market Conference 2025. The choices we make will forge the world of tomorrow. Together, we will navigate the complexities of change and create a labor market that works for all.
A very, very good morning to all of you. Oh my word, what happened? Shall we try that again? Good morning, everybody. Yes, that's well, now I know you're here. I was worried for a second there. I hope you enjoyed day one as much as I did. It was a busy day. We had a lot going on. And just to remind you, in case you forgot, of course, we spoke a little bit about AI and the global labor market and some of the considerations that we have to make when we are dealing with AI, particularly in relation to skills gaps. And then we also spoke about what the workplace looks like, or maybe doesn't look like. We have to make a decision about that when it comes to young people. And towards the end of the day, we had a conversation about how women can make such a significant impact. We know how women can be impactful, but we also have to make sure that we remain focused and targeted when it comes to how that happens in the workplace. Busy yesterday, and guess what? Busy today again. So, do you think we should get started? Yeah, I think we should get started, so let's do that. Please, to give us a sense of exactly how The Saudi labor market is learning the ropes, and on this really steep learning curve, if you ask me, please welcome His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Nasser Abutnain, the Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Development for Labor here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sadallah sabahakum bil khair.
Peace be upon you all. May all have a very good morning.
Distinguished guests, good morning. I am honored to welcome you to the second day of the Global Labor Market Conference. It's a pleasure to be joined again by such a distinguished group of participants from around the world. After a successful first day, today's program underscores our shared commitment to cultivating innovative, inclusive, and resilient labor markets. Together, we are addressing current challenges while shaping brighter future for labor market worldwide. Before we begin today's session, let's take a moment to reflect on the outstanding achievement from day one. Several pivotal announcements were made, and I would like to highlight 3 significant milestones that are crucial for our shared progress. First, the Navigating Tomorrow report, which was published by the GLMC, introduces valuable insights into emerging labor market trends. Workers worldwide are increasingly concerned about the impact of rapid technological advancement. The report indicated that 50% of the respondents, including those from G20 countries, see a critical need for ongoing upskilling and reskilling to adapt. Additionally, there is a rising belief that advancement in AI will fundamentally change the job markets. However, these challenges also bring opportunities. Respondents noted that the key skills, such as cognitive abilities, management, interpersonal skills, and STEM knowledge are crucial for success in today's technology-driven job market. The question before us, how we address these evolving challenges. As policymakers and experts, we must work to create transformative data-driven policies and solutions that positively impact the global labor market. Here in Saudi Arabia, the labor market strategy, a government-wide initiative, aimed to completely transform the Saudi labor market. This strategy is supported by key institutions like the National Labor Observatory, which promotes evidence-based policy and provides research insights into the current and future labor market trends. Additionally, we recently launched the Saudi Skills Taxonomy, utilizing AI technology with more than 13,000 skills mapped to 2,000 occupations. It lays the ground for moving to a skill-based labor market. The second milestone that I want to talk about is the launch of the GLMC and the World Bank Labor Academy yesterday, which represent a significant step forward in global labor markets. Headquartered in Riyadh, the Academy will equip policymakers with tools to drive impactful labor market reforms. It focuses in 3 critical areas: youth employment, social protection integration, and adaptive labor ecosystems. Over the next 3 years, up to 600 participants will engage in personalized programs designed to translate knowledge into tangible reforms. This academy represents a global platform for capacity building and collaboration. The third milestone, we concluded yesterday's program by hosting the Labor Award for Private Sector Establishments. This award recognizes Saudi excellence, encouraging best practices in workplace quality and productivity, which in turn improve work environment and enhance labor market performance. It is encouraging to witness the growth of participation in the awards over the years. In 2021, 2,000 firms participated, And by 2024, participation had dramatically increased to 190,000 firms with over 1.5 million employees responding to the survey. This significant increase in participation shows that while effective regulation and policies are necessary, encouraging and celebrating achievements with the private sector is also a key to a successful labor market. Ladies and gentlemen, today's agenda will continue our rich conversations and exchange. It will, for example, explore two pivotal policy labs that will drive discussions and actionable strategy for labor market resilience. The first lab will look at active labor market programs, highlighting how interventions like wage subsidies, apprenticeship, and job platforms can boost economic participation and tackle youth unemployment. In Saudi Arabia, the ministry, together with the Human Resources Development Fund, have implemented these strategies, facilitating more than 430,000 private sector jobs and supporting over 179,000 entities last year alone. These interventions, among others, have yielded significant results in terms of employment and economic participation. The second policy lab highlights how sectoral skill councils showcase the dynamics in which public and private sector work together to address the skill agenda on a sectoral level. We are proud that we have established 13 councils in just 1 year, covering over 85% of the workforce and addressing critical skill gaps. During the session, we will look at other countries' inspiring experience, including the UK, Canada, South Africa, Australia, and the Philippines. As we navigate today's discussion, I encourage you to reflect on how insights gained can be translated into concrete actions. Together, we can build labor markets that are more inclusive, competitive, and sustainable. I thank all of you for your invaluable contributions and look forward to the insights and collaboration from today's sessions as we work together to build a more prosperous, inclusive, and resilient global workforce. Thank you all.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. And what a way to begin this day 2 of our Global Labour Market Conference. I don't know about you, but I went home last night with my mind full of all of the issues we talked about yesterday. Today is no exception. We've got a really packed agenda, as Tumi was explaining a little earlier. There's a lot for us to get through, all sorts of issues that we will try to tie together to look at how we respond to this most urgent of challenges facing our global labour market. Now, as we begin day 2, I think it's worth us taking stock of what we learned yesterday and looking at some of the key challenges that now lie ahead. And as we look at the scale of the challenge, it's easy, isn't it, to focus on the opportunities that new technology, globalization will present. But also, I think we should look at how those that maybe don't have a voice in this debate will respond. What challenges lie ahead for those that maybe are at the lower skilled end of the market, and how do we make sure that there is equitable access to the opportunities that are presented? We often do focus on the winners, but in our next conversation, we're going to look a little more closely at those who need a little bit more help in navigating a rapidly changing labour market. And so to do that, I'm delighted to welcome my next guest. So please put your hands together for Gilbert Humber, who's the Secretary General of the International Labour Organization. Good morning. Nice to see you. Please, come on, let's take a seat. Please. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. And what a way to kick off our second day of this. I don't know about you, but there was so much for us to get through yesterday. My mind is still spinning. But let me start with this first of all, because you were here for our first event last year. A lot has changed in the world. in the past 12 months. And I wonder, given everything that's gone on, be it geopolitical uncertainty, technological change, climate change, demographic shifts, give me your assessment and that of the ILO of where we are right now and what's changed.
First of all, once again, I wanted to thank the Saudi authorities, the KSA, for this successful second edition, and I'm looking forward already to the third edition. And within 1 year, we have to recognize that a lot has changed. And from ILO perspective, not only you talk about the demographic shift, the geopolitics, but the impact of the AI in 12 months is quite crazy, the impact on the labor market globally. But where are we? The reality is that the global unemployment rate is, 15 years the lowest, at 5%. Mm-hmm. So this is good news. So there is some positive news despite all the uncertainties that we are facing. Obviously, when you start unpacking the data, then you start getting some kind of worrisome trend.
Does the 5% hide what's really going on at the extremes? Just talk to me about that, because that figure doesn't give us the whole picture, does it?
Exactly. This is the challenge that we have. Well, first of all, you have variation depending on the regions and also the sectors on that. But the more worrisome is the fact that if you look at the youth unemployment rate globally remain quite high at 13%, compared to the 5% that I just mentioned. Although that 13%, if you compare it to COVID or pre-COVID area, there's an improvement. But when we look at the 13% and you start again unpacking based on gender, it's also worrisome. The unemployment rate for young men will be around 8%, and the unemployment rate for young women will go close to 20%, around 17, 18%.
And has that been getting worse?
Yeah, so that is, the gap remains more or less the same, but very worrisome on that. What we also have noticed is that globally, the workers are feeling the cost of living, quite frankly, when I compare to last year, where we start having the impact of the global challenge in the world, the impact on the cost of living, and that remains a major concern for the workers, particularly the workers at the low end. So, therefore, it raises again the major challenge of the world moving away from a concept of minimum wage to a concept of a living wage.
Yeah, and it's that challenge of in-work poverty that is still a huge issue.
We do have our data, ILO data, we find out that the 240 million people are working full-time, yet unable to pay the bills.
So let's just say that again, 240 million,
40 million
in work
yeah.
who cannot afford
for
their bills.
Paying the basic needs. So it is important that, and one of the worries that we have in ILO is the level of the inequalities, and therefore the importance of strengthening the social protection schemes, something that KSA is quite very progressive about, yeah.
And one of the things that strikes me when we talk about the data, what the numbers tell us, that relies on the data being available and good quality. And that's probably true of the global north. It's not necessarily true of the global south, is it?
Yeah, particularly when you come to the AI and the impact of AI on labor market. You see, the challenge that we are facing, globally, 60% of the economy is from the informal sector, the informal economy on that. Obviously, this is an average. We have some countries in low-income countries and lower middle-income countries, for example, in Latin America, where the informal economy can go up to 80, 90% of the economy. So it's become very, very difficult to get data, and particularly to see how you could use what type of tasks therefore could be replaced by AI or technology, etc. So a lot of the conclusion we have, for example, on the impact of AI on the labor markets are really based on data on one side, not the global. This is part of the challenge and that we're going to face in the coming years as well.
We've talked so far about the challenges, and I wonder what the ILO proposes are some of the solutions. And that's the whole point of this conference, isn't it, over these 2 days, to look at what can be done now to address some of these problems that we know are coming down the line. Where do we begin to start to tackle this, particularly for those groups that you've talked about?
No, I think, and just listen to the summary that the Vice Minister just presented, one of the points that he insisted on is the scaling. We will not say it enough. And I'm very worried that the level of investment in skill development, reskilling, and upskilling remain quite low, particularly from the public sector, from the government side. The private sector, particularly large companies, are investing in their companies. But worldwide, to look at the global labor workforce, I'm very worried that there is a gap on the actual level of investment in skilling, reskilling. The whole education system is where we have to really revisit it. This, for us, is key. Secondly, which might look maybe surprising, might look as a soft dimension, but I have to insist on it, is the social dialogue, is to be able also to get pupils with voice, to be able, and this GLMC is an opportunity for people to get their voice heard, and the more we can have opportunity to hear from all part of the labor workforce, the better it is for us is moving forward, particularly given how fast is the pace of change that we are seeing in the technology sector.
There is also a huge divide right now, isn't there, with that need that we've identified for skills, upskilling and reskilling, but at the same time, the number of young people who are not in education, employment, or training, the so-called NEETs. Why? Why is that a persistent problem? And still, despite all of our efforts, the number of young people who are neither in education, employment, or training continues to grow.
Now, first of all, again, it will a lot depend on the policy-making dimension, and you have some major variances between countries or region. Clearly, you have the demographic challenge that we have, particularly in countries where the majority of the population are young on that. So the youngsters come into the labor market on an annual basis could be challenging compared to the number of jobs that are being made available there. Secondly, we do have also the challenge of the mismatching of where the training and the qualification that are coming out of the universities, the school, the education system, and where the jobs from the private. So this calls for more interaction between the academia and the industry, and which is also the third thing that I will mention is the which goes beyond the youth, but globally we do we do know that there is a huge portion of the labor market that has given up looking for jobs, has given up, and because also we have this report, Edelman report that talks about trust. And that you could feel that a lot of youngsters are part of those that have also given up, and that doesn't help when it comes to the needs.
How damaging is that to the fundamentals of how the labour market works? If you've got a swathe of the population who've just said, this is not for me, I'm out. What does that do to how we consider the next generation of workers?
I mean, first of all, when I was talking about 5% unemployment rate, so in absolute number, we talk about roughly 187 million at the end of 24, 187 million. But globally, and all of us, we know how we calculate, obviously, the unemployment rate, which is people that are actively looking for a job and cannot find jobs. But when you take into account people that will love to have a job but are not looking, and people that are just giving up having a job, we're talking about 400 million.
Yeah.
So you do have what ILO we call the job gap that is quite huge. So we do need to provide different, of course, there's no solution fits all. Let's be very clear. Everything has to be based on national priority and so forth. So we do have to consider incentives for people to be back to the market or to go to the market, and what it fits for KSA may not be what fits for Germany or Indonesia on that. So that one for me is quite important. And secondly, we will not say it enough, is also ensuring that we do between the public sector and the private sector, there is some kind of an alignment to see where are the future of jobs, and therefore better have state institutions that are orienting, particularly the youth, toward those sectors.
Anywhere in the world, if you look at policymakers, they will cite GDP growth as their key ambition, that by growing the economy, the theory goes that it uplifts everybody and we're all in work. We know it's not that simple. It doesn't work like that. And I wonder whether there is a better metric for policymakers particularly to focus on when it comes to how we measure success. Growing economy, a GDP number that is rising, does not equate to new jobs.
Yeah, this is why we talk about economic growth and human development are not necessarily the same thing, right? But I think all of that being said, we take it for granted, but it's important to reiterate it. Creating the conducive environment for business to grow, the conducive environment for that economic growth remain the beginning, to make sure that at the end of the day, it's not, the government can create that much jobs. But at the end of the day, is the private sector that has to be the engine, particularly the SMEs, right, that create the job. So it's important to create those conditions for the SMEs to grow, and then from the government side, what we will expect from ILO perspective is to step up the pro-employment policies and support, support the private sector. Yesterday, I was touring the stand, and we have some live data from the labor market in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You could see the efforts, and I think the minister was explaining to me almost 20 billion a year, which is in local currency, in what they invest to support the private sector when it comes to the labor market, for example. So those are policies, those are initiatives that could help, yeah.
Our time is up, but it's been such a great way to kick off our second day of this GLMC. So much there for us to think about, and I'm sure it will form the basis of a lot of the conversations we will have on this very stage today. So Gilbert Humbo from the ILO, so great to talk to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please. As I said, what a fantastic way for us to start this second day. Now, a very special address for you. I'm delighted to introduce a video, a special address for us here at the GLMC today from Amina J. Mohammed, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I would like to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud for bringing us together. The government of Saudi Arabia's recent reforms have been transformative, particularly in empowering women and youth. By increasing women's workforce participation, supporting young entrepreneurs, and expanding access to education and skills training, these initiatives are unlocking opportunities and driving economic progress. Excellencies, labour markets that work for people are key to building a better world, and particularly to delivering the Sustainable Development Goals and a prosperous future for everyone. But we face a host of challenges. Poverty, hunger, and inequalities continue to be fueled by conflict, the climate crisis, and economic turmoil. And this impacts global labour markets. Labour force participation is down, particularly in low-income countries. Employment growth is slowing, and low-income countries have seen a nearly 4 percentage point rise in the number of people not in employment, education, or training. Artificial intelligence, digital technologies, and the green energy revolution all offer enormous potential for creating jobs and boosting productivity. But we are failing to ensure that this potential translates into opportunities for all. Job displacement, skills mismatches, precarious work, and unequal access to technology are all threatening to leave vulnerable populations behind, particularly our women and young people in developing regions. We acknowledge progress in specific sectors. For example, renewables now employ over 16 million people, or 40% of the energy sector workforce. However, many regions, particularly in the global south, are missing out on these new opportunities for decent work. We must move forward together to address all these challenges, to create decent work opportunities, and to ensure labour markets work for all, and particularly for young people, who make up almost half of our global population. Last year, countries took an important step. Together they adopted the Pact for the Future, which emphasizes the importance of empowering youth and equipping them with the skills to thrive in a rapidly evolving labour market. Governments working together with diverse stakeholders, including the private sector, to align education, skills development, and retaining with labour market needs will be critical. So is fostering innovation through small and medium-sized enterprises and ensuring equitable opportunities for women and young people. The Secretary-General's Global Accelerator for Jobs and Social Protection supports countries in these efforts, and countries have an important chance to advance these efforts this year. Ahead of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the World Social Summit, we need global leaders to come together, reaffirm their commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, and forge solutions that will create decent work for everyone. Through the summits, we can unlock investment pathways for the SDGs, further align policies that promote inclusive growth, decent work and social justice, and link these to just transitions in food systems, in energy, digital connectivity, education, decent jobs and social protection, and the climate crisis. At this moment of great change and great possibility, let us come together to build labour markets that work for everyone. I wish you all good deliberations, and I look forward to the conference outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you to the Deputy Secretary General. And of course, the message clearly there about cooperation, about collaboration, and about making sure that we're all working together to find those solutions. But when we're talking about collaboration and cooperation, yes, there are those who will be speaking and there are those who will be listening in that process. In a labour context, we're going to hear from our next keynote address about exactly how well we are listening. Please welcome on stage the Associate Professor for AI and Work at Oxford University, Professor Carl Benedict Frey.
Thank you very much for that very warm and generous introduction. It's a great pleasure to be back here in Riyadh with all of you and having the opportunity to share with you some thoughts on what the market tells us about the future of work and decode some of those signals. Now, imagine a world with almost perfect information. An algorithm pings you, and every time it does so, it's a perfect match. It's your dream job. We're not quite there yet, but we have been edging closer to such a world for some time now. The abundance of information about opportunities around the world is truly unprecedented, and certainly nothing like we saw before the age of the internet. It is therefore puzzling that even though we have all this information about opportunities, that we are still not very content and happy in our jobs. And perhaps even more puzzlingly, mobility, both between jobs and geographically, is in decline. It is really quite striking that despite these tendencies, we are not moving to better opportunities. Part of the reason, of course, is that there are real barriers to technological change, right? And that is in large part because there are things like housing, right? It used to be the case that if somebody moves to a city, that person will find better opportunities, whether you're college educated or not. But in recent decades, we're actually seeing that people with no more than a high school degree who are moving into a city, if you subtract the cost of housing in the United States, then those people actually take a pay cut. The key point is that there are real barriers for people to move between places. And attending to those barriers is even more important than the informational deficits that we have. Now, if we look globally, it is certainly true that we're seeing unprecedented levels of international migration. But we're seeing no way near the levels of international migrations that we would have if people that wanted to move could move to where they are. For all the talk about tariffs and barriers to the movement of goods and capital these days, and those are indeed timely topics, the most costly barrier by far is barriers to labor mobility. If the 1.1 billion people who would like to move could move into places and jobs around the world where they are more productive, the earnings would rise by around $15,000 per year, Land Pritchett estimates. This collectively amounts to leaving trillion-dollar bills on the sidewalk, in the words of Michael Clemens, right? So it's a truly astonishing amount of growth that could be unlocked by cutting down these barriers. Now, if you want to understand, for example, why the United States has been the technology leader for 200 years, well, its ability to attract talent from around the world is a key part of that story. The United States is able to attract even much more talent than it produces domestically, and it has turned it into an innovation powerhouse. Immigration is not just beneficial for the people that are able to move, it's beneficial for the societies as a whole. And in advanced economies, it's even going to be a necessity going forward, right? With aging populations, now fertility below replacement, it means that if we are to maintain current levels of income, we need to double labor productivity in order to make up for that. A huge challenge. How do you double labor productivity within a generation? Nothing like it has ever been achieved. So we need solutions, but we do know that the political hurdles are very significant. When people move into a country, it puts a strain on schools, on public infrastructure, on fiscal and social security systems in the short run. And in terms of political feasibility, most people in many advanced economies today are not keen on more immigration. In fact, if you ask people about migrants, they are much more likely to say that they are unemployed than they actually are. They're much more likely to say that they are less educated than they actually are. And even if you give them better information and inform them on these things, they don't often change their opinions. So this is a really hard problem going forward. Fortunately, I think that technology might help. We have been through a period of very rapid change, and that change has been spurred on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Before the pandemic, very few hours were worked at home. It surged in the United States to 60% at the peak of the pandemic. It's now come down to around 30% of hours worked. And importantly, if something can be done at home, it can be done from anywhere. If I can do it in my home in Oxford, I can also do it in Riyadh, in my hotel room, and I can do it somewhere else, or perhaps somebody else can do the job for me instead. And this is something which I think is underappreciated, because there's a lot of talent to be unlocked around the world, and there are real disparities in wages across space. If you take a Google software engineer working for the same company and compare the wages in the Bay Area and in Manila, the difference is an order of magnitude. If you take an accountant in a Big Four accounting company in New York City and compare it to the counterparts in Ho Chi Minh City, the wage differential is an order of magnitude, right? And of course, this largely is a result of differences in productivity around the world. But if you now throw a technology like generative AI into the equation, it can help us reduce those productivity differentials very significantly. We have a number of experimental studies looking at people doing writing, people doing coding, people doing repetitive customer service. They all show that the productivity gains when people get access to generative AI are in the double digits. They also show, I think even more importantly, that it's actually novices and low-skilled workers that benefit the most in terms of productivity. What that means is that the productivity differential between that worker in the Bay Area and the worker in Manila can be reduced significantly, and I think that creates compelling incentives for virtual migration, which would alleviate some of the problems I spoke about earlier. I call this the Uber movement for professional services. If you think about it, what Uber did to taxi services, it was essentially democratizing access in that domain, right? With GPS technology, knowing the name of every street in Riyadh was no longer a particularly valuable skill. And with the platform matching supply and demand, essentially anybody could get into his or her car and top up their incomes and earn a bit of extra revenue on the side. The difference, of course, is that professional services are traded and so can be sold across the world. And so, as I tell my students, the future of growth and future of globalization looks more like India than it does like China, in the sense that we are likely to see growth being based on trade in services rather than trade in manufactured goods. Now, they often ask me then, why is it that only India has achieved this? Why is India basically the only country that has been growing based on service trade rather than manufacturing goods? Well, part of the reason you can see here. If you look at the work allocation of most digital labor, you will find that it's India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, United Kingdom, United States. If you look at where their employers are, it's in the United States, it's in the United Kingdom, it's in Canada, India, Australia. What do all these countries have in common? Well, obviously, it's the English language, right? And when you trade in services, culture and language matters more than when you trade in goods. But AI can help reduce barriers here too, and we're already seeing that it does. Machine translation has already reduced the demand for language skills around the world, and we are now seeing demos with OpenAI, for example, showing that it is now possible to actually translate in real speech in real time. Language barriers are melting away as well as artificial intelligence is leveling the playing field. And if we look at the use of generative AI around the world, we see that it's not just high-income economies that are using it. India, Indonesia, Brazil have very high rates of use of generative AI as well, and it reflects these opportunities I've been talking about. Now, obviously, a key question going forward is how long this pattern will persist, right? After all, isn't AI going to automate away all of this work eventually? Maybe it's just a brief window of opportunity for trade in services and virtual migration to provide this great leveling. Well, if the world was completely static, if it was just a static distribution of events, I think that might be true, but it is not. The world around us is changing every day, and the things that we do, many of us in our daily jobs, is changing every day too. Many of you will unquestionably have heard about AlphaGo beating the world champion at Go back in 2016. It was a huge moment for AI. I suspect that fewer of you will have heard that human amateurs using standard computers actually beat AlphaGo very easily last year, exposing it to positions that it would not have encountered in training. What that means is that even when AI has achieved superhuman performance, which is the case with Go, we cannot be sure if that is still true when circumstances change, right? And we're seeing this in a variety of other studies as well, right? If you introduce problems to ChatGPT that it would not have encountered in training and were introduced after the cutoff date up until which it has been trained, it often performs no better than chance. We have algorithms that are very good at memorizing, but not so good at generalizing. For instance, imagine an algorithm that is asked to assess whether humans will ever be able to fly back in 1900. All it would have access to is information up until that point. It would have seen a wide range of failed attempts to fly. It might have looked at birds and said that, well, birds are able to fly, why shouldn't we? But if it had looked a bit more carefully, it would have concluded that there is no bird in the world that weighs more than 30 pounds that's able to get off the ground. And so even using that data, it would most likely have concluded that flying will never be possible, right? Using generative AI for science is a bit like doing it by majority vote, whereby you have an LLM that tries to predict the next most likely word in a sentence. It's a way of majority voting, but it's not the way we do science, and obviously the same is true for a whole range of jobs where you're dealing with uncertainty. If you use AI for inventory management, for example, it might work very well for a while until you have a pandemic and all bets are essentially off. So what we do know right now, I think, is that AI is not going to take over all of these activities anytime very soon. We do know that generative AI has a real possibility to democratize access to professional services around the world. And we do know that we are already on a trajectory of service-led development, right? We've been through a decade of globalization with stagnant trade in goods, but rising trade in services. Remote work technology and generative AI are only going to exacerbate these trends by allowing for virtual migration, allowing advanced economies to deal with their aging population problem, and potentially opening up new opportunities for other countries around the world to tap in to service-led development as language barriers are being reduced as well. This is the real opportunity going forward, and this is what I think that the market currently signals about the future of work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Fry, thank you very, very much for your insights. I think as we journey through the day today, it really is going to be about how we can focus on some real solutions when it comes to the challenges that we face, not just in terms of AI, because we know AI is a big deal, so not just in terms of AI, but in terms of how we're formulating policy, in terms of how we're thinking about the impact of the policies that we're formulating, and what may or may not happen with regard to technology and maximizing that tool. Personally, I have to confess that my big question for myself is certainly around how we skill and upskill for a future that we're not quite sure is going to contain what. So I'm hoping that as we journey through the day today, some of those answers will begin to emerge both for myself and for you. So hopefully you'll be staying with us for all of that. We're going to be moving on in just one moment, but before we do that, just a gentle reminder to those of you in the audience, please don't forget to turn your mobile phone onto silent. I heard a few moments ago there were a couple of ones going off in the audience, so please make sure yours is on silent so we can enjoy the proceedings this afternoon without interruption. Please welcome next on the stage the CEO and founder of ArabNet, Omar Christides, and his panel in discussion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have an exciting session this morning looking at how we can leverage AI and technology to drive cross-border talent and to really capture the opportunities that come with this global workforce. AI and technology are empowering companies to tap into and find the best talent anywhere around the world. But building remote teams and working with cross-border talent comes with its own set of challenges and risks. Please help me welcome my panelists to the stage who will be discussing this with us today. Dr. Mishari al-Mishari, Deputy Director of the National Information Center. Senli Chen, Chief Growth Officer and SVP and MD at Supermicro. Manar Mohammed, the Chief Executive Officer and Board Member at the Financial Academy. And Ed Williams, President of International at Edelman. Welcome all. And just before we start, I wanted to see from our audience, how many people here are employers? If you'll raise your hands, if you're an employer. We're going to try to get you involved in this session today. Okay. How many people are policymakers? Raise your hands so we have a sense. How many people are employees?
The rest, I guess.
Okay, good. We have a pretty good even distribution. So I think that this is really a topic that we all need to be thinking about, whichever one of those profiles we are. And Ed, I'm going to start with you just to think about the broad context of this. How can companies effectively capitalize on the opportunity presented by AI and tech to harness global talent? And I'm going to open this question for all the panel, but we'll start with you.
Omar, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the introduction and also the welcome here. It's so good to be back in the kingdom again. Well, look, I'm both an employer, an employee, and actually a policymaker. So I run our firm internationally. It's everything from Bogota to Beijing. There's about 6,000 of us, so very diverse geographically, very diverse in backgrounds, and cross-border, very much cross-border. But just a quick piece of framing, Omar, that maybe might help in this conversation. Because I think what we are witnessing at the moment in terms of this topic about cross-border and AI is really two rogue waves, if you like. You've got these two powerful forces that are reshaping the world of work. On the one hand, Omar, you've got this massive transformation of work patterns. We forget, but the office environment had been the primary work environment really for the last 150 years. Since the industrialization and since companies started to be created, offices were needed. This obviously sped up in the 50s and 60s, and the office became the place that we went to work every day. Now, since the pandemic, that has fundamentally and profoundly changed. So really over 3 years, we've changed the habits of the last 150. And with that, there's a whole new set of expectations about how people want to work, where they want to work, when they want to work, what is the environment. So this is we should not underestimate, this is a profound, profound change. Now, that's the first rogue wave. Multiply that, Omar, by the second rogue wave, and you've got Senli on the panel, who is one of the world experts on this, but this is the exponential rise of AI. Now, we often compare AI to past revolutions, so printing, steam, mechanization, the internet. But this is not a linear revolution. This is an exponential revolution. Now, we just need to remember what we mean by exponential. If you think about it, Omar, like this, it's the classic folding of a piece of paper. If you fold a piece of paper 10 times over, it's the width of your hand. If you fold a paper 20 times over, it's as high as a house. It's 100 meters. And if you fold a piece of paper 42 times, it will get you to the moon. That is exponential growth, and that is what is happening with AI. Just think about this week with DeepSeek. Sam Altman would have you believe that actually, it was impossible to catch up with OpenAI, where OpenAI are. DeepSeek proved that not to be true. So these two colliding waves, Omar, that are changing how we work, where we work, and the future of jobs.
Thank you, Ed. Dr. Mishari, I'd love to hear from you about how companies can effectively capitalize on this opportunity for global talent, and maybe what Sadaya is doing in order to empower companies to be able to do that.
Thank you so much. First, let me start with thanking you for inviting me to this panel session, and I have really the great honor to be here with you discussing this very important topic. Remote working is really the new reality, and we all, as organizations, have to adapt to this new reality. I think there are many advantages for remote working and benefits that different organizations can reap it from the remote working. First and foremost is ensuring the business continuity. With the remote working, really you could ensure the business continuity. And we all witnessed what happened during the pandemic, and how some organizations really struggled because they were not really technically ready back then to have their people working remotely. Also, the cost saving. We all agree that with remote working, there will be substantial cost saving. There is really no workplace. You don't need to worry about workplace and commuting. Also, we can argue about the productivity. I understand that's a very controversial topic. The productivity could be more or less, but due to flexibility and the focus and the less distraction, the productivity could substantially increase. So we all agree that there are many advantages to remote working, but to me there are two important pillars to ensure organizations can properly apply the remote working policies. One is the digital maturity, and the other is the governance framework. You need for organizations to be really digitally mature so they could really apply remote work policies. They need to have the proper communication channels, email, virtual meeting infrastructures, the right bandwidth, and also to raise the awareness for their employees so they can use these technologies to remotely work and work properly. So this is really important. And also you need to have the governance framework, because you never want the remote working to be abused, and this could easily be abused. So you need to make sure as an organization that you are instilling the proper governance framework, so you can gauge the productivity of employees, the performance of the employees, so remote working will not be, I would say, another terminology of vacation. So this is very important.
So we've talked about maturity.
Yes.
We've talked about having governance.
Yes.
We've talked about having the right infrastructure and tools to be able to do this. I want to move to you, Senli, and hear from your experience also managing teams around the globe, how do you think about how you build out those teams, where to find talent, and if there are limitations to how much you can go into cross-border teams?
Yeah, certainly. So thank you for having me today. So Supermicro is one of the leading AI companies worldwide. We have more than 8,000 employees. So that's an interesting thing. So while we're enable a lot of people to build up the AI infrastructure, ourselves is also leverage that. So there's two parts of it. One, we have a physical manufacturing. We're still need a lot of our workers, employees working on the campus. Another one is we wanted to build out our talent pool for software development, hardware development all over the world. So what we do is actually, so we leverage, first of all, we have to build up the platform, which is allow everybody working as the one, physically on campus or virtually. So for instance, for sales, organization or the R&D organization, we developed the platform across the board to allow people to have access anytime, anywhere, so to be able to working together. And the second thing is recruiting system. So we also leveraging some of the AI tools to recruiting our talents in different regions. So we can access the talent pool and also as well as use the true data to measure which area will be the suitable area for us for hiring. And the third one is we wanted to making sure that our culture is transparent, and we build up the culture and through the different region that can be very dynamic. Different people from different region, they have a different history as well as a different belief. So that's quite challenging to us as an international company, but there is the common things. One is trust, another one is accountability. We're making sure, so we build our culture based on the common ground. And the last one is we are also respect a lot of regulations. So we have a local labor law, all the other regulations, government regulations we have to respect. And this is kind of challenging part for us, but with all the studies, we are using a lot of documentations, all the tools to managing this part to ensure we comply with local laws. So those are the several sections we, Supermicro, as an IT company, as an AI company, as an international company, how we managing our talent pool.
And I think it's interesting here that you're not just using AI to unlock the ability to work with different teams, but also to understand how to take it, where different talent pools might be, how to distribute work among all those talent pools, and how to manage and bring everyone together in this working environment. Mana, would love to hear your thoughts on this as well.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. When we speak about AI and technologies, I think today make it easier for companies to hire people from anywhere in the world. However, having these technologies and these benefits also have a lot of challenges where we speak about communication, also face-to-face communication. This may be one challenge. Also, there is a challenge of time zone because having people from different countries, there is maybe a challenge to conduct meetings, and we need to respect the time of these people who works in different worlds, and the companies should have flexibility in the time hours. Also, there is a challenge, and I think it is a very big challenge when we speak about the data, and sharing the data through the online platforms is very sensitive, and the companies must have a very secure system that enable people to share their data and the employee data with security.
So great, we talk about data security, even maybe data sovereignty. There's questions around this, of course. We're talking about communication,
yes.
And even basic things like how are we going to get everyone on a meeting? Suddenly you're based in San Francisco, it's 12-hour time difference. Right. You know, the only time maybe we can meet is 9 a.m. your time, 9 p.m. my time. It becomes much more complicated. Right. Ed, would you like to, continuing on the theme of challenges, talk to us about the challenges?
I think you make some excellent points about the challenges, because I'm also quite skeptical about the ability to manage a very, very disparate and distributed workforce, where you have people not working, not necessarily in offices, but they're not in centers of excellence either. They're not in hubs. They're working remotely on their own. I think from a management point of view, that is extremely difficult. You raise, I think, some excellent points about the challenges and the power of the human-to-human interaction. This conference, Omar, would be terrific if it was online, but of course it's even better because we're here in person talking together. And I think the human factor, the human premium, Omar, is going to be very important in the future. You know, that ability to build relationships, as Senli said, build trust, have empathy, connect with people. And that is going to be one of the biggest challenges when we have a distributed international workforce. I think there is one big challenge as well that, Sir, you touch on that I think is an important one, and that is cultural understanding. It's one thing, the aggravation, if you're sitting in Asia Pacific and you're having to do a call at 11 o'clock at night because it's, you know, it suits colleagues in America where it's 10 a.m. That's obviously quite annoying. Yeah. But there's something beyond that, which is just the necessity to understand different cultures so we can work effectively together. Senli and I were discussing this in the green room before. If you don't understand whether a culture is a high context culture or a low context culture, if you don't understand the societal context in which a colleague is working, you're not going to get the best out of them and out of the team. So, Omar, that's why we have centers of excellence around the world. We have hubs around the world. And really, we are moving away from the model that we had during COVID, where we just have people working remotely at home. For a business that is about talent and is about relationships, that's very, very hard. So that's what we're doing at the moment.
And I think that's really interesting to think about what are the limitations of remote work and cross-border teams. Can I actually have individuals working on tasks assigned around the world? Do I need to, as you mentioned, put them into centers where they can have some synergies?
Yeah.
Are there some functions that I can make remote individually and more easily? Some that require more high touch that cannot be? Stanley, would love to hear some of your thoughts. You were already apparently discussing this as well.
Well, actually, yesterday we had that discussion. So about how we conduct the training for the entry-level the workforce, as well as the mentorship. So that's extremely important. We just had an example, the new student, graduate student, and they don't have much experience. That involves a lot of mentoring, a lot of guidance, and it gives a lot of challenge to the international force. So the reason being, talking about that, we're talking about a certain talent pool in different regions, and the build up the ecosystem can help this talent grow in this ecosystem. And we're also talking about a certain set of the talents in each area, finding the niche for contribute to the entire international workforce. So those are the things we think we could start thinking of that. Adding a humanity and reinforce the process and standardize the onboarding system and the training and the mentorship.
Thank you, Stanley. Dr. Mashari.
Yes, so I think one of the biggest challenges is really getting the sense of collaboration. We all agree that the physical meetings and the face-to-face meeting will give you a better sense of collaboration as opposed to the remote meetings with the face-to-face meeting. You can directly interact, you get the facial impressions, the hand gestures, you can use the boards to discuss. So it's easier to communicate and collaborate if you have physical meetings as opposed to remote meeting. But I'm a big believer in digitization, and with the advancement of digital technologies, definitely this will be mitigated for sure. And honestly, as of now, for me personally, sometimes I do prefer having virtual meetings, even if I'm in the office, due to the convenience and due to the advancement of digital technologies that give you really the sense of collaboration, even if you are not physically meeting. So,
getting stuck in Riyadh traffic is
yes.
another story altogether, the Riyadh traffic.
Exactly, and by the way, this is one of the biggest advantage of remote working. You will reduce the traffic. In fact, I think one of the studies shows on several cities that it reduced more than 600,000, it took off more than 600,000 cars off the road.
Wow.
So it could really substantially help. If you look at it from the environmental angle, or a bigger angle, it could really help in reducing the carbon emissions and reducing the traffic and really ending up with a better environment. So definitely that's one of the advantages what we should be looking at remote working. But yes, I guess the sense of collaboration, but I think this was back then. It's almost eliminated with the advancement of digital technologies and even with the AI technology. Just to give you an example, we have developed Alam in Sadaya, which is the generative AI solutions based on Arabic language, and we are very well leading in the benchmarks. And based on that, we build a learning management system that provides personalized learning experience to students, managing their performances and weaknesses, and based on that, providing the right learning experience. Here, you don't have physical interaction, and yet you have a better learning experience. So I'm a true believer of AI technologies, of digital technologies. The advancement of technologies would definitely mitigate and make the experience even better.
Amazing, and I think this is what we're going to talk about next. But before, I wanted to ask our audience a question about what they see as the top challenges. So we've heard from our speakers, and I'd like you to raise your hand if you think that this is really a key challenge for building out cross-border teams. So we talked about data and privacy and data sovereignty. Raise your hand if you feel this is a significant issue. Okay.
Panelists included?
Sorry?
Panelists included?
Yeah. So second is things like logistics. How do we even work with all the different time zones? And raise your hand if you feel this is a key issue. Okay. What about culture? Being able to build a strong, unified team culture. Okay, less people, interesting. Collaboration and teamwork, fostering active collaboration and teamwork. Raise your hand if you think that's an issue. Okay, this one has the #1 number of votes. It's very interesting. And then having the ability to mentor and grow teams, especially young people as they're entering the workforce. If you'll raise your hand if you think this is a key issue. also one of the top issues. Really interesting to see the feedback from our audience on this. I want to drive to my last question really around best practices. Now we built our cross-border teams. How do we make sure we get the most out of them? What are some of the lessons learned from your experience? How can we mitigate some of the risks? And Manar, we'll start with you on this.
Thank you. I think today we are in Saudi Arabia, one of the countries who started to apply this kind of remote team work. I will speak especially about the Financial Academy. We started to apply this in our training class to having speakers from different countries, different experience. And this is help us to minimize the cost of conducting this kind of trainings, and also to make it easy for people to attend these classes, even if they have something to do in their job. Also, if I speak about the, let's say, the experience of these kind of works, I can mention many today platforms that help companies and entities to apply it for their employees, and they can have a clear strategy about using this kind of benefits for their employees. We should have a clear strategy to make it easy for employees to know the deadlines and the times that they can work from home, and also make it easy for them to use this kind of technology by training them, and also give them the ability to use this kind of training. When I say that, I mean companies should have a clear strategy about upskilling their current employees. They should not only focus on hiring people who have the ability to deal with this technology. Also, the current employees need to be knowing about this kind of technology and using AI to do their daily work.
Thank you. So making sure we have the policies in place, making sure we're upskilling people, and we have the technology and the tools to be able to best do that. Senli.
Well, so in my opinion, actually, at the end of the day, whenever we structure our workforce, we wanted to increase the productivity. So to me, the KPI, how we define KPI, how we can measure ROI, this is the key point. That drives all the topics. So we could use some of the tools we're having to measure if we are achieve or what we want to achieve in a different region by structure the team in a different way. This could be very dynamic, but we have to constantly look into that. That's the drive to doing everything. And the second thing is we wanted to humanize the virtual process, just making sure we put a lot of human touch into it, making sure they belongs to the team. We can have some of the physical activities, and we can have some of the training, we can do some people celebration, all the other things. So those are extremely important. People don't feel like they're just part of the big machine. People have to feel like they belong to the organization, which is caring, and also we can work together to approach the best practice and doing something meaningful together.
Amazing. So really working on humanizing something that could feel very technological and very kind of cold. And at the same time, having those feedback loops and having a dynamic way of looking at your strategy, which Manar was talking about, having clarity of strategy, but then having a dynamic way of assessing it and changing it based on KPIs and metrics. Dr. Mishari.
Yes, so I just want to comment on one key success factor in ensuring the proper environment for remote working, and that has to do with the information security. Why I'm emphasizing information security? Because this is something that can be easily missed by many organizations. due to agility and getting their work done quickly. So this is something can be easily missed and can be perceived as an overhead. But it's really extremely important to ensure that you have the proper information security readiness. So people conducting their work remotely will conduct it in a way that is very safe and will not compromise and risk the infrastructure or the environment. And one other aspect is the data sovereignty. For many countries, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there are regulations related to data transfer and data migrations that govern the process. You need to make sure that this is well respected by organizations. And I again emphasize, this is something that can be easily missed because it's, yes, it is usually being perceived as an overhead. I mean, organizations always perceive governance as an overhead, so this is something that can be easily missed and could have very severe consequences once it gets compromised. So I think this needs to be very well ensured, and we in Sadaya, we have properly applied using the mobile device management solution where all of our employees can work remotely from their laptops and can safely access the internal corporate system. So this could be possibly done. But the top executives in the organization should pay attention to that to avoid the severe consequences, God forbid, for any data compromise or data leakage that could happen.
Thank you, Dr. Mashai. So really thinking about data security, data privacy, and making sure you have everything in place to protect those key assets. Ed.
So, Omar, can I give you a bit of a rallying call then at the end? So,
yes.
Back to my two rogue waves. We cannot be complacent about what is going on. I think about my business. AI is fundamentally changing how we work and the type of work we do. And it's even changing the shape of our organization. So traditionally, professional services firms, Omar, look like pyramids. That was the model. What they're increasingly going to look like is upended pyramids because a lot of the work that was done by junior and mid-level is being automated. It's happening today. It's happening as we speak now. So we've got to think really carefully and quickly about what that means about how we are going to organize and run our companies and how we're going to think about these topics in the future. The World Economic Forum issued a study recently in which they said 65% of primary school children today will be doing jobs in the future that do not exist. So this is why training, upskilling, continuous education is going to be really critical. And I know we're going to talk about it later in this summit over this conference. The workforce now is made up of Generation Z, and they are deeply worried about their future. They are paranoid about being made redundant. They're very concerned about having the right skills. So the onus is really going to be on the employer to get the future workforce match fit for this new world. And the final point I want to make, Omar, is, and we've talked about it on this panel today, in a world of transformative AI, moving from generative to agentic, the premium around being human is something that we've got to really, really focus on. You've heard about collaboration, critical. We've heard about building communities, whether they are hubs, and you've also heard about culture. These are the three things that bind us as human beings, and these are the three things that, from a policy-making perspective, we've really got to understand as we go through this revolution.
Thank you. And I think that's a great note for us to end on. With all of this discussion of artificial intelligence, the things that are really built on our humanity are going to become maybe the most important things that we need to leverage.
Indeed.
Thank you so much to the great panel and our speakers, and thank you to being a great interactive audience with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Omar, thank you very, very much. And thank you also to your panel, of course. When we are talking about labor and workforces, one thing that's also become quite apparent globally is that there is a mismatch in terms of where we have high supply of skilled labor, where we have lower supply of skilled labor. So the skilled labor has to move to where we have lower supply of skilled labor, and sometimes unskilled labor has to move in the other direction. What am I talking about? I'm talking about migration and therefore immigration. How people move around the world, not just to come to conferences like this and have a good time, but also, of course, more importantly, to provide the skills that are necessary in so many of those economies. So our next conversation is going to be about targeted immigration. And we need to find out whether actually that is a thing or not. So please help me in welcoming my panel. Dr. Philani Mthembu is the Executive Director of the Institute for Global Dialogue. Dr. Deepak Nair is the Professor Emeritus of Economics at Jawaharlal Nehru University, and he's also the President of the Indian Society for Labour Economics. Please also welcome Challa Osden, who is an economist at the World Bank. And last but most certainly not least, Khulud Saif Abdullah Al-Kubaishi. Please take a seat. She's the Executive Director of the Workers' Support and Insurance Fund. To all of you, thank you very, very much for joining me. I just want to make sure that you have your translations headsets at the ready, because one of our panelists will be speaking only in Arabic, and we don't want to miss anything she's going to be saying. So making sure you're all sorted. Right, as I said, the title of this discussion is Targeted Immigration. Is that even a thing? How well is targeted immigration doing when it comes to really addressing the broader market problems and challenges that we're facing? And I'm going to start with you, Deepak, purely because you're the one that's closest to me. But I'd like to get a sense of whether it's actually working or not.
Well, most people would not quite understand what targeted immigration is. It's working reasonably well so far, but we are at a threshold where things could take a turn for the worse. Now, you know, targeted immigration is real and significant. It has been with us for 75 years. Remember that passports became established practice in the early 2020s, and there was little immigration during the interwar years. So really it began in the late 1940s, essentially as Western European countries facing labor shortages after the World War imported labor largely from their erstwhile colonies, while the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand saw targeted immigration from Western Europe. Yeah? Now, it is important to recognize that targeted immigration is driven by governments, by employers, and by markets. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, that has been the temporal sequence of targeted immigration, so that you get a major change with the change in the Immigration Act of the US in 1972, where immigration was no longer by country of origin, but by qualification. Yeah. So what has happened is that is the sequence we followed: governments, employers, and markets in the age of globalization. And essentially, to begin with, governments, employers, and markets worked in tandem. But increasingly, as markets and globalization gathered momentum, markets went off on their own, sometimes in collusion with employers, and sometimes not doing what governments wanted them to do. Now, I want to make one simple point, and I will stop. There are three distinct groups in targeted immigration. There are guest workers. First, there are the professionals. Let me begin with those. They are people like us in this room. They could be academics, they could be scientists, they could be engineers, they could be financial analysts, they could be IT people. They are as mobile as capital. They can move where they want, anytime they want, and move back to wherever they wish to be. The second group is guest workers. Okay? The first category began life with globalization. The second group is guest workers. It began life with Germany in the Second World War because it had no colonies. It imported guest workers from Turkey, largely. But then the oil-exporting, labor-scarce countries of the Middle East, we are in one, started in guest workers. And that's happened in East Asia. Now, the third category is illegal immigrants, driven largely by demands created by the market, because residents or citizens are not willing to do what the literature calls dirty, demanding, or dangerous jobs, and employers and governments turn a blind eye to this.
Well, they have thus far, and we're starting to see a lot of fallout as a result of turning this blind eye. Whether it is because domestic citizens are frustrated about having all of these people come in, particularly the illegal ones, and how they are taking jobs, etc. But also, I think that the impact that they have on resources, right? Because in so many environments, it's not just about the fact that you're there. It's the fact that you need education when you have children. It's the fact that when you're ill, you need to be hospitalized and that has an impact on state resources. Pilani, if I can then come to you, how are we beginning to think about the balance on this question? Because as Deepak rightly points out, there are different levels of immigration and migration, one of which also has to do with the very high end where you have global visas who are coming purely because they're bringing finances into a market. They also have an impact on the domestic market, whether it be because of increased property prices, whether it be because they don't necessarily leave skills behind. Where do we sit with that balance? Or is there one even?
I think countries try to find a balance. So when we look, for instance, at the global level, especially at the height of multilateral negotiations on trade, following the Uruguay round, establishment of the World Trade Organization, you had quite a few rounds of around the General Agreement on Trade in Services. So the rise in globalization, the increasing movement of goods, services, finance, but also people to deliver those services. You then had under the General Agreement on Trade in Services, you had negotiations under Mode 4. Mode 4 essentially covered the movement of high-skilled labor to deliver services. But of course, we know that that was at the height of multilateral negotiations. Things have changed since then. And you may find that, certain countries, despite the fact that they know they need certain types of skills from outside of their countries, they're having to implement policies within an environment that at times has become more difficult for governments to explain to citizens why you actually need certain skills categories from other countries. And that includes both at high-skilled levels where citizens are demanding training of their own citizens, but at the same time it also includes this movement of skills at the lower end, so lower level skills, which are needed and do have an impact, in countries. But it's becoming more and more difficult for certain governments to explain to their citizens why it is actually needed.
Yes, it certainly is becoming increasingly difficult. And I think a little bit later on in the conversation, I'd like to come back to the question on how we can deal with mitigation on that particular issue. But Khulud, if I can then come to you, obviously, and Deepak mentioned it a little bit earlier, when it comes to Saudi Arabia and environments like Saudi Arabia, you've got a lot of this movement of migration because there just isn't sufficient supply in the domestic market. What are some of the the policies that are targeting immigration here in Saudi Arabia that are actually working and that you're finding are helping meet the needs?
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, first of all, I am going to speak about Qatar. I'm from Qatar. I'm not from Saudi. Regarding Qatar, yes, Qatar and Saudi are very close to each other and we face similar challenges and similar issues. We realize in the state of Qatar the importance of attracting skillful and skilled workers and laborers, and it is one of our pillars in our 2030 vision in order to achieve sustainable development. So speaking about our fund, our main role is not to directly attract these people, but we provide an assistive role in order to provide stability and enhancement for the work environment along with the Ministry of Labor. So the Ministry of Labor, our minister is the head of the fund. So the ministry worked on facilitating all of the requirements to attract skilled workers by developing regulations that are available in Qatar, by attracting efficient people from all around the world.
I'd like to also just follow up, if I may, really quickly with you, Khulud. If you're talking about attracting skills, we've developed the programs. Which of those do you find are proving most effective? Which ones are working better, perhaps, than others?
For us, as I mentioned before, we contribute, along with the Ministry of Labor and other entities from the private sector. We have conducted more than 60 trainings and workshops in order to keep up with the developments in AI and technology in general, in order to provide stability for workers and continue to work in our state. So the Workers' Support and Insurance Fund provided aids for support for more than 1,800 workers to be prepared with the new skills available currently and are required to be fitting for the labor market.
Shana, if I can then come to you next. We've touched on this a little bit already, the role that employers are playing in the migration and immigration question. And we recognize that it's not just government. But to Deepak's point, there's a tremendous imbalance that has developed, driven predominantly by market forces, sometimes even geopolitical impacts, as we recognize in so many instances, which result in depleted and stressed market conditions in domestic environments. So people go elsewhere. What is then the conversation we need to be having about that aspect of it, Shala?
Well, thank you. For those of you, when we were sitting in the back getting ready for the session, Tumi told us to disagree and challenge each other. So I've been listening and trying to figure out whom I'm going to disagree.
I just suggested. It was a mere suggestion.
Yeah. So what I'm going to say, the question about targeted immigration policy is exactly right. But the question is incomplete. Every country, by definition, has targeted immigration policy, but what you're targeting. What you should be asking is, should we do skills-targeted migration? Now, in the United States, 3/4 of the people who get green cards and eventual citizenship get it through family connections. It's not market-based mechanism, right? My Egyptian father-in-law sponsored almost 25 family members, including cousins and cousins' wives and all that stuff, right? This is not a labor market mechanism. It's a political priority of the existing system that did that. The ideal system you have to establish is skills targeting. And skills targeting, it should be both on the high end and the low end. The mistake a lot of the Western countries are doing, this includes the US and Europe and in East Asia, is when you say skills targeting, they're only thinking about, okay, we're going to try to bring the engineers and the professors and the doctors, but at the same time, you need fruit pickers. And that's what leads to undocumented migration, because they don't have the right channels to bring those people, but there's the market demand. Right? So there's a huge disconnect between what the markets are saying and how the politicians are not listening to them. So that's where the question is, how do you basically, what the governments have to do, the H-1B program Professor Nayar mentioned, is only 86,000 people a year. This is a 320 million labor, 350 million labor market. 86,000 is nothing, right? You have to have an overall mechanism, and then I'm going to go quickly on how you design it. The government's job is to design the overall parameters, but then leave it to the market and the employers who have something at stake to choose the right people. You cannot micromanage. Now, and the criteria of targeting should be based on skills and occupations. It should not be based on, say, nationality. It should not be based on your family connections. It should not be based on X, Y, and Z. Saudi Arabia brought Ronaldo because, well, I'm a Barcelona fan, so he's the second best football player in the world, right? Not because he's Portuguese. The law should say, I want to bring the best football players, not the best Portuguese players, or not the best Portuguese players above the age of 35, or best European players with these characteristics with black hair, right? It should be based on skills, but you leave it general enough so that the firms have the flexibility because they're going to employ and deal with these people. And also it gives the flexibility, right? For all you know, next year, maybe we're going to need basketball players because Saudi Arabian government and the teams are going to decide, okay, we did now great in football, we're going to move to basketball, right? So you have to, the design of the targeted immigration policy has to have legal entry channels for where there are gaps, but it should be slightly vague and encompassing so that the labor markets can respond as they dynamically evolve over time. And that's a hard balance to maintain. That's the challenge we face.
Exactly, and that was going to be my question, that we say what it should look like, because that would be the ideal situation. But the reality is that there are many things that preclude what you're suggesting in so many instances, right? And being South African, I can tell you that in our market, it's driven so much by who our neighbor is, what our economy is doing, what are the neighbors doing, how much conflict there is, et cetera, which precludes a lot of what you're suggesting. So, Deepak, I know you were nodding profusely. I want you to have a moment to respond to that in just a second. But Pilani, can you respond to that first, please? Suchella, and elaborate a little bit on how we're beginning to think about marrying this sort of ideal scenario with the reality on the ground in terms of what should happen, what does happen, and how we can have a better cohabitation, if I can say that, between the two.
Yeah, and I think, well, first I must push back on who the best football player is.
Oh, my goodness.
But I won't go into that. But, you know, I think we had a similar challenge. You know, the scenario you painted is similar to what we had in South Africa for many years. We knew we need skilled migration, right? We knew that the education system is not necessarily producing what we need at the higher ends. But we also knew in reality that there were certain jobs that South Africans were no longer interested in, right? And these were, at times, market forces, people entering into the market, sometimes documented, sometimes not documented. And for many years, you had an ambivalent approach from a regulatory point of view. So, yes, you had a policy on targeted immigration, but it was very difficult for people to actually acquire the necessary visas that were required, you know, to fill those particular positions. So you had a policy, but there were barriers to entry. And I think what's happened in recent years, especially from last year, so South Africa did eventually, I think, listen to what those in business were saying and actually changed its or evolved its immigration policy towards a points-based system, sort of modeling around the likes of Canada, the likes of UK, the likes of Australia, and made it easier, you know, for people who are highly skilled, who are earning a lot more than probably, you know, ordinary South Africans. But part of the reasoning for that was that you're also explaining to your population that these people are actually not competing with you, you know, in those particular jobs. So it's exactly what's trying to address this issue of knowing that you require skills in certain skills categories, but also trying to explain to your citizens that actually these people are not competing with you. They're actually bringing economic gains also into your market, which is not easy to explain at times.
Deepak, you've been very patient with me, so please go ahead.
You know, in a perfect world, targeted immigration should be based on a system that does not discriminate by country of origin, on transparent criteria about qualifications, whether they are professional, technical, educational skills. But we don't live in a perfect world, yeah? and markets and governments. Governments are prone to failure. Markets are inevitably imperfect. You get outcomes that people observe. There are, of course, differences, reactions that come from differences in race, religion, culture, and we are seeing that everywhere in the world. But more than that, there is a perception, whatever the reality, Philip, is that people are taking away their jobs, that people are taking access to healthcare, to social protection, which would have been theirs otherwise. Now, I think what has happened is that there is a political backlash against the outcomes associated with not necessarily a consequence of globalization. As unemployment levels rise, as economic inequalities grow at an exponential rate, as those excluded feel they have been left out. The benefits have accrued to a few and the exclusion for many. And that has brought to the fore everywhere among rich countries, but also in the global south, populist political parties that use this, populist political leaders. Until recently, the United States was the best example of targeted immigration, compared with everybody else. But now, is going to turn around by 180 degrees. So what we really need to do, I believe, is to recognize this reality, because there's a huge backlash against illegal immigrants. And that is, employers and markets in collusion. It wouldn't happen otherwise. So what we need to do, and I'm convinced that the only way forward is, we have to recognize that there are huge income disparities and population imbalances across countries in the world. And therefore, this targeted immigration is suffered a big setback now, but it is inevitable. It will come. To me, the only way forward of creating the rational system we would all like to see that brings in people who are needed and gives them the rights as migrants, makes them equal in every respect. The only way forward, and maybe it's a flight of fancy on my part, but ultimately we will need a multilateral framework that governs the cross-border movement of people, so that immigration laws and consular practices will get aligned in a more transparent way. Now, when the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade was created, although the WTO is now in shambles, the reason is the politics, the geopolitics. So we need to think long-term. At the end of the day, these population imbalances, demographic factors won't go away.
Okay, I'm mindful of the time, and I think there are a couple of things that I'd like to move us on to. One of the things is that we recognize that there is this sort of mismatch in terms of this utopia that we would like to have, where everybody's playing nicely together, and the reality is that they don't play nicely together. Everybody's throwing sand in everybody else's eye. So in reality, when we are talking about what informs policy, and Khulud, if I can then come to you around your organization and how it feeds into state policies. And then I'd like to come to the other panelists so we can break that down a little bit. So Khulud, please go ahead.
First of all, the Workers' Support and Insurance Fund was established in 2018, and we worked, and it was effective in 2020. The objective from the fund was to support and provide insurance for workers and to create a feasible, healthy, safety work environment for them. Based on that, we saw that financial stability is one of the most important factors that impact the productivity and stability of workers. There is no doubt that financial stability attracts skills and high skilled and skilled laborers to Qatar. And now we, as I mentioned before, we are working on many initiatives, and it is no secret that our region in the Gulf states region, the skilled, maybe most of our workers are medium to low skills. So our initiatives aims to provide them with basic fundamental skills to help them continue to work and to develop professionally.
So, Chala, if we're understanding that we have an environment where there's a mismatch, from a policy perspective, how do we then make sure, for example, that these policies are also addressing the other end of the coin, which is the integration, right? We cannot just have an influx where you create little islands of people who came from elsewhere. Integration has to happen to try to address the point that Deepak was making, that you have people feeling uncomfortable, threatened, afraid, because of it impacts their lifestyle. How does integration fit in?
Excellent question. I think you touched the exact. Now, I'm going to link to what was said about the point-based system. For those of you who don't know, in a point-based system, the policy says, you know, if you have a graduate degree, you get X many points. If you speak a foreign language, you get more points. If you're younger, you get more points. And if you hit a minimum criteria, you can come in and look for a job. That's a horrible idea. Australians gave up on it. Canadians are doing it, and I suggest South Africa does as well. Because you end up with a whole bunch of Turkish-speaking, I'm Turkish, so I can pick on them, Turkish-speaking art historian PhDs who cannot find jobs just because they have a PhD, because the labor market for Turkish-speaking art historians is very minimal, right? So you need to establish a general criteria. We want to attract highly skilled, so we'll get PhDs. The one thing you have to do, and this is an absolute must, whether if you're bringing fruit pickers, taxi drivers, or art historians, or computer science PhDs, they have to have a job. Because having a job is the single most important thing of integration. Because if somebody has a job, they can have a place to live. They will form a social network with people who are the locals and other nationalities who are immigrants, right? If you don't have a job, then you end up living in a kind of a ghetto-like environment. So having a job. So the government has to say, we can decide on the numbers, maybe on certain rough categories, but the number one, the most important thing is you have to have a job. And that's why the legal entry pathways become critical. Then that also reduces the resentment, right, of the locals, because then they see my doctor, my pilot, my kids' teachers, and as well as the guy who comes, cleans my house and takes care of my children are immigrants because they're doing something I need, right? So having a job and targeting, because you have to watch the labor market. You need to see where the wages are going and where the demand is, and then you bring those people accordingly, not based on their nationality or this other characteristics, but based on their skills.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, but I'm perhaps going to come this way, Chala, because I think we're going to end up on a tangent. And we've got 2 minutes. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the integration question from the other perspective, because in reality, we also have a wage suppression issue. Whether we like it or not, that is also the reality. So how do we deal with integration in such a way that we aren't having wage suppression, but also when you are looking at developing countries and low-income countries, when they're able to upskill people, you end up with a bit of a brain drain, right? Because they fancy earning dollars as opposed to rand or Zimbabwe dollars or something else like that, and having a very different lifestyle. Really, really quickly, if it's possible, Pilani, you, and then Deepak, you.
So that's a good element, because we haven't really touched on the idea of brain circulation. So sort of sending countries and the importance of remittances in their economies. At times, you know, these remittances play a more important role than even foreign aid for many countries. So this is a very important source of income for sending countries. So this is something that's very important. But I think also there is an incentive which at times is not utilized from governments. Governments need to make it easier for people to move through the legal immigration channel. At times, putting up higher barriers, and then you create more sort of undocumented migrants. It's more difficult for your own planning, and you're losing out on potential resources as a state. So make it easier, but also make it easier for people to spend their money in your country and also to remit what they need to remit.
The complexity is just really quite astounding. Deepak?
You know, for targeted immigration to be sustainable, the necessary condition is that there has to be an absorption of these immigrants in society. Now, politics is moving in the opposite direction. It's exploiting these divides. It's exploiting discontents. So ultimately, the way it will sustain in terms of cultural cohesion is what actually the United States did achieve over the past 50 years. What the United Kingdom did, becoming a multicultural society. But the discontents associated with markets and globalization have destroyed that trust. Now, what we need to do is we need society as a whole to treat these immigrants and their families as part of society, to give them equal social and economic opportunities. And one way, the academic in me, there is a globalization of education. Students who come from low-income countries to high-income countries, or even middle-income countries, they absorb the culture, they are the professionals, and that has been a much easier process in the United States and the United Kingdom than it has been elsewhere.
I'm looking uncomfortable, not because of what you're saying, but because that clock is very red and it's in the negative.
Yes.
And they're already having conversations with me in my ear about how we're out of time. I've so enjoyed this conversation. I know we've left quite a lot on the table, but I think it's just indicative of exactly how complex an issue this is. That it's not just about creating this ideal scenario, but trying to find solutions that are actually workable. You guys are the academics, so you figure it out. Let us know what you come up with. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend your thanks and appreciation to my panel, Deepak, Pilani, Khulud, and Shalat. To all of you, thank you very much. If I can ask you to exit stage left, that would be terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, this is clearly indicative of when we're talking about the global labor market and some of the challenges that we have. Clearly, immigration is one of them, but not just in terms of what do we do when people arrive in a country, what is it like, what attracts them, what keeps them there, how easy is it for them to stay there, but also the impact that it has, as Pilani put it, on the sending countries. What does the loss of skill imply? How do you replace those skills, and what is the consideration that you have to make around what is left behind? Lots of food for thought. Maybe you can help us figure it out. But for now, I'm going to introduce a conversation, well, not a conversation, a keynote address from the World Bank. Please welcome on stage Jamel Reggiolini, the Senior Advisor, Social Protection and Jobs at the World Bank, focusing specifically on the World Bank Youth Report. So give them a warm welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We have heard these days how important the youth employment agenda is. So we've partnered with the GLMC to actually outline some guiding principles on how to think about it. So youth employment is a big challenge across the global south. There are already 1.1 billion youth aged 15-24 across the global south, and they're going to rise to 1.2 billion by 2033. And if current trends continue, there will be 400 million youth in education, 420 million youth at work, often in precarious works, however, and actually close to 300 million youth inactive. Labor markets. Wait. Sorry. On the lecture. So a solid education, we actually see that a solid education and a good first job are very important to climb the job ladder. If people don't have a solid education and they don't have a good first job, they don't acquire the skills necessary to really be oriented and be labor market oriented and grow up in their career over their lifetime. Inactivity, in fact, lead to a lot of impacts over time. We actually have seen that youth who are idle can actually suffer up to 30% of their lifetime income over their lifetime. This is massive. And there are also costs for the government, higher social expenditure, lower tax revenue. Actually, youth unemployment can cause up to 1% to 2% of GDP costs for the government. So this is something we really need to work. Sorry, I think the wrong version of the presentation has been uploaded, so we need to a little bit go faster here. So what we argue here is that, in general, the macroeconomic conditions and people education really matter for achieving, for employment opportunities. Depending on how the macro and the country level of development, and also on people education, you can access or not some employment opportunities. But in fact, what we argue is that within these boundaries, there is a lot we can do to help youth access the best job they can, given their profile and local context. And what affects youth transition into the labor market? First, there are often not enough opportunities for youth. There is low demand for young workers. Second, youth may not have the right skills to actually access these opportunities. And finally, because of social norms or labor market frictions, some youth may not actually access the labor market at all. But the good thing, and that's what we would like to really leave you as a positive note, is that we can do something to address these constraints. Sorry, I need to go to action. So, and voilà. So, actually, according to these constraints, there is a lot we can do. If there are not enough opportunities for youth, we can create opportunities for youth. And even if these opportunities are temporary, it's fine, because what we need for youth is a good first job. So to the extent we manage to place youth in a better job that they would have achieved otherwise, it's good. And we can work on small-scale entrepreneurship, training, hiring incentives, public works. All that give us the possibility to create better jobs for youth. The second, we can better prepare youth for the labor market. If education is not what should be, we can have apprenticeship in the formal and informal sectors, TVET, that actually provide youth with the right skills for the job they're seeking. And if education is not good and we need to impart even more skills, second, remedial education programs are actually a good tool. And even if they're not the same as a solid foundational skills, they actually achieve substantial impacts. Finally, if youth have problem accessing opportunities because, for instance, labor regulation make it too expensive to hire youth, we can work on that. We can work on providing them with the right information to access the jobs. We can work towards school-to-work transition to really ensure that they have the right expectation. And we can change the regulation so that employers work. In fact, there is a lot we can do. But to make it work, we need to respect three important principles. First, programs and policies need to adapt to the local economic context. If you don't adapt a program to the context, don't expect to be successful. Second, programs and policies need to tailor to youth profiles. If you do a program for high-skilled people and most of your people are unskilled, don't expect it to be successful. And finally, private sector is essential. Private sector is not only essential to create jobs, it's also essential to ensure that the curricula that we develop meet their demand. It's essential to provide training opportunities and also to impart training in the firm and in private institutions. The magnitude of the challenge, remember, 1.2 billion youth. It's so big that we need the private sector. Now, if we follow these three principles, programs can work. In fact, we observe a high variability of program impacts, but very often impacts are not what they should be because they are not necessarily following these principles. But when we follow them, we actually have seen major impact. In Nepal, training and matching services helped really people get better job and increasing their earnings. In Niger and Senegal, programs that address the multiple constraints that the poor, rural poor, face really helped increase revenues and consumption. In Kenya, profiling youth to really direct them to where they should go because of their profile, in particular wage employment or entrepreneurship, really helped not only increase earning, but also entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, generate jobs for other youth. In Mexico, school-to-work transition really helped increase formalization. In Nigeria, partnering with the private sector to provide internships also helped increase wage employment. And finally, a really comprehensive reform that tackles social norm, labor regulation, and gender-sensitive training helps double female labor force participation in Saudi Arabia in just 8 years. This is massive and impressive. So we can do it. But how can we reach scale? That's actually the problem and the challenge we're facing now. A lot of these programs are still at relatively small scale. We're aiming at 1 million program in Kenya, so it's not actually small. Well, we are speaking about 1.2 billion, a challenge of 1.2 billion people. So to actually deliver at scale, we need to strengthen systems. We need large outreach initiatives. We need coordinated profiling and coordinated offices across the territory that do the intake and the profiling in a coordinated manner and direct youth towards the programs that they need to overcome the constraints they face. And then we need a variety of programs that really help youth depending on the constraints they face. That requires massive investments. So yes, we can do it, but to scale up what we're doing now, the programs that are successful, we really need to invest substantial efforts. Luckily, we have tailwinds. Actually, a good news and a good note. And the tailwind is labor markets are becoming global and migration is helping us. By 2050, high-income countries, we estimate that they are facing a labor shortage. They will be facing a labor shortage of up to 750 million workers. And even with increased labor force participation, it will not be possible to meet that. So on the other hand, the global south will face a labor surplus. So if we actually provide people with the right human capital and manage effectively migration, we can achieve win-win situations. And another win-win situation that we can achieve is through platform work. Web scraping exercises show that there are at least 150 million workers already using digital platform to access work. And that allows you access opportunities abroad without even moving. Again, if we prepare people for that work and we manage this platform well, we can achieve another win-win. So there is a lot of hope, I would say. We can really harness the globalization of labor markets, but for that we need to have an ambition and bring at scale the successful experiences that we are having now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamele, for this great presentation, very insightful. And to give us some more color and perspective on this data and analysis, our next panel will bring together perspectives from youth, from government, and from the World Bank to dive deeper into the challenges around youth employment and how we can address those issues. Please help me welcome to the stage Judith Thagafi, MA candidate at Johns Hopkins University, Dr. Cristobal Redao-Cano, practice manager for MENA at SPJ Global for the World Bank Group, and Mr. Olabunmi Olusanya, permanent secretary at the Federal Ministry of Youth Development in Nigeria. Welcome to you all.
Thank you.
So we want to start with some context regarding the issues around youth unemployment and youth employment. So I want to start with you, Cristobal. What's the big challenge today with youth employment, and in particular in the MENA? You have a focus on the MENA region.
Right. No, thank you, Omar, and thank you to the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, GLMC, and Takamo for organizing this great event and these great discussions. So we are always very good at saying what's wrong, but let me try to say that in the short version of it. The first thing is, MENA has the second largest youth bulge in the world after South Asia. So there are more young people coming into a labor force than ever before. They're also more educated than ever before. But the reality is that many of them, most of them, still find themselves either idle or unemployment. MENA has the highest youth unemployment rate in the world. And those who manage to get jobs, most of the jobs, they're stuck in low productivity, low income, and informal jobs, which makes them very vulnerable to shocks. And also is fueling frustration, and Jude will talk also about this, as well as, social unrest, right? To make things more difficult for MENA, you have MENA also aging very fast. So that means that the window of opportunity to try to realize that huge potential demographic dividend is very short. So a big challenge, but very little time to do something. So that something needs to be bold and quick.
Okay. Large number of youth, a lot of them unemployed or underemployed, with no real visibility in how they move forward. And I want to get to the heart of this, and the way I want to think about this is, let's look at the youth themselves, the challenges that they face, their expectations, and let's look at the supply of jobs. How do we get the jobs that are needed, and then matching them together? So I want to start with you, Jude, talking about the youth perspective. Can you talk to us about the expectations of youth around employment, and what's missing and how they're being prepared for the job market?
Excellent question. Thank you. I think that opportunities for youth today are endless. We can apply to jobs online. We have access to basically the entire world, and that is something that previous generations have not had. I mean, I wouldn't know if you would knock on companies' doors with a paper and asking them for a job, but the opportunities are endless. And given that, the career path is no longer linear. So they expect flexibility, they expect a different kind of career because they are able to do a lot more. So they can go into entrepreneurship, they can be freelancers. So that environment has to match that expectation of that career that is no longer straight to a certain job role. Because if I'm being honest, my expectation for a future job role that I might have a dream about, it might no longer exist. There is an ongoing disruption. AI, generative AI, I'm sure you've heard about it all day here today and yesterday and basically this entire year. These job roles might no longer exist, and so our expectation for a career and what we want and what we're searching for in terms of fulfillment is no longer just a certain job role, but it's impact and something that is meaningful in our jobs.
And what about the preparation for the workforce? What do you feel is lacking in the preparation of youth for joining the labor market?
So there's this really awkward phase or a transition between once you graduate. I'm going to talk about fresh grads specifically. It's that communication and that language that you have between someone who has worked in an office setting or a team setting and then someone who has just received knowledge in school. So I'll say it's three things that I haven't seen in schooling and early education. Is one, I would say it focuses more on theoretical knowledge, and while I do think theoretical knowledge is absolutely valuable and we should learn and read more books and do more research, but there is a missing focus on practical and real life practice. And then second is the industries or the jobs that we want to go into, they change way too fast. I mean, we've seen earlier, I've seen with Professor Carl, he's mentioned that even translators have practically lost their jobs. And I know people who 3 years ago have studied translation. And so the industry changes so fast that it's challenging for curricula to keep up. So there needs to be that alignment with economic planning, with the labor market, and with schooling to continuously keep that updated. And I'll say lastly is soft skills. I think that comes with practice. I think communication skills, teamwork, starting off at an earlier age, practicing those things, I think is huge, especially when you go and interview and you change your attitude to become more of a go-getter, which is what employers look for straight out of college. So.
Thank you, Jude. I want to turn to our audience. How many employers do we have in the room? If you'll raise your hand if you're an employer. Yes? I'm sure there are more of you there, right? Give me your hand if you're an employer. So I want to understand how many of you believe that youth are effectively prepared for their joining the workforce when you hire them? Raise your hand if you think they're effectively prepared for the workforce.
No.
Okay, very few. What about youth attitudes? Youth are coming with the right attitude for the job when they join the job. Raise your hand if you believe this. Okay, so I think we have a bit more support for this. And we have a good sense of this. I don't want to be bashing youth. We have a good sense that the ground is shifting under them.
Yep. I mean, what I've been hearing in the past 2 days is people think that we know it all, especially when we first start. And I'll be a defender for my generation. I don't think we know it all. I think we're very excited. And we have aspirations that are huge because, well, we have more opportunities than the previous generation, where we have access and visibility to a lot more things in an instant. So we dream big, and you know, what's the point of dreaming if it's not big, right?
Love it. So. And driven by purpose, as you mentioned, which I think is a really different thing about this generation. Olubunmi, I want to turn to you and to hear from you specifically about the challenges of youth employment in Nigeria. What are some of the challenges that you're encountering?
Thank you. For you to have a proper perspective, Nigeria has a population of about 230 million people.
Wow. And
60% of that population is between the ages of youth in the ages of 18 and 35 years old. Meaning we have a population of about 135 million people. And they have challenges. One of the major ones is unemployment, you know, especially in the formal sector. Then we have skill mismatch because our educational system tends to produce graduates without the necessary skill that the industry required. And therefore, we find that while industry are finding it very difficult to hire qualified, personnel, graduates are also struggling to find employment that are in tandem with their educational qualification. Thirdly, the Nigerian market is fairly dominated by the informal sector. And you know the informal sector, they offer low wages, that's insecurity of jobs. So youth who find themselves in the informal sector are often exploited. They have limited career growth, and their income is not all that regular because informal sector is not also stable. Then we have young entrepreneurs who also lack access to capital to start and sustain their businesses. So this is one of the challenges. We also have challenges of limited opportunities, as socioeconomic inequalities also prevent the indigent youth from accessing higher education. And based on that, they are excluded from the limited employment in the formal sector. In the country, we have also poor infrastructural development in terms of electricity supply, transportation, internet connectivity, which the youth of nowadays require for, to exploit their potentials. I think these are some of the challenges that Nigerian youth do have.
Thank you so much. And I think, we can continue with this question of the supply of jobs. You were saying a lot of youth in Nigeria find themselves in the informal sector. Cristobal, I want to talk to you about the supply of jobs. what are some of the challenges in creating all the jobs that are needed for youth? How do we create them?
First, this is one of the most complex issues, and it has no silver bullet. Plus, I'm not someone who can give, solutions. Otherwise, you would see the jobs out there. But let me say, to give a few pointers. No? The first one is we know that the main answer or the main solution to creating jobs comes from the private sector. So you want reforms that create a more dynamic private sector that generates jobs of the future, jobs in high skilled intensive and jobs that are also intensive in technology. Now, the issue is that this will take time, and young people are getting frustrated. And I feel for you, because if I were in your shoes, you have all the optimism and energy, but you won't change now. So these things take time. Plus, at the same time, most of the jobs in MENA and in other places are in the form of self-employment, workers in micro-enterprises in traditional sectors. So what I want us to focus on, and governments also to think about that while you want to build the jobs for the future, you also need to think about what is that you can do for young people now, right?
Yeah, today, we need jobs today.
The jobs today. So one thing is, these micro-enterprises, many of them are not viable. Some are viable. Why not boosting the productivity of these viable enterprises that actually hire most of the young people, including through skills upgrading? That's one way in which you can do it. Another way in which you can do it, you're not going to get like a huge number of jobs. It's just connecting young people to jobs. Opportunities, also to connect them with programs that we heard about during the conference, programs that increase their employability and increase their access to jobs, including through skills upgrading, right? So this is important. Another one is through creating more flexible forms of employment without losing some of the protection. And so the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Jordan have undertaken these reforms very recently. So these are just some of the ideas, but the reality is that you and I talked about, and it's no matter what governments do with the best intention, you're never going to provide all the opportunities that are needed for young people today. And in the previous session, we talked about the possibility of migration. So just to give you an example, you see Europe and North Africa, they have the largest combined gap in terms of prosperity and demographics of any contiguous territories in the world, right? So there are opportunities for win-win migration solutions, like the Global Skills Partnership that was mentioned before, that will be beneficial to the origin destination country and to the migrant himself or herself. And then there are opportunities for online gig work, right? Online freelancing, where you are working from your country, but you're relying on the demand from another country. So we should be thinking of a combination in the short term of how to accelerate the creation of opportunities in the countries, but also the opportunities outside.
Amazing. So supporting the private sector to grow jobs in the medium to long term, but in the short term, unlocking the available jobs through correct matching, through gig work, through upskilling, and other kind of immediate term initiatives that are needed.
Get the best juice that you can get out of the existing structure.
Squeeze it all out of the orange. I want to ask my last question, which is, what can governments and private sector do to improve employment opportunities for youth? And I'd like to start with you, Jude, on this. What do you recommend or ask for the government and the private sector to do?
So I'll kind of relay what he said on linking the programs with youth, with young people, because I was thinking about this. So our whole entire life, we are in school, we have guides, we have teachers. Someone is telling us and teaching us what to do. And I remember, this is a very true story, but I grieved and I cried when I graduated because I felt like I was now alone and I didn't know where to go. And I know my friends all feel the same way, and my colleagues. And so having that awareness and linking of how to get apprenticeships or how to get into these mentorship programs or where to apply and where to go, I think that's very essential. And
yeah, we talked about co-op programs too, right?
Yeah, this is something I know from a lot of my friends and here in Saudi. part of the requirement for some degrees is you spend the last 6 months or the last semester interning at one of the companies in Saudi. And they have a long, long list, so it's very difficult to get into, but that's part of how they help you in school. And then once you're there, once you're interning, you learn, and if you work hard enough, which they will teach you to, they will evaluate you and you get hired. And you'll see a lot of young people who are fresh grads go through these programs all over the kingdom, not just with the private sector, but with government, semi-government, nonprofits. And I think it's a great program that is still kind of helping you and guiding you post-grad, especially when you're leaping out of the nest and you have no idea how to fly. So I think it's a great program.
Extending the hand-holding a little bit and building a kind of transition and soft landing into the labor market.
Exactly, yeah.
Olubunmi, I'll end with you. Would be very interested to hear, as the Ministry of Youth, some of the initiatives that you're doing in the government to help youth find and get better employment.
Thank you. Let me start from the education aspect. To ensure that every Nigerian youth has access to quality education, irrespective of your background. Government recently launched what we call Nigerian Education Loan Fund to provide loan and grant at an interest-free rate to indigent students.
Interest-free loans to students to study. That's really amazing.
And we start payment after graduation and have full employment. So you don't pay until you get employment. So that's one of the things that government is doing to ensure that everybody has access to quality education. Then to also address the skill gap, we have what we call student industrial work experience scheme. We have students in tertiary institutions are sent to private sector for at least 6 months to experience, what they will be exposed to after graduation. So we give them opportunity to also lay hands on, have practical experience in such industries. Then after you have graduated, in Nigeria we have what we call National Youth Service Corps. It's for graduate of a tertiary institution.
Service Corps.
Yeah. Every year we mobilize at least 350,000 graduates.
Wow.
For national youth service, and we know that to also harness their potential for job, employment after service, we have what we call skill acquisition and entrepreneurship development program for them, and we have across the country training centers that are fully equipped to expose these youth corpers, we call them youth corpers graduates, to new skills, and also prepare them for life after the service year. And some of them are also going to becoming entrepreneur on their own, starting business of their own, because we have what we call Graduate Entrepreneurship Fund, which is supported by the program, the private sector and the bank. And some of them, we have success story of people who are now self-employed through that process.
Amazing. I'm sorry, we were just running out of time, Mr. Olubunmi.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Amazing to hear about seed programs for investment, about upskilling programs, and all the different opportunities that you have. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Thank you to our audience for joining us as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Omar and your panel, thank you very much indeed. So when we are talking about labor, whether we're looking at it in terms of migration, whether we're looking at it in terms of skills, the reality is that the reason we have labor is in order to be productive. But production itself is impacted by very many factors. And our next keynote address is going to look at exactly that. Productivity improvement and how we think about it, how we can better do it, and exactly how much focus we need to make sure we're putting on it. My sense, personally, once again, is that when we are looking at marrying the skills issue, it's also about what we can get out of it and maximizing that end goal and using all requisite tools to do so. So let me not have that conversation. Instead, please welcome on stage Jörg Schubert, who is a partner and expert in labor at McKinsey, and his panel. Please give them a warm welcome.
Here?
Thank you. Perfecto.
Hello, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here today with the topic of productivity. I've been a practitioner working on labor and economic development topics for about 2 decades based in the region here. And productivity is a topic that is very, very dear to my heart, because it's really the linchpin of growth, innovation, and economic resilience. Yet in many regions globally, over the last decade, productivity has been stagnating or even declining. And in this panel, we will examine why enhancing productivity is crucial for long-term prosperity, and we will highlight some best practices from across the globe that can transform output, efficiency, and overall competitiveness. And I'm joined by a very distinguished panel of 5 panelists from different geographies, different countries, different backgrounds. And I'd just like to very briefly introduce them before we go into the topic. To my left, we have His Excellency Daniel Moreat Romero. He's the Minister of Labor and Employment Promotion in Peru. And he was just telling me he used to hold this position about a decade ago in 2015, and he's now back. So he has an overview of the labor market in Latin America for the span of a whole decade. He previously also served as Minister of Justice and Human Rights, as well as a General Director of Control of the Security Services. And he held previously senior positions at the Superior Court of Justice, coming into it with a legal background. He will answer the questions in Spanish, so please, if you get your headsets prepared for the translation. Sí. The next panelist is Ambassador Dr. Valerie Berset-Bircher from Switzerland. She's the Deputy Head of the Labor Directorate in the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. Ambassador Berset has extensive experience in international labor. She represents Switzerland at the ILO and the United Nations, and she has been overseeing many Swiss ILO technical cooperation projects. She's the Deputy Head of International Labor Affairs at the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, and as such was seconded in 2022 to the team of the Director General of the ILO to advise him on his entry into office and implement his strategic vision. Then next we have Professor Dongchul Cho. He's the president of the Korea Development Institute, KDI, and the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. Before assuming this role, he was a professor at the KDI School of Public Policy, the chief economist and head of the Macroeconomics Financial Policy Department at KDI, and a member of the Monetary Policy Board at the Bank of Korea. He also served as a member of the National Economic Advisory Council to the President of Korea. Then next to him, we have Mark Giannoni. He's the Managing Director and Chief US Economist at Barclays Bank. Prior to joining Barclays, Mark held positions at the Federal Reserve as a Senior Vice President and Research Director at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas and Research Economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. A native of Switzerland, Mark began his career as an economist with the Swiss National Bank in Zurich. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Erika Groschen. She's Senior Economic Advisor at the Cornell University, the School of Industrial and Labor Relations. She served as a commissioner of the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, responsible for measuring labor market activity, working conditions, and inflation. Before that, she was the vice president in the Research and Statistics Group of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. And her research centered mainly on the topic of jobless growth, wage rigidity and dispersion, and employers' role in labor market outcomes. So welcome my panel. And let's maybe start with your Excellency. As the Minister of Employment, and I've mentioned earlier, you've seen the Latin American labor markets over the period of a decade. Can you explain this concept of productivity? How important has it been to your agenda? And what are some of the learnings that you have had in this role as Minister regarding labor productivity?
Sí, muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Creo que primero sería bueno establecer un poco algunos conceptos.
I think it would be great to understand some concepts that I'm going to explain.
Nacional, que es importante, porque en teoría, a mayor producción, mayor empleo. Y a mayor empleo, menos pobreza. Una muy buena relación. Pero la productividad laboral, que básicamente es la división entre la producción nacional y la cantidad de trabajadores que aportan a la producción, esa es una cifra, un indicador que te da.
Per employment, which is the concept of liberal productivity that is different from the liberal competency. And in this we have to work. In Latin America, in the past 10 years, the issue of globalization is something that no country was able to evade or prevent. So the countries that were not able to adapt to globalization were left behind, whereas the countries that were able to adapt are at the front. The same goes for artificial intelligence. Whether we like it or not, we will be affected by it. And it's a question about adapting to it, just like it happened with globalization.
Ver cómo nos va a impactar. O sea, lo que no podemos es decir, no sabemos qué va a pasar con la inteligencia artificial.
We don't have the luxury of saying we do not know what will happen with artificial intelligence. We have to know, and so that we can adapt and know what we do with our population. Each continent is different. In Latin America, we're fighting to many of our population doesn't have superior education. In Peru, we have created a new program that has to do with artificial employment that deals with people who have no education or professional experience. They have basic competencies. And this is a creative way to generate new employments for people who can be displaced by artificial intelligence.
So we heard about Latin America and the transition to a knowledge economy and the impact of technological disruption. Maybe you can explain from the Korean perspective, from the Asian perspective, why productivity is so important for growth, innovation, and resilience, and what is the correlation that exists between wages and productivity?
All right. Labor productivity is key thing to economic development and improvement in welfare. Eventually, without it, you'd not be able to make growth.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, labor productivity. Well, the economic prosperity should be given by humans' effort. So in that sense, labor productivity is key and crucial.
For that part, I would like to make two basic points, which I think are crucial for improving labor market productivity. One is equal opportunities to work across different genders, different social groups of people. And second is fair rewarding system. Here, first, equal opportunities should be given, equal opportunities to work should be given to not only men, but also women. And in that regard, in the context of Saudi Arabia, as far as I know, I found it very encouraging that the women's labor market participation rate has been increasing very rapidly. And we had the similar experience in Korea. In Korea, traditionally, women were kind of perceived as person who help their husbands at home and raising children, rather than working outside. In the past, like 100 years ago. But that tradition was so strong. But as the economy develops and the whole society has been modernized, and women's rights and social status have been rapidly improved, and the wage gap between different genders has been narrowed, women's labor market participation has been rising a lot. Then we had unintended, unexpected event coming up, because still women are thought to be, expected to raise their children, especially young ladies, young women, had to be, somewhat forced to choose between raising children or working. It was very difficult for them to do both when they are in their 30s or something. Yeah. So in Korea, we are trying to expand public services to help raising children, nursery homes, and more public services in the education, elementary school to raise children. To lessen the burden of moms. That's one thing. And regarding fair rewarding system, fair does not mean equal. Here, fairness should be regarded as something similar to their, rewarding according to their contribution. So each worker or each teamwork should be rewarded as much as their contribution to producing a value added. If some people are paid more than their contribution, then some other people should be paid less, which would be very harmful for workers to be motivated in working harder in a more productive way. And people should have right reason for them to work hard in a productive way. And they should have expectation that they can be paid more, rewarded better in the future. If they learn more skills, then they will be paid, rewarded better. Only with that expectation, they are trying to learn more, and they are trying to learn better skills in this rapidly changing, technologically changing world.
Sorry to interrupt you, Professor.
Yeah, that's it.
No, thank you so much. I just want to jump in there and maybe move to Dr. Groshen, because you have been working a lot, doing a lot of research on markets that are not perfect, right? And we just heard wages are growing in line with productivity, right? And the incentive to upskill. But, under which circumstances really does enhanced productivity benefit employees? And what do policymakers need to observe in this context so that really the employees and the workers benefit from increased productivity?
Great. That's a great question, because even certainly productivity growth increases the size of the pie, but productivity growth does not guarantee that the increase in the pie is going to be shared with the workers. So, for example, in the U.S., for the past 40 years, there's been quite a bit of productivity growth, and yet the median wage of the U.S. worker has stagnated over that time. Right. So, in order to have growth, wage growth, you need both productivity growth and you need the workers' share of output to either stay the same or increase. And so that's an important part. And the other part that's very important is, of course, no matter how the benefits of productivity growth are shared, the people who lose their jobs tend to have losses to their lifetime income as the result of job losses. And we know that productivity growth is largely accomplished, certainly in the US, by establishment births and deaths, that the majority of productivity growth is accomplished by the least efficient establishments dying, and the births being of establishments that are more productive. And that's how you get the increase in productivity. So workers who lose their jobs in the US, the estimates are that the average worker who is displaced loses about 2 years of earnings, of their lifetime earnings. Their losses are equivalent to losing 2 years of earnings. So that's pretty substantial. There are, however, ways to mitigate this and to realize that it's actually in the interests of the entire country that these losses are mitigated. And some of that is by providing as much information to labor market participants as possible to avoid stranding human capital. So that means good statistics for everybody in the country so that they can make good decisions. And obviously I'm a big proponent of that, having headed up a statistical agency. Right? And reforming the information infrastructure in countries so that modernizing it so that it takes advantage not just of surveys, which are increasingly problematic, but also the growth of non-traditional sources, administrative data, things like that. So that's important. And then the other thing that's very important, of course, is to have workers' voice being expressed. And I don't know, maybe we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But that's another important part, because actually the person who knows most about how to improve the job that they're in and where their human capital lies is actually the worker. So tapping into that is very important. Anyway, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. And maybe Ambassador Berset, you have been working a lot on this topic of decent work, and I think that links very much also to what Dr. Groschen was talking about. So you're convinced that decent work can be a driver for productivity improvements. Can you just explain this concept of decent work and why you believe that this is one of the critical elements for productivity?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's good that I just intervene after Professor. Actually, the concept of decent work and the concept of productivity, they need to be linked. They are interconnected, and we have now data that shows that if you improve labor conditions, then you are able to improve productivity. If you improve productivity, then you also, in the same time, improve labor conditions. And this connection is very important because we all need to realize that greater productivity is the primary source of improvement in living standards, the most sustainable route out of working poverty, and also the basis of competitiveness in global market. Actually, if we create an enabling environment for sustainable productivity improvement, then we can ensure a long-term success of economy. We cannot oppose both better working conditions, better wages, better income, and better productivity. Really, both goes hand in hand. Many countries have, and it was said, experienced a decoupling of wage growth from labor productivity in the last years. So what can we do to go over that problematic? I think public policies are one way to play an important role. And for example, in Switzerland, we are very focused on skills development that ensure that the gains from technological progress are also broadly shared with the workers. And also, as it was said earlier by Professor from the Oxford University, Professor Frey, we all need to double productivity. And we need to do that right. And we also think that we need, in the same time, to skill our population, our workers, and also this will help us to attract talents. Then, at the enterprise level, and this is where I would like to come back to what was said, if you want to increase the productivity, you actually need this dialogue, social dialogue, workplace cooperation, and you will see if you improve the process in your enterprise, then you will have less accidents, for example, you will have less injuries. So it's a real win-win situation for the workers as well as for the owner of the company, and this is where you need to show that both goes hand in hand.
Right, thank you. Now, we've heard from Latin America, we've heard from Asia, Mr. Giannoni, US. Lots of exciting things happening, particularly now as the Trump administration is starting. We talked earlier, and you explained that some of the historic growth of GDP in the US had been driven by the influx of a lot of workers, so by increase of labor. And now with these policies likely changing, that productivity improvements could be one way out, or one recipe, if you will, to mitigate the impact of the reduced influx of labor. Can you just explain a little bit the historic trajectory and your outlook for the US going forward?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So productivity is definitely the key to longer run growth and longer run increase in standards of living for everybody in the country, to the extent that these gains are being shared, as Dr. Grosjean explained before as well. Now, if we look back at the U.S. evolution, the U.S. economic evolution over the last couple of years, or in fact since the pandemic, we've seen a very rapid growth in activity. The economy has rebounded very, very rapidly compared to other industrialized economies. And a lot of the growth in the last 3 years, we think, has been very much supported on the supply side by, as you pointed out, a very large influx of immigrants. We estimate at Barclays, have done some estimation on that that immigration contributed to over 2 million people adding in the labor force each year in 22, 23, and likely in 2024 as well. And that came exactly at the time where there was a lot of labor market tightness. In fact, in 2022, some of you may remember that US firms across the board were posting 12 million job openings. And there were, quote unquote, only 6 million unemployed in the economy. In other words, there was a need to fill 6 million jobs that were not to be filled because we didn't have really the workers to fill them. And that's precisely when the immigration into the US surged. Now, we think this has contributed to generating very rapid increases in employment. We've seen payroll employment continue to increase rapidly. We've seen also the income continue to grow fairly robustly. That income, of course, has been distributed in large part to households, and these households in the US are spending about 95% of their disposable income. That has maintained the cycle going for a while. So that's basically the story of the last 3 years. Mm-hmm. Looking ahead, though, we are about to see some changes. And there are a number of changes in the policies that are coming into play. There's, of course, a lot of discussions about tariffs, but this is for a different panel, I suppose. But one of the changes that has happened already, in fact, happened about 7 months ago, is under President Biden, an executive order was put in place to limit the inflow of immigration at the southern borders of the United States. And that has reduced very significantly already the number of new immigrants coming into the country. We think this is going to have an impact on the labor market in coming months. It exerts that impact with a significant lag, and we think we expect that to start showing up in the next few months. But moreover, under the Trump administration now, President Trump has issued a number of executive orders that further restrict the inflow of immigration going forward. So we do think that what used to be a boost to overall labor force and GDP growth is now going to reverse and become more of a drag to labor force growth. So when I think about GDP growth from a supply side perspective, I think of it as the sum of two things: the growth rate of the labor force and the growth rate of the productivity or labor productivity. Now, as I was just arguing, the growth rate of the labor force is likely going to shrink pretty substantially to something close to zero, we expect. Then the big question is productivity going to make up for that? And there are a few good news on the productivity front. Of course, there's been a lot of talk about AI, how that can spread out and generate improvement in productivity. We think these are diffuse, are going to take time to spread out to the economy. Dr. Grushin talked about the small businesses, the new businesses formation, and we've certainly seen a lot of business formation in the US in recent years that hold some promises to increase and keep productivity elevated. But the big question to me in terms of the near-term GDP outlook is, are we going to see an increase in this productivity growth rate that's sufficient to offset the drop in the labor force? And this is where we are a lot more skeptical, and we think on net we'll see a lower growth as a result of the drop in the labor force.
Thank you. Maybe just to summarize, I think it's actually interesting to see, irrespective of the region of the world you're in, right, productivity is a cornerstone, right, and this is, if you will, a very important component to future prosperity, any which way you look at it. And I liked very much also the discussion that we had, that as societies and governments are thinking about it, right, it needs to be a collaborative process, right? It needs to engage employers, it needs to engage employees, right? And it cannot be something that is just driven top down. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I wish we would have had a little bit more time to go a bit more into details. But thank you very much to the panel. Thank you very much for listening.
Jörg, thank you very much to you and your panel. So coming up in just a moment, we are going to do a slightly different format, I suppose you could call it that. We like to call it the face-off. And what it is a debate-style engagement. But before we actually start that engagement, I'd like to talk a little bit and take a moment to talk a little bit about AI. The topic is going to be whether it really is improving productivity. I suppose when one is looking at this, it's always about the is it? What do you use to measure? How do you look at it? What are the considerations that you have to make? And in this coming up session, we are going to have people who might have slightly different views on the topic because it's a little bit of a debate. So it's something that we are doing to engage a little bit more with the subject, to give you as an audience a slightly different perspective, but to also make it a little bit different and engaging for the speakers themselves as well. So I hope you are going to enjoy the slightly different format. And bear in mind as we're speaking that the point of the exercise is one, yes, to have differing views, but also to begin challenging and painting that landscape that I mentioned earlier, where we're trying to look to how do we identify solutions, what are the areas of focus that we want to make sure we're paying attention to, and how then do we begin implementing some of those remedies. So I think it is going to be a good one. So if you then can join me in welcoming to the stage the debaters. First off, Engineer Khalid Al-Ghai. He is the Managing Director and CEO of Saptco Group. Then welcome David Barnes. He is a workforce policy consultant at DNB Global Consulting. Sven Otto Littorin is the former Minister of Employment of Sweden. Dennis Pennell is the global labor expert and work futurist. And last, but most certainly not least, Christopher Warhurst, Professor and Director at the Institute for Employment Research at the University of Warwick. Oh, this is so exciting. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining us. And I would like to say, I am the only lady on the stage. And I will say nothing more about that. Oh, thank you. I love this audience. Okay, so the format is going to be as follows. Each speaker is going to get 1 minute, and I would like, gentlemen, to make an emphasis. I'm quite strict about these things. So it is 1 minute, not 1 minute and 1 second. It is 1 minute. If the 1 minute clock goes ding and you are still speaking, I will stop you. So please make sure that you are concise and precise and to the point. And yes, there is a clock there, so you can check yourself before I have to stop you. After each of your opening remarks, I will then begin the discussion and the debate with questions. Is everybody comfortable with the rules? Audience, are you ready for it? All right, so I am going to start literally on my far right and work my way this way. Engineer Hugel, floor is yours.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, all of you. I have 1 minute to just express my thoughts about today. We are about the labor market as well the AI impact. Is it positive? Is it negative? How is it going to be influencing our productivity or challenges? I have to pave the discussion here from my minute is about reminding all the audience about how is labor market has been influenced a century ago. Actually, 100 years ago, when the industrial revolution happened, it was a big challenge for the market. What happened after? Here we are today witnessing after 100 years, more jobs, more productivity by using technology. Let's see in the last 30 years, we have a lot of things has been influenced our life. We've been in the mobile influence for our life. We've been with the social media. We've been with the internet publicly. And today we're waiting for the AI to see what's there.
Thank you very much. David?
If you won't invest in AI or get trained, prepare to look for a new job or watch your company go into terminal decline. AI is not just an efficiency play, but an opportunity to totally reimagine the very things we do at work. Success is built on 3 factors. One is recognizing that people and not technology are core, and empowering employees to reimagine their work and the way they do things, and to train them to give them the skills they need. Second is a robust governance infrastructure. Third is the use of open AI models fit for specific use cases. And there are myriad use cases giving payback right now. Human resources, software development, customer service, finance. They are all paying back right now. So my message is, do not wait.
Thank you. David, Sven?
I will shock you all by saying that I'm a Marxist. Not Karl Marx, though. He failed. But Groucho Marx, who said once that the art of politics is looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, misdiagnosing it, and then applying the wrong remedies. Now, politicians have not yet started looking for trouble with AI, and I think for a good reason, because AI really promises to deliver on productivity growth on an aggregate scale, on a corporate level, not necessarily on the individual level. And the problem is that I've only seen one person actually looking for some trouble here, and that is Professor Robinson, the Nobel laureate who was here yesterday. He talked about making AI more people-centric. And I think that is what politics should be doing when it comes to AI, making sure that we can turn AI's productivity gains into personal productivity gains for the individual.
Dennis?
Well, my bet is that in 5 years' time, we won't be speaking any longer about AI. Not because it will have disappeared, but because it will be embedded in all of the different devices, tools, and software that we are using. AI is the new electricity. The same way you don't think, about electricity when you switch on your laptop or your TV, you will be using AI without even knowing this is AI. And why so? Because AI is going to bring massive productivity gains. And the same way electricity revolutionized our world, AI will do. It will automate work, especially cognitive work. It will extend working hours. AI never sleeps. It will deliver flexible and sustainable production models. It will reduce cost, obviously, increase efficiency, and accelerate innovation. But of course, it will do so at a much faster speed than electricity did, so be prepared.
Thank you. Christopher?
Well, thank you. All technologies have the opportunity or the potential to deliver productivity gains, but not all technologies deliver those productivity gains. Historical evidence and our current experience tell us that one of the problems is that we have an inordinate belief in technology, that technology alone will deliver those productivity gains. What we do is encourage firms to invest in that technology, stand back, and somehow magically the productivity gains will emerge. And that doesn't happen. For new technology to deliver those productivity gains, it has to be managed properly. And that management includes workers' involvement in that technology. It means involving them in how it's introduced, how it's used, and having a say in its benefits and how they're distributed. We used to call that the socio-technical system, that you'd have the technology on one side and the social side on the other. And it's the two meeting properly and articulating together well that makes technology deliver productivity.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Did everybody survive?
Yeah.
Is everybody still with me?
We did.
This is great. I'm loving it.
Question is if the audience did. But
No, they are. I can see smiles, so I think they're pretty happy. All right, let's get on with the questions then. Christopher, if I can then just begin with you. You're making a very distinct point and a differentiation between productivity and what the employers are or aren't doing. What are we doing in terms of clarifying or distinguishing between the perceived gains and the measurable improvements that are actually real gains when it comes to productivity, which involves AI?
Okay. I think one of the things that we have to acknowledge here is that we have a private conversation. We talk about productivity. Out in the real world, employers don't talk about productivity. They talk about sales, quality of their products, and they talk about reducing costs. And if you look at companies that have invested in AI, they're the reasons why they invest in it, and they're the benefits for it. So some of the work that we've been doing from the UK government, when all this big thing kicked off about, AI is going to take all the jobs, governments were panicking, and they said to us, have you got anything on this? And we said, nobody's got anything on this. It's all just modeling. There's no empirical evidence. So we went out and asked employers who had invested in AI and said, why did you do it and what were the benefits? And they said, we did it because we wanted to reduce costs,
because we wanted to increase revenue and we wanted to improve quality of our products, and because they were a bit worried that competitors were going to do it. So they did do it. The striking thing is, though, it's mainly private sector companies and the new companies that are doing it. The public sector is far behind on that. So we need to start thinking about how we can share that AI around a bit more, I think, if we're going to get the benefits.
Sven, you were talking just a little earlier in your opening remarks about the need to make it people-centric, which is something that Christopher's alluding to. You know, how do we model this in a way that is people-centric? What is the real way of doing this? Because we can have deliberations, and you know, this is beautiful, we're in Riyadh, it's lovely. We can have great conversations about what we should do, but in reality, where do we start unpacking this?
Well, basically, I think, listen, when big data came and we sort of shared all our knowledge, our patterns of behavior, our purchasing patterns and everything, the only thing, we did that for free, we gave up all this information, and the only thing we got back was perhaps a little bit better ads and a bit better suggestions. Now, the thing with AI, and the problem with AI, is that what we get back is a pink slip. We get fired because productivity has increased so much if we share all this information. So the question is it possible to make AI technically so that it becomes more of an assistant to me to increase my productivity than just something ominous up there? I'm not sure that works, but we have to start the discussion, just like Professor Robinson talked about yesterday.
David, does it work?
Of course it works. You know, implementation of AI, despite what Sven was talking about earlier, it's not up to politicians to mess around with this. It's up to employers. Employers have the incentive and the relationship with their employees, their workers, to implement this. And smart employers know that workers understand their work processes, their jobs best. In IBM's experience, 70% of the suggestions for new AI applications were coming from the employees because they'd been reskilled and they were interested and they saw it as a growth opportunity, not a pink slip. The trick is for employers to think about AI as augmenting or assisting their workers, not replacing them.
Khalid, how easy is that to do?
Again?
How easy is it to do for employers to think about this when at the end of the day, you know, business is about the bottom line. They want to make sure how are we more efficient, how are we more productive, how do we increase the bottom line, as already alluded to. However, when you're having to consider employees and their opinion, it can complicate that.
Yeah. AI, when we talk about it, we talk one side to the other. It's AI that it's ready, it's going to do whatever it will do, increase productivity, doing the efficiency. But we have to focus, actually, to reach that goal, is about the labor themselves. Are we preparing them? Are we really educating and changing the education system to be really ready when this very speedy AI now is improving? We have all of this to take care that they are a partner. They should use the AI as a tool for their continuation, not to be replaced. But how? This is where I'm saying that. Are we going to be late? We need to see the education system. We need to do the education from the companies and wherever. Always technology is improving the job environment by having things. Imagine an engineer without a calculator or without any system. Imagine all these people from manufacturing. So I'm sure that all here and the audience would love to have that. How can we really take the awareness of the AI as something will be in our life? And I love what you said, Dennis, about it's the new electricity that we live without it, we live with it without feeling or thinking. AI should be something in our employee looking for the job continuation and development.
Sven, and then Christopher, and then Dennis.
The good news is that we've been through this before, right? So the industrialization was an amazing success, if you think of it. In my native country, Sweden, in 1860, 98% of Swedes were in the agricultural sector, farming. And with the same agricultural size of the land today, 3% of the population, of the working force, is producing 8 times as much. I mean, talk about productivity growth. It's amazing. And those people who were left, left out of the agricultural sector did find new jobs because the industry, all these new jobs you were talking about actually came. The same thing will happen now. The only thing is that the transformation process between the old state and the new state, that's where we need some what you call a grease, basically, to make it happen so that people won't lose faith in society.
Christopher, and then Dennis.
To me, you're right. It is a challenge, and it's difficult. But if we're going to make it work, we need to rethink how we do management. I mean, some of the work that we've done for the Labour Relations Agency in Northern Ireland about what makes a productive workplace. You can throw money at workers, and that does work. It improves productivity. You can increase work-life balance, and that improves productivity. But the biggest factor that has a positive impact on productivity is giving workers voice and representation. Now, that can be trade unions, and it can be non-trade unions. And that is a challenge to a lot of managers, giving up control to workforces. But my position is a simple one. Over the last 20 years, we've seen a massive increase in the number of clever robots in Europe. We've seen employment more or less flatline, a bit of a slight rise, so we know it's not going to really impact on employment, but we haven't seen the productivity gains. Productivity in Europe for the last 20 years has been roughly about 0.9% of a year. That's terrible, so we need to start thinking about doing something differently, and I think managing it differently and managing people differently in order to realize the productivity gains is the way forward.
Dennis?
Yeah. Well, I'm not that much worried or concerned about the fact that people will not adopt AI. Actually, most of us probably have the ChatGPT application on our smartphone. AI actually is already a service being used by individuals for your private life. You're looking for a restaurant, you're looking to have a summary of a report, you are going to use AI, and you already do it, and you know how to do it. So I'm not worried from that side. AI is there, it is being used. What matters, I fully agree, is the transition from this time to the next phase, because yes, AI is being implemented in a very fast way. Interesting to note that when ChatGPT was launched 2 years ago, it only took 2.5 days for ChatGPT to reach 1 million users. 1 million users, 2.5 days. The second best in class is Instagram. It took 2.5 months to reach the 1 million audience. So you can see the speed and the level of adoption of AI. And again, why so? Because first of all, it is being seen as a service to individual. And the same way that, many workers, had better equipment, better devices in terms of IT solutions, the BYOD, bring your own device to work, the same way they are going to import AI to their workplace.
Well, let's then talk about current workforces. I mean, we can all have debates about what employers have to think about and governments, but the reality is that we've got people in work today. And many of those people, some of them use ChatGPT, some of them don't even know what you're talking about when you say AI and generative AI. So you've got this huge discrepancy. How do we begin ensuring that the current workforce is able, Dennis, to begin making that transition that you're talking about?
Well, first of all, we need to make sure that everybody is equipped to use AI, indeed. But I mean, if you look at the connection to internet, almost the full working population now has access to internet. So that's the first thing, of course. The transition is also about skilling, obviously. It's the role also of the employers and the public sector to train people, to make sure that they are confident using AI, and also to follow, once again, the speed of the deployment of AI.
Funny.
But there again, it's really, we won't have the same time as we had for the electricity revolution. It will go faster, that's for sure, so we need to start here and now.
Khalid?
Yeah, I think people as employee will develop themselves because they will know that this is the need to continue their jobs. Their jobs will be there, but it will be replaced by the people who increase their skills the way that they can use this technology, these tools as AI. I would like to remind you, here in Saudi Arabia, let me say 40 years ago, or 45 years, I'm from the transportation business industry. It was run by the American, 45 years. Imagine, the skills needed that time is who speak little English. Those became a little bit promoted. So they developed their English. Those people later on the stock market in Saudi Arabia, when the internet being there, everybody doesn't know how to use it. but because of the business. They improve themselves to know how to use the internet. So things will come, and I'm just saying, we don't have to worry from AI in the job, let me say, replacement. AI will come with the new professions, with the new jobs, with the new things that people will be really, the challenge is, do we have enough people to run it? That's the question that we have to prepare ourselves, and people develop themselves to be ready to take these jobs.
David?
I think employers have got to take the attitude of making their employees content creators, AI creators. As Chris was saying, we've got to change the way we manage and approach this. It's got to come from the bottom up to be truly effective and productive. And the other dimension of this is employees have got to get used to leading. They've got to manage AI assistants. They've got to manage AI agents. They've got to manage apps all built within the workflows that they are a part of. They are sitting beside these software automations and effectively AI machines. The other thing we've got to take into account is different countries, different cultures are going to be thinking about this and managing this in different ways. One really good thing that happens in the US is recognition of micro-credentials or non-traditional paths for skills acquisition. And in a fast-changing world like AI, that's much more important than relying on educational institutions and their slow processes and slow curriculum changes to deliver people who've got the skills. You've got to rely on people who'll skill themselves, as the engineer said, and you have to be prepared to reskill your employees quickly.
You actually, it's like you read my mind, because my next question was specifically regarding skills gaps between markets. So it's one thing for us to be in a market that is sensitive to these changes. But in reality, we also have markets that are supplying labor where penetration of internet is very low. So building spaces where you can create proficiency with technology is very, very difficult. So you have this increasing skills gap between markets, let alone between employees. How do we begin to unpack that? David, if I can ask you to address that first, and then Sven, I'd like to hear your thoughts thereafter.
You know, we're not going to solve the problem of the haves versus the have-nots in the 7 minutes and 23 seconds we have.
Well, we're going to try.
We have left. But look, I think there's a lot of work going on in best practices. We have the internet, for God's sake. There is free AI training available from IBM, from Google, from Microsoft to anyone in the world who has an internet connection. We have Starlink. We have increasing means of getting online, low cost and high value. So I think that problem is market by market, has to be solved with the assistance of the international institutions and frankly, the corporations who are driving the technology do have an interest in bringing more people online. They have an incentive.
Sven?
Yeah, in addition, I agree with that. And in addition to that, I think, start early, start in school, start in preschool even. It's like, you know, we in Sweden, we start learning English from an early age. We should start learning computer skills much earlier, programming and AI and what have you. So I think, and that's happening, and it should happen, and it's going to happen even more. But access for those who are really unprivileged, yes, I agree. We can't solve it in 7 minutes because it happens. We need to make sure that more people become richer, basically. So that's a whole different story, I think. But it needs to happen. Yeah.
Chris, go ahead.
Can I just say, I think Al Gore was right many years ago when he said there's an uncomfortable truth. Skills gaps aren't that great. There are specific skills gaps in specific industries, for example, with advanced digital skills. But for the most part, employer skill gaps run at about 11% of the workforce. Skill underuse runs at about 25 to 30%. And that's employers saying that they're not using the skills. And many of those are some of the intermediate kind of routine digital skills that people have in the workplace. So for example, when we were learning ChatGPT, nobody gave us formal training. The guy in the office next door to me came in and went, wow, look at this. This is fantastic. So I know that he's got new skills and I want to be able to use his skills to do some work for me. So one of the things we need to think about is not just skills gaps, but how managers and companies are underusing the skills employers already have.
Redesigning business processes as well, I think, is a key component of that. Khalid, if I can give you a moment.
This is the point. Redesigning the process of the systems is something very for the people now. But let me remind you with one thing. For each generation, they born with readiness for the time that having the technology. I remember my kids that they started dealing with the ATM cards and the banking earlier than I did, maybe 15 years earlier. Why? Because they've been born. When the mobile came, and you can see a kid with 2 years, he can just, deal with it, maybe knowing the feature of my mobile better than me. So this is life. I'm not worried for AI. The generation will come ready for that, and he will adapt himself and increase his skills to be there, and life will continue, and generation will live with it. And remember, AI will not come tomorrow morning and stop and shut down people who knows who people who doesn't. No, it will take a time, and the people will be in and out.
Also, demographics speaks in our favor, because we have a situation where fewer and fewer people are being born, which obviously means that we come to a situation where the demand for labor is going to be quite high. So there is a pull in that, right? So companies and countries are going to make sure that young people are being educated and brought into this system of demographic reasons.
Dennis?
Yeah, and back to the skills gap. I think AI will also help to tackle this issue, because this is what we've seen, in the employment and recruitment industry. I've been working for the last, 20 years, that AI is already very much used. And it's really helping when we are assessing and screening a CV to identify skills that the candidate himself is not aware of, So this is really empowering people with additional skills that they are even not aware of. And for me, back to the question, the key question when it comes to AI and jobs, it's whether AI will augment jobs or whether it will automate or destroy jobs. And then I just want to give you a very personal experience. 2 weeks ago, I went to an art exhibition. It was a photo exhibition. It was the first ever exhibition on photos made by AI. And there were still some people behind it. And actually, they don't call it anymore photography. They call it promptography, because all the pictures, the image, have been created by artificial intelligence. But then what matters the most, as you know, when you're talking about AI, is how you are prompting what you want to get. And there you still have the human dimension behind it. But then, of course, you can use the power of AI to create new, amazing, and fascinating images.
But equally, do you then not have a gap between those who are able to maximize AI versus those who aren't? So even though they equally are available to them, one may be able to maximize that tool better than the other, Chris.
I've just said there's not a huge skill gap within workplaces, and that's with the workers. I'll tell you where I think the skills gap is, with managers. I mean, we did an analysis in our region in England of 73 training providers and asked them what they provide. Very, very few, almost none of them provided training in the management of new technology. I think that is amazing when we're all jumping up and down saying new technology is the future, that we're not training them. And where it was provided was typically in universities, and it was part of a formal, full-time degree. Now, that's not good for managers. So we need to get managers or companies together with training providers to think about how we can address that, because we won't get those productivity gains unless managers know how to use technology properly.
Rapid fire round, one word each. If we are talking about leveraging or improving productivity, what is the one word for the one thing that we need to do to make that happen? Chris, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to work my way back. So Khalid, you have the benefit of thinking about it. Chris, you go ahead.
I don't have the benefit, but I would use the word human-centric. We have to build technology around people.
Okay. Dennis?
Okay. Can I answer with an equation?
No, you can't. You can answer
AI
with one word.
plus HI, human intelligence, will provide return on investment.
Dennis, you are now... Okay, we'll deal with Dennis off stage. Sven?
Well, I'm with you. Human-centered economy.
That's not what... Okay, this is how this works. It's one word, Sven. One.
Well, I'll hyphenate it.
Oh, my goodness.
You can reduce it.
Go ahead, David.
People centricity.
Khalid?
I think we have to centrate on education, training, and changing regulations.
Can I just say, these are incredibly smart people who've done extraordinary things, and they're unable to produce one word to define something. It's incredible.
Okay, I have it. Hope.
Hope. Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, that was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Chris, Dennis, Sven, David, Khalid, to each of you, thank you so, so very much, and your appreciation to them as well.
Thank you.
If I can ask you to make your way this way with me as we prepare for the next discussion. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. If I can ask you to please follow Yusuf. I think what that session clearly demonstrates is that there is no universal agreement or universal solution or universal approach that is going to help us figure this out. A lot of it is about learning to ride the bicycle while you are on the bicycle, the proverbial bicycle. So I think there is certainly a lot for us to figure out. How do we make sure that AI isn't just something that we do because we maybe don't want to think or that we need a little bit of a boost in our thought process, but how can we really maximize it as a tool? And how do we make sure that those that we work with, those who are part of our team, are better able to, I suppose, in a way, utilize the tools that are available to them? I think it's a tricky question, and I think that panel clearly demonstrates that we haven't quite figured out how that works. And in addition, it's something that perhaps we weren't able to grapple with as much as one would have liked, but I think it's still a fundamental question to ask. There are parts of the world where technology is not readily available. There are parts of the world where access to that technology is not readily available. So how do we make sure that there is some equity in terms of how we disperse and make technology available, so that when we are looking at the movement of skills and we're looking at how we can transfer and translate some of those skills to different markets, we can do so with more assuredness and perhaps with more efficiency and effectiveness? I think that panel gave us quite a lot of food for thought. Well, certainly did for me, and I hope that it did the next for you. The underlying theme when it comes to labor in the modern age is definitely skills. It is all about the skills gap. So to talk with me about that a little more, please welcome my two guests, Dr. Ramachandra Kuntiya, who is the National Vice President of Intuk, and Con Kitos, who is the Executive Chairman of Asuria. To both of you, thank you so very much for joining me, and welcome.
Thank you.
Please take a seat.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, it's good to see you. Please have a seat. Have a seat. To both of you, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. You may have heard a little bit in our previous conversation, and Con, I'd like to start with you, in our previous conversation about the gaps that we're seeing and struggling in identifying. Yes, there are some in terms of AI, but more broadly speaking, where are we seeing the biggest issue when it comes to skills gaps?
You know, it's a great opening question, and I'd just like to challenge the fundamental point about the current skills gap. You know, I've got enough grey hairs now to have seen a number of economic cycles over the last 30 plus years, and this constant theme of skills gaps has been a consistent theme over the generations. Back in the 90s, we had a big deal about database management. There weren't enough database developers. In the 2000s, we had an issue coming into the year 2K about programmers who could manage the year 2K change. We got into the early internet period, and there was huge demand and skill gaps around internet and front-end programming capabilities. They're just some examples of this constant theme we've had of skills gaps over many, many years. So I think the theme's still consistent. It's just that the type of gaps are somewhat different today.
So what are they then?
Well, if you ask employers, the biggest single skills gap we hear from employers globally is soft skills. That is the ability of people to solve problems, to work in teams, to have a creative mind approach. Those soft skills are definitely not soft skills. They're actually called by the OECD the core skills for work. And employers know, particularly large employers, they know that if they can hire someone with those core skills for work, they can afford to train them and bring them up to speed and solve skills gaps for those large employers. I think the challenge is really skills gaps for small and medium businesses. And those small and medium-sized businesses don't traditionally have the big investment and budgets that the large corporates would have in training and development. So I'd like to turn the table a little and talk about why it is that large corporates can invest and deal with their skills gaps, and what are the issues that we need to unblock for small and medium businesses.
Okay, we can certainly come back to that, because I agree with you. I think it is a key point. But Rama, if I can perhaps come to you and give you the opportunity, from your landscape, or from your lens, not your landscape, from your lens or your point of view, where do you see the skills gaps, if indeed there are? And I think there's a consensus that there are some. The question is where, to Khan's point. For you, where are they?
Yes, thank you. From trade union perspective, as I'm a trade union leader also, what I see, the skill gap also creates unemployment and creates, and also there is less opportunity for the workers. It is because of rapid technological advancement, change in industry demand, lack of education, training, globalization and competition, demography shift towards soft skill, pandemic-related changes, increased specialization, lack of continuous learning opportunity, and also the economic condition of this country after this global market economy. It is creating a gap for the industries, for the workers. And I think in India also, as we have a workers population, 620 millions as per World Bank, but as per government, it is 490 millions. And we have more unskilled workers also. We have an opportunity that India is sending here. We have around 26 millions of workers in Saudi Arabia and next to Dubai. So naturally, skill gap is a problem for the Indian worker, and it is very much required that the industries, government must collaborate with the education institute to minimize the gap. That is what we require, and also we trade union and we have the trade union, we don't oppose it. We rather support this gap should be fulfilled for the interest of the workers also. That is our view, and trade union want also it should be done.
Is there also a conversation and a consideration to be given and made to how you deal with the skills where those gaps are? So in other words, when you have a gap and you recognize, okay, we've got this problem, how are you thinking about addressing that within the cohort of those employees? Because you can't just say employers have to do something about the skills gap or we have to have policy. There has to be some upskilling. How do you approach that?
Yes, that is also, question is now the government or the employers, they are also using the skills. So they have also a moral responsibility to upgrade the skill of the workers. From what we understand, this skill upgradation gap can be managed with government industries collaboration, because we have two types of workers. One, the young workers who are coming to join the work. But there are also workers who are already in job, because those who are working, if they join any skill upgradation training, they have to lose their wages. So that is also one problem for them, those who are working there, whether in Saudi Arabia or anywhere they are working, and they want to upgrade their skill. So they have to, unless until financial subsidy or some help is there, unless until some policy is made, they have to lose their ways. That is one thing also. But those who are coming youngsters, that problem is not there. And I think this system could well be established with the collaboration of the government of sending countries and receiving countries.
Con, Rama just alluded to a point about up-and-coming workers and looking at how we're skilling them differently. And the reality is that those who are coming into the market have oftentimes very different aspirations to those who are already in the market. So there has to be some kind of effort to address that marriage. What does that look like?
Yeah, well, it's interesting you say there's some research here in Saudi Arabia that was conducted 2 years ago that said approximately 60% of graduates coming out of university are not coming out with degrees or skills that employers need. So training or education in the wrong field. And, you know, that leads to some of the challenges we see with youth unemployment. And it's not a Saudi issue. Of all the OECD, if I take the top 20 or 30 nations across the world, there's a similar challenge. People are coming out of universities highly qualified, but in the wrong industry or for the wrong industry or where the wrong type of demand. And what's happening is those people are coming out of university, looking for a job, not getting a job, the employer being disappointed, saying there's a skills gap, but hang on, these folks are skilled, they've got an education, it's just in the wrong area, and then those young people end up being long-term unemployed. And we see that across all the major economies around the world. These people then get stuck for a year or 2 or 3 and never get to work. So I think the key is, in answering your question now, and we learnt this through COVID, we learnt in COVID, particularly in Australia, when we shut our borders, we stopped bringing immigrants in, employers had no choice other than to hire local people, even if there was a skills gap, and then train them. And they had 2 choices, employers. They could either hire people that had a gap and train them and grow their business, or choose not to hire people that, because there is a gap and their businesses fell backwards or lost. So really, this is an investment decision for business, and how committed are they to making sure they're skilling people from the base skills that they come out of university with to the current skill that an employer needs today.
So effectively, you were talking, Rama, earlier about the migration and people leaving India and going to different parts of the world. So how much of the conversation and the consideration is going towards migration and saying, okay, if we are running the risk of a brain drain as a result of migration, how do we ensure that we skill differently the population that we do have so that they can be better absorbed by the sending economies and not just becoming beneficiaries to the receiving economies?
Yes. Take the case of Saudi Arabia and India. Now, I think they have a memorandum of understanding, like bipartite agreement with Saudi Arabia and India, for the skill training and skill upgradation. We have a national skill training councils, and also they have their skill training center here in Saudi Arabia. And both of them have an understanding, and they exchange among themselves what sort of skill they require. So now our national government, as a policy, they have created a skill upgradation, skill department of the government, and also skill training council. So with the cooperation and understanding with Saudi Arabia, the training is being given in some places. Of course, it is a very limited area confined to UP and Bihar states, but you know, India is a very vast country. On behalf of trade union also, we have been demanding for more centers in all states. And I think also yesterday I was talking with our Indian embassy. So that talking is going on. So I think, as you have said, the sending countries also should take initiative, as it is happening in India also, to train the workers. But on the other hand, when those workers are coming here, and after coming here, they require some special training, I think the receiving state also should take their care. That is being done also in Saudi Arabia. But what I have been informed, they are somewhere charging some thing to the workers. I think that is sometimes becoming difficult because they are the distressed workers. It may be difficult also. So the sending and receiving country, as you have said, should have the policy framework, what is the requirement of the skill, how to train it, and how best they can do in their own country also.
So in all of these spaces, how comfortable are we that these skills training programs are actually fit for purpose?
But it is, I think, it is useful, it is working, but not in a large scale as it is required. It is in a very limited scale in sending countries and also receiving countries. I think the government should allocate, take the policy framework, allocate more budget, engage more workers, specialists, and also in collaboration with the educational institute, the curricula of the educational institute also can be changed. In sending countries and receiving countries, those who are giving training, professional, educational institute, they can change also their curricula as per the policy framework of the government, so that will be easier. Those who are youngsters studying in the university and college, so as a part of their education also, they can get this training. That will be more easier, I think, for make them train.
And I can see you itching to speak, so please go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's all right. I really like what Saudi Arabia's done with the skills taxonomy and framework. So now there's a common language and framework in place in this country, and that's going to prove to be a wonderful foundation and a common set of language for industry, employers, education, and policymakers to align behind. And I think the investment in getting that taxonomy together will pay dividends for many, many years to come.
And what are the considerations in doing that? Not just in terms of what Saudi Arabia has done, because this is one market, but when you start looking more broadly, there has to be some universal exchange around certainty, or to not even give us certainty, but to give us some clarity on that.
Well, that's what's exciting about the other announcement we heard yesterday with the partnership with the Human Resource Department and the World Bank. In setting up a foundation and a think tank to start thinking about these issues, not just domestically, but globally. So that's also an exciting announcement yesterday. So when you couple the skills taxonomy and that framework with investment the government's going to make now with the World Bank, now we can start using a common framework globally to start more clearly defining what the problem actually is. Because to loop back to where I started, I think a lot of the problem we have and why we've been talking about skills gaps for 30 years is one's talking from Mars and one's talking from Venus. I think having this common language will help a lot.
And thus we begin solving the problem, but we've also run out of time. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining me.
You're welcome.
To Rama and Con, thank you very much, and a round of appreciation for them as well. Gentlemen, if I can ask you to please make your way that way, it was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, when we are talking about skills, a lot of our conversation has to do with trying to look forward a little bit, trying to predict what's going to happen, not just in terms of skills and skills gaps, not just in terms of what young people cannot expect, or what they do or don't anticipate. It is also about what the future will actually bring in more real terms. Not just what it'll look like, but what can we anticipate in the context of the world of work? If we're looking at trying to skill people to think differently about how they use technology and how technology may or may not impact their lives, we have to be a little bit of clairvoyance, if you will, trying to look into the future. But I'm not going to leave you to just look into the future by yourself. Please welcome Gert Leonard, the author and CEO at the Futures Agency, who's going to be giving us a sneak preview of what tomorrow will bring.
Assalamu alaikum. Great to see you, dignitaries, excellencies, highnesses. Great to be here. I have a great talk to you today about al-mustaqbal, the future. This is an important word because the future is not like the present. The future is not an extension of the present. The future is not a version of the past. The future is entirely different. And I want to start off by saying I think the future is better than we think. There's so much talk about the future today being bad, especially in Europe, where I live, in Switzerland. People in Europe are saying, well, the future, I probably won't have children because the future is bad. It's different here, I know. But there's a perception that everything is going down, right? You can feel the perception of this. So I want to speak about this and what happens. There's two major things happening today. One is, of course, climate change and renewable energy. And this is bigger than we all think. This is the biggest change in industry and production and across the board in all industries in the next 2 decades. For this country, of course, very big topic. The other big topic, which impacts, of course, the labor markets also, is the convergence of humans and machines. Intelligent systems. Machines that can pretend to be human, so-called artificial intelligence. What does that do to us? And what's our future place? I mean, my kids, they're 30 and 35, they're going to live in a world where we have machines that have the computing capacity than all of humanity combined. That's only 5 or 10 years away, the computing capacity. Right? And so we have a choice now. We can make a good future with these challenges, these opportunities, or we can build a bad future. The bad future would be, A, if we don't do anything to clean up our planet, and B, if we use artificial intelligence to become permanently unemployed, and to become what's called useless humans. We need to think about what that means for our future, which way we want to go, what our decisions are. And as we go into that future, it's really quite clear. The numbers are mind-boggling. Look at this chart showing you that basically the time to edit, the TTE, of a computer in translation is now approaching the time of a human, which is 1 second. So the translator here in the back, right, that's how much time you have left for the time to edit to a computer. We can also safely say that technology is getting faster and cheaper all the time. You heard the news, right, with the new AI engine from China, right, actually being much faster at lower cost. So everything is getting faster and more powered and more intense, and our pace is increasing. It's quite clear we're going to head to the point in time where humans are sort of copied by machines, right? Where we have digital entities. Right? And what does that mean for us, for our happiness, for our social structures, as we're going into that future of kind of described in Blade Runner 1982? Right? We have to distinguish between intelligent assistants, IA. That's very important because most of today's applications are really intelligent assistants. They're smart software systems. I always say that computers are no longer stupid. And that's kind of the main story. Yeah? They can learn, they can understand, they can predict. That does not make them intelligent like you and me. It just means they're no longer really stupid. But that's a big start already. So if we have intelligent systems, environmental system, control systems, NATO air traffic control, and you name it, we're going to save time and money and pollution and waste. Right? Straightforward. AI is the next level. AI is defined by Demis Hassabis, now DeepMind, is computer systems that turn information and data into knowledge. What business are you guys in? You're in the knowledge business. Right? We are knowledge workers. We don't work in factories. I'm a knowledge worker. If AI turns data information into knowledge, what about my knowledge? Is that different than the computer knowledge? And how do I have to develop to compete? I'm not going to compete with computer knowledge, right? That is pretty clear. Right? It gets worse because when we think about artificial general intelligence, definition here by Sam Altman of OpenAI, who's gearing up to be the master of humanity, to define our future totally by themselves. It's an interesting story because he says the coming change will center around the most impressive, the ability to think, to create, to understand, and reason. Now let me ask you, do we really want a machine that can understand, create, and reason to be exactly like us, or let's say a cheap copy of us? Do we want AGI? A few days ago, the American new administration, in their wisdom, announced a $500 billion project on AGI, on building infrastructure. Are we thinking about what this AGI will actually do? Because if it does that, if it's more than all of us combined, we're going to come to the place, quite straightforwardly, obviously, that machines will surpass human capabilities in the majority of all applicable tasks. All applicable tasks. Not just knowledge work, production work, thinking work, creation work, patents, inventions. I mean, if Einstein was speaking to you today, he had an IQ of 152, allegedly. If Einstein would speak to you about his theory, you would not understand a single word he's saying. If we're going to have a computer with an IQ of 500, it would be so far removed from anything that we can understand, there would be no hope of controlling it. Right? We have to think about this. The scenario for general intelligence is like this. It's going to be mind-boggling output, right? Productivity, efficiency, and no work left. That is the scenario of general intelligence. That's why I'm saying what we should do is we should pursue intelligent assistance and AI as tools, right? Not to replace ourselves. That's why I think the mission to build something that replaces us is kind of a suicide mission. In Silicon Valley, they are saying humanity's knowledge is limited and our creation will depend on AI to create things like medication and solutions and science, that AI will make the science. Right? You heard rumors about the World Health Organization. Right? People saying, well, we shouldn't have this anymore because we can replace it by AI. And so we make those decisions based on a machine. I think that's very questionable. But
generate savants, that is, specialized assistants that will work with you in whatever you do. An artist savant, a music savant, a physics savant, and so forth. Those savants will work with you to do research, drug discovery, solve problems, can do many things. Why 5 years? Because today we have all the components necessary.
Eric Schmidt, the CEO, former CEO of Google, right here in Riyadh just a few months ago at another conference, says we're going to generate, to build, to create savants, which is a weird term, right? Basically wise people, right? People that understand, polymath, that understand everything. We're going to create AI that understands everything. Does that strike you as a good idea? What does that mean for the labor market? It means the end of the labor market, right? The end of the labor market. And a beginning of a new one, of course, right? If we had a new one, it would be great. But you know what Gromsky says about change? He says the old one is breaking and the new one isn't here. And we're here to build the new one. Because one thing that could happen is that maybe we're going to work a lot less. Maybe because of AI, we're going to end up in a place where we work 20 hours a week for the same money. But for that to happen, we have to change capitalism, right? That's definitely not capitalism. If we're going to spread the money like this, right? That is a completely different cup of tea. That's not the current economic logic. The logic is you work a lot, you get paid a lot. That won't work here, right? We have to think about how we can change that and what the alternatives are. As we're going into this future, which is our future, we're going to have power tools. Okay? A person with a power tool beats the person without a power tool. End of story. Always been true. Now, with AI, I, as a futurist, a researcher, a writer, filmmaker, I have power tools. I'll show you some in a minute. I'm very happy with the power tools, but I don't sit down and adore the tool. The tool is not the purpose of my life. The tool is like a hammer. Yeah? If I have a hammer, I can go and kill the neighbor with a hammer, or I can build a house. It's the same with AI. We're going to need to have some rules around the power tools, right? Because imagine, if you have a power tool like a nail gun that shoots nails in construction, you don't give that to your 6-year-old son to shoot some nails for fun, right? You have some rules. You have some things around the power tool that change it, that find a way to actually come up with this. The main thing about this is that AI will kill our routine. The stupid work, the monkey work, the commodity work. All of us do commodity work. File checking, fact checking, making sure data, synchronizing databases, writing simple code, commodity work. What happens if your job is 90% commodity work? The AI will take your job. Which jobs are 90%? Not many. Most of us do work where 30, 40%, like being a lawyer, if probably some lawyers around here, right? You do commodity work, but not that much. The AI can do it. The bottom line is this: if you work like a robot will take your job. Also not new. Second bottom line, if you study like a robot in school or at university, you will work for the robot. Because you'll be like the robot. You just download information for later use. So here's a tool called Notebook LM. That's a fantastic example for routine. Notebook LM is available from Google around the world. It's the most amazing AI tool I use every day. I can upload any information, 1,000-page PDF about Bitcoin or something, and then I can ask questions to the document. It's like my own learning aid. I can make all these folders. I can upload YouTube videos and question the video. Think about that for a second. I think it doesn't work very well in Arabic quite yet. But in English, if you upload, you can just query it. Fantastic tool. Great example for a useful tool. Will I believe everything it says? No. Yeah, it's like Google Maps. I don't believe everything that Google Maps says. I try to be critical and think about that.
नमस्कार मैं ज्यूरिक स्विट्जरलैंड में भविष्यवादी गेरहार्ड लियोनहार्ड हूँ मैं पिछले सप्ताह एक अद्भुत कार्यक्रम के लिए दिल्ली नई दिल्ली भारत में था टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया
Did you know I speak Hindi? Yeah. Well, I didn't know I spoke Hindi, but I use an AI to make this called Rask. And my YouTube channel has dubs in 14 languages. Very popular, Spanish and Portuguese. The Arabic doesn't sound good. That's why I didn't show you Arabic. It sounds really terrible. I didn't want to insult you, but it works great in German and in French and so on, right? Works great. So I can synchronize my video with me speaking with my voice in Hindi. Right? And if it's like 5% wrong, it's not a big problem. Right? I mean, we're not talking about air traffic control here. Right? We're talking about simple stuff. So great example of how I use it. And in the end, we're going to have AI agents that we speak to. We already kind of have that. And we tell the agent what we want. We want a trip to Santorini. And rather than going on the web and doing our own searching and putting it together, we tell the agent to go out, find the best deal, match my profile, and the agent will put together the trip in my folder. Expedia already does this to some degree. Imagine if you're in supply chain management. Right? You can sit down and say, I have the following problem. I need that stuff to be in Turkey next week, but I can't figure out how. This agent can solve that for you and can actually get the job done. Salesforce is one of the leaders in AI agenting. It's really mind-boggling, all the tools that it does and all the things that we can do to build an AI organization. Those are all great tools, but here's one thing. We need to keep the human in the loop. We need to keep the human in charge. I mean, imagine if I book a trip and then the system just for some reason thinks that I'm traveling with my 5-year-old son or something, and then I end up with a completely different booking. It was just an assumption. That's called misalignment. We don't want the AI to misalign what it assumes is normal. Right? So we have to keep an eye on this. We have to make sure that it works for us. We have to make sure that this is going to go right. Basically, we're going from the part of humans doing routines to machines doing routines. That is inevitable. And that is probably a good thing. You know, many of us love our routines. We love to drive. We love to research. We love to fiddle with forms, maybe. But, you know, at a certain point, we can let go of the routine. So, I think that's okay. If you work in a call center, 90% is routine. You're not going to be very happy. And that's a fact, right? 20 million people. That's a change that's coming. The machine can learn how to do this. It cannot be empathetic, it can pretend, it can mess up and all those things, but these things are coming. So as we go here, we're going to a future where all of a sudden, technological, of course, skills, but social and emotional skills is where the action is. This is why women are going to gain in the future, right? Because allegedly they have more EQ, emotional intelligence, than men already. So this is what's happening here in terms of education. We need to focus on this. Look at the bottom line down there. You see the basic cognitive is shrinking. Right? We need to think about a future where that is coming together, a future that holds things for us that go beyond this simple pyramid of the past. This is our educational pyramid, right? Showing you basically we'll go from data and information up to logic and wisdom. Right? And now, with AI, we're doing this, right? We're shifting. Data and information is done by AI. That's the perfect job for tech. Fill me with information and data. I do the rest. But we're not prepared for this. Our schools are teaching strictly only the lower part of this pyramid. Right? Download information for later. That will not work. We need to think about how we're going to change our educational system to be ready for this future where all of a sudden what I call the androrhythms, the human things, right? They're growing. That's why it's better if my son or my kids in general could learn how to program. That's always good. But they can also build a sandcastle or have a fight, right, and negotiate. I mean, this is the important thing about being human: emotion, imagination, creativity, design, all of those things. Because we're moving in a future where knowledge work, explicit knowledge, is done by machines. Explicit means hard-coded rules, objective, logical, codified, explicit. Machines are learning that. And we can sit here and lament about it, but this is a fact, right? If you're a doctor, you know this is a fact because, you know, the machine is learning the facts of how to act in medical situations. It does not know how to be sympathetic or how to translate it or so. So our future is here on the flip side of this. It's the tacit knowledge, the things that can't be codified, the difficult to transfer things, the knowledge that's not actually explained. Right? The Polanyi paradox: we know more than we can tell. Right? This is important. Let's keep that in mind. As humans, we know more than we can tell. That's not true for AI. It knows less than it tells. Right? That's really what AI is all about. It always tells more than it knows. That's just the nature of computing. So AI is learning that part, and as we become digital, people are starting to say, wow, now we have IQ tests for O1 and for ChatGPT 4 and for, you know, what's the other one called, Seek, something or the other, right? You know, the new Chinese AI. It doesn't really matter how intelligent the system is, because here's the bottom line, right? Intelligence alone is not enough. It takes a lot more to be a human than intelligence. And you know, we have, as a human, 8 different kinds of intelligence: social, cultural, emotional, musical, body. Right? Does a machine have a body intelligence? A kinesthetic intelligence? No. A machine does not know real life. We know real life, and it should stay that way. So we have to keep in mind as we go into that future, really what's happening here is that our education has to go from the knowledge economy to the post-knowledge economy. Right? The economy of understanding. Right? Knowledge is limited. Imagination is limitless. Einstein. This is where we're going. This is what we have to teach our kids and ourselves, and this is where the future work will come from in this regard. Yep. Let's hear this guy. Can we get some audio?
Really what's happening is that knowledge is becoming something that computers can have. And we have to go above the knowledge, which is tacit knowledge, quiet knowledge, understanding, intuition, imagination.
Thank you, Gerd Bot. We'll skip that part because you've seen me in real life, so don't need the bot. I just thought it was cool, so I show you that. But anyway, so as we're going here, quite clearly, we have to look at the bottom line. Machines don't think, they don't have hunches, they don't understand, they don't imagine, they certainly don't care. And I don't want them to. I want them to be getting the job done, to be competent. I want the machine to be competent, to be my slave, right? To get work done for me. I want it to think and to get me going. I don't want to do my work like this. That's why I don't want AGI, general intelligence, because it would do that. And that worries me greatly as we go into the future. I think it's a false promise. To promise you a computer that can be like you, not just simulate you, but be like you, there's a very big difference, right? That's a false promise. And it's also a promise we don't need. Because it would be good enough if we had a machine that can just get the job done, which we currently don't have. Let's just get the job done and do the rest the way that we want. Let's get the job done in this way: cognification, augmentation, virtualization. I'll call this Kava. This is really what AI does. Right? Makes things smart, augments humans, automate some things. That is how we're going to build a smart economy. We're not going to build a smart economy by getting rid of people. We're not going to build a smart economy by giving our chance for the future of humanity to OpenAI. Right? By saying, okay, we'll give you more money to figure out how to make us superfluous. Right? Why would we do that? Well, the answer is, because we can make more money. But this doesn't make any sense. I mean, beyond intelligence, we have happiness. I know, it's hard to explain what that is, right? It's not enough to just be intelligent. We have to take the next step. Look at this chart here. It's showing you all the current troubles that we have in the world. They're all increasing. Climate emergency, population, AI, misinformation, geopolitical tension, all going up. Who is going to solve these issues, right? Is it these guys? Are these guys going to sit down and say, we are the tools, we're going to solve these problems? No. Tools make problems more pronounced. And technology makes things more efficient, including the problems. Now you can build weapons from AI. What we need is to think about, when we think about the future of work, is how do we build the telos, the Greek word for wisdom, for understanding. That's the mustaqbal, right? That is the future we need, is to figure out how we can add that value, how we can add the telos on top of the tools. Of course, we have to understand the tools. If you don't know how to use a tool, you're in deep trouble. Right? I mean, that's 50 years ago when I had my first car, I had to know how to fix a car, otherwise I couldn't drive. So now you have to know how to use AI, big deal. Yeah, we can do that, but we still need to figure out what we are. You know, where do we want to take this? What's the goal as we go into this future? This is why it takes center stage in the future, the good future. It's to think about why we want things. The question is no longer, I guess that's a good thing, if and how we can do something, because the answer is, yes, we can. Can we build a machine that's like a human? Yes. Can we upload our brain to the internet? Yes. Can we work on the human genome to change what we are? Yes. That is not the question. The question is this: why and who? And how do we collaborate? Imagine if we start an arms race of artificial intelligence, like we did with the Manhattan Project for nuclear weapons, which is what, again, the American administration wants to do, wants to be #1 in AGI. I think that goal is utterly flawed. We don't want an arms race to AI. We want an arms race to make it efficient and powerful and usable, not to take over. Very important as we go into this future to figure this out. So I'll wrap up soon. Basically, there's one thing. We don't want this curve. Right? We don't want a curve where technology helps us to bring up efficiency and productivity, but reduces humanity. Right? Because basically it would tell us what to do. We want this curve. We want it both, of course. That's why we're human. Right? We want a curve where productivity goes up and humanity is boosted. Happiness is boosted. Self-realization is boosted. Democracy is boosted. Everything like this. Not one or the other. This is why we need the tech companies to become responsible. Because this is what they do, the people that make the tools. Right? I mean, we have responsibility for telecom company, for all companies, but for tech, where's that? Again, the American administration says, we don't need this, let's cut all these clauses from the AI Act and let them go free. Right? We need to have a technocratic oath that says, I will do this only if human flourishing can be achieved. Right? Everything else will be an arms race towards zero, and also, of course, zero jobs. Collaboration. Our future is not in shutting down, like they're proposing in Germany, where I'm from originally. Right? Let's get rid of all the foreigners, everything will be fine. No, that is just not true. Right? And of course, we know that immigration grows things for the most part. It's complicated, yes. But what is the alternative? Finally, the question. Ask yourself this simple question. What future do you want for your children, if you have children or plan to have children? That is the key question. When I look at my kids and I say, what future do I want them to have? I make better decisions about how I go into the future, because it's about more than one thing, what the future tells us. So, I want to say shukran for your great attention, and hopefully we'll have the slides available and the video later. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Gert, thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. And talking about the future, I know that lunch is in your very immediate future, so I'm going to not stand between you and it. The only request that I will make of you is that you rejoin us again after lunch at 2:40. But for now, bon appétit. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good moment to stretch your legs, get the blood flowing, get the energy back, and perhaps more importantly, to reflect on some of the sessions that we've had this morning. It was really quite tight and quite busy, but I think in a good way. There was a lot of food for thought and a lot of patterns, I think, emerging as well. So hopefully this afternoon's sessions will build on that so that by the end of day 2, we've got a lot to take away with us and really to chew on. But enough of the talking. I'm sure you're ready to get on with things. So with no further ado, please welcome Omar and his panel back on stage.
Welcome back, everyone, and I hope you had a great lunch and are ready for a dynamic and exciting afternoon. Our topic this afternoon is going to be about green jobs. And there are plenty of opportunities that are being created within the green economy, millions of job opportunities annually, but far fewer graduates coming out of universities with relevant degrees and skills for these jobs. It's my privilege to have with us on stage Omar Shahzad, Group CEO of Meinhardt Group, a leading global engineering firm and the largest independent engineering consultancy in Asia, to delve into the talent and skill gap in the green economy. Welcome, Omar.
Hi, Omar. It's great to be here with you and great to be at this conference in Riyadh.
Omar, let's start by setting the stage of some of the macro trends that you see that are driving employment and job opportunities more broadly and that are cascading down to the green economy more specifically.
You know, I think there are a number of big mega trends that the world, governments, and companies are grappling with. The first one, and we've heard this all along today and yesterday, is digital transformation. And there's a quest for higher productivity, improved quality, maybe even more innovation. So obviously, digital transformation is affecting every facet of life. And of course, AI is that sort of growth engine now that's sort of driving this. In my space, which is more in the building engineering construction space, we see so much evidence of that. Building was the least digitized industry in the world, construction, and now things are changing. If you look at data centers now, almost, the growth in data centers is unmatched. In the last 6 years, the data center industry has grown phenomenally, and in the next 6 years, it's going to grow 7 times faster than it has in the preceding years. You look at smart cities, every country, from Saudi Arabia to US to developing countries, are looking at getting onto the bandwagons of having a digitalized city. Then the next big mega trend is industrialism. At one time, it was going for the best countries which had comparative advantage in manufacturing. But now the world is deglobalizing to a great extent. Every country wants to have a piece of the pie when it comes to manufacturing, and that's shaking things up a lot. It's no longer, just made in China, it's made in India, made in USA, and so forth. And third is, the world is urbanizing very quickly. And with that, to support that urbanism, you need to have world-class infrastructure. So infrastructure spending around the world is going up tremendously. Right now, the world spends about $3 trillion on infrastructure, but that's going to go up to about $6 trillion. Recent reports say that with climate change and with the commitments that the world and countries have made in terms of net carbon zero, that infrastructure spend has to go to $9 trillion. That's approximately 10% of the world GDP. So, and with that comes sustainability. Countries around the world have given themselves tough targets, and by 2030, greenhouse gas emissions has to come down by 50%. And quite frankly, the progress made in the last few years, whilst commendable, is still behind the curveball. And
so if we drill down a little bit towards the green economy,
yeah.
What do you see as can you give us a sense of the size of the market, any data that you can share around the number of jobs that are being created, and even the gap between the jobs and the graduates?
So happy to do that. I think if I look at the data, in 2020, the world spent about $900 billion on low carbon technologies, infrastructure investments. That's not enough. We need to spend a lot more. And the IMF, and usually I would take IMF numbers and say they're usually on the conservative side. They think that we need to spend something like $5 trillion per annum, between now and 2030. And as we know, the world is divided into two halves. The advanced economies, which have more capital, and then obviously the developing markets. And of course, a lot more of this investment needs to be channelized in the developing world. And we're looking at $2 trillion a year investment. Obviously, this means a lot of private sector capital needs to be mobilized if we're going to do this. And in terms of jobs, what I would say is the world's already seeing very low unemployment rates. So for us to create jobs to power these green initiatives, we need to come up with out-of-box solutions to try and manage this.
So let's try to dig in and understand what is really going on here. What do we think are some of the main barriers that are stopping workers from transitioning into the green economy or getting into green jobs?
I think a number of factors. One is, of course, a lot of people who have come out and are working in the workforce don't necessarily have the skills to be able to contribute meaningfully when it comes to the green economy. I'm talking about engineers. A lot of engineering courses, even to this day, don't have courses on sustainability, for example, or in terms of renewable energy. So that's one thing we need to work on. And let's look at this. In China, and in many ways, China has become a leader in terms of solar panels, et cetera. Even in China, there's competition for candidates or people with green capabilities or green exposure. China comes up with about 12 million graduates a year, and China's looking at about 7 million graduates with experience or training in some element of sustainability when it comes to banking or engineering. And obviously, we don't produce enough of those even in China. And the problem goes to every market. In the US, I think we have about 2 million graduates a year. And to be able to feed the green boom, you need 1 million of those graduates to have the relevant experience. And that doesn't exist. So it's a problem all around the world, from advanced to developing economies.
Is it just a skills gap? Do you feel like maybe there's also a prestige gap or a pay gap, right? I see young people wanting to work in technology or banking because it's prestigious, because it pays really well. What do you think?
I think you're right. I do think that we could do a little bit more to improve the status, the prestige of working in a green economy. Back in the day when I graduated, being in finance or consulting was the thing to do. We don't necessarily have the same level of prestige or glamour associated with a green job, but I think governments, academic institutions can work on that and give that the oomph that is needed. In terms of pay and job prospects, I think the economics that we see right now, if you have the green skills, you're more likely to get a job. The labor market, as I said earlier on, is pretty tight, but it's tighter if you're looking for people with green skills. It's 80% tighter in the US, 50% more difficult to find candidates with green skills in Europe. So obviously that would also permeate in higher salaries with people with the right experience. But obviously there is a supply gap at this time.
Sure, we're going to take a quick question to our audience, and we want to see, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges for the green jobs and employment in the green space? Do you believe it's not having the skills available? If you do, please raise your hand if you think it's a skills problem. Okay? Raise your hand if you think it's a pay gap problem. It's not lucrative enough, not enough pay. Okay, fewer people. What about prestige? It's not prestigious to work in that space. Raise your hand if you think that. Okay, few people. People don't know about the jobs. They don't even know where to start. Raise your hand if you think that's the main issue. Okay, I think that one actually got a lot of votes.
It did.
Interesting to see. Number one was, the most votes was that, in line with what you were saying, it's a skills issue. So thinking about a skills issue, what can government, private sector do to try to close some of these skill gaps?
From my perspective, we can't just leave it to people coming out of university and hoping that universities will do a better job of instilling or embedding the curriculum with green attributes or green courses. It's got to be a bigger endeavor than that. And obviously for that means reskilling, upskilling the people we have in the workforce. In the business that I run, which is more in terms of the built environment industry, I think it's not something that can be left to a specialized group of people. We need to think about design, master planning of new projects, or upgrading of existing buildings. And that needs to be, every engineer in the firm needs to contribute to that. And I think same goes in finance, same goes in other aspects of technology and so forth, is to look at how do we bring something innovative from a green perspective, and it shouldn't just be the preserve of one or two people or a specialized group in a company.
Amazing. Let's talk about some people who have done this well. Are there some examples of countries or companies that you think have really done excellent initiatives to bridge this gap between labor and between supply and demand in the green jobs?
So I'm from Singapore, so I'm going to give you the example that I know best, and Singapore is generally a good model, at least in Asia, for countries to look at. Singapore's got an aging population problem. Like many other countries, it's harder now to bring people from overseas into Singapore. So what are we doing in Singapore? So the approach that we've got in place is a lot of reskilling and upskilling of people and trying to bring together a culture of lifelong learning. And in Singapore, we have something called the Skills Future Program, whereby anybody over 40 years old gets access to about $3,000 per annum in terms of going to courses, online courses, physical, enrolled in part-time courses in universities and other accredited institutions.
Anybody living in Singapore?
Singaporeans and permanent residents.
Yeah, anybody living resident in Singapore.
That's correct, which I think is great. The other thing we have done is if you want to enroll, and this is a recently announced scheme, that if you want to take courses like a master's degree or so forth, government also pays you to compensate you for the lack of income that you may lose out on if you're taking sort of a course which takes up a higher commitment in terms of time. So I think that is a pretty good basis. Second thing in Singapore is a lot of regulation is top-down, and so it's cascaded to industry, and not only companies, government agencies, trade associations and chambers have to work jointly and do a sort of industry mapping exercise. We've got one in place for the built environment industry, which is, all buildings have to be green buildings, and future buildings, a percentage of those have to be super low energy buildings. There's also a score on productivity in terms of embodied carbon. So the government provides the roadmap in terms of what needs to be done. And in order to compensate industry, developers, et cetera, you also get incentives. For example, if you're doing a real estate project and you have a building which is more green, then you get extra built-up area to compensate you for the higher cost.
In our last minute that we have, how do you see the opportunities in the green sector developing specifically in Saudi Arabia? Just 1 minute.
Saudi Arabia is an oasis right now for any business and any industry. In our case, your giga projects in Saudi Arabia are attracting a lot of attention. A lot of them have very explicit and very aggressive, very bold targets in terms of having green element into it, in terms of design, in terms of building materials. NEOM is one such endeavor, but that's not the only one. Many other projects right at the design stage and ideation stage. Designers and other ecosystem players are told that what the green targets are, and they are pushing the boundaries.
Omar, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your insights with us. And thank you to our audience for joining us as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ben.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
It's a fascinating panel, and what's so interesting, it really does lay the groundwork for what we're about to talk about next, because it's about making that thing, isn't it? The policy of that transformation of the green agenda, but how does that deliver jobs?
Right, and I think it's really interesting to hear practical case studies from countries and from companies that have done this so effectively, whether it's through upskilling and talent development, or regulations and incentives for the companies that are building and creating new green opportunities.
Yeah, and what we're going to hear about in our next session is really interesting about how there should be cohesive policies. Taking each of these issues in isolation does not work. So how do we deliver cohesive policies to make sure that everybody is working together to get us there? So we're going to talk about that
Amazing.
next.
We'll leave you to it.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. I hope you had a wonderful break. I'm going to welcome you, my panel, and introduce you to them as they come down here with me. So please welcome my panel. Gentlemen, welcome. Please take a seat. Joseph, good to see you. Thank you. Enrico, please take a seat. Welcome. So, as I touched on there, we're going to talk now about how we translate some of those ambitions into reality. And there's a word you will hear a lot, which is about the cohesion of policy. Let me introduce you, though, first of all, to my guests who are with me. Right next to me here, Professor Joseph Adelagan, who's the Secretary General and Executive Head of the International Rubber Study Group in Singapore. And on the end there, Professor Enrico Giovannini, who is Professor at the University of Rome and former Minister of Labour and Social Policies. Good afternoon to you both. Thank you. There's a lot for us to get through, and let's jump in. And Omar really did lay out the sort of grounds for us there to pick up on. And because I want to talk about how the labour market adapts, because it's one thing to have the ambition of the green transition, to move away from fossil fuels, to invest in renewables. The question is how that delivers jobs. And Joseph, I want to start with you, because there is so much investment right now, isn't there, in that transition away from fossil fuels to embrace renewables. But it needs to be even more, and the scale of investment is ramping up every year. Just lay out that for us.
Thank you very much for having me here. In terms of fossil fuel and transition to low carbon economy, I want to say that the first thing I want to mention is that the transition to low carbon economy presents one of the greatest challenges in this decade and in this century, but there are also tremendous opportunities in low carbon transition. In terms of investment, there has to be a transformation in terms of production, consumption, and also transport. But energy constitutes about 75% of the global greenhouse gas emission. In terms of quantum of investment, the current investment level is about 1.77 in 2023, $1.77 trillion in low carbon economy, and in 2024 it increased to $2 trillion for low carbon transition. But we anticipate going forward from now and through 2030, there's going to be a quantum of investment to the tune of $4.84 trillion. And that is a huge investment. It's not going to come from public sector alone. It's going to be private sector driven. And the government investment we have to use to catalyze private sector investment. Currently, for every $1 invested in fossil fuel, about $1.8 is being invested in low carbon economy. That's almost double. So in terms of a GDP on a global scale, we anticipate by 2030, 2050, we're having GDP increment of about 7% globally. And this is drawn across US, China, Brazil, India, and the EU. So this is the quantum investment we're talking about. That's quite huge when you look at it, driven towards 2030. In addition to that, by 2050, we are expecting additional $500 billion to be thrown in yearly so that we can meet the ambitious low-carbon economy target. Yeah.
And so it's really clear, isn't it, that the direction of travel for that investment, the case has been made, the investment is happening. And Enrico, I'll get you here to make that connection then between that investment and the jobs that are created. Where are the jobs coming from in this transition?
Well, we have run in Italy a study together with Oxford Economics showing at global level and also at national level that just investing on energy is not enough to get the results that we would like to get, for example, by 2050 in terms of net zero, because the risk is in terms of increases of carbon taxes, for example, that could produce a decline in income and GDP. We have to see the energy transition as part of a full innovation package, as it was said, and in this case, the positive result can come already by 2030 and later also. What we should avoid is to have the so-called not in my terms of office syndrome, which is like not in my backyard. So it's the NIMTO, not when I'm at the government. So someone else will fix this problem. And there is a key reason for that, and this has a huge implication on jobs. As companies cannot just wait and see, they have to do investments.
Yeah.
And if they do wrong investments in the next few years, they will be obliged to dismantle the new equipments before the end of their living life. Therefore, the cost of capital will go up, and this is not good for innovation. Therefore, it's important to accelerate and not to postpone, and this must be very clearly announced and pursued, because this is an implication on people's choices. Let me just give you an example. I was also Minister for Sustainable Infrastructures and Mobility in the last Italian government, and we invested a lot on refurbishing buildings in terms of innovation, but also in terms of energy efficiency. Well, we didn't find civil engineers, because for 10 years, nobody wanted to go there because there wasn't the market.
Yeah.
So if you announce that for the next 10 years, 15 years, there will be great opportunities also for new jobs, people follow this kind of indications, and so the labor market avoids to create inefficiencies.
And Joseph, where will those jobs be created? If we look at that, the mix, the energy mix right now, when we look at renewables, where is the greatest potential to add those jobs?
If I may start this way, currently the percentage of renewables in the energy mix globally today is 31%. Yeah. We anticipate by 2050 the percentage of renewables in the energy mix will grow to 82%. That is quite huge. 82% from 31% to 82%. And currently about 12.7 million jobs that are currently on ground for renewables, 12.7 million jobs. And these jobs are distributed principally in China, in EU, in the United States, and Brazil, and India. And having said that, this is a current landscape where the jobs are currently being created. In terms of numbers, for every US dollars million invested, where you look at fossil fuel, you have potential to create 5 jobs. And when you have investment in nuclear power plants, it will be 8 jobs per US dollar million invested. And then when you look at renewables, transition to low carbon economy is 15. That is almost 5 times the amount of jobs you can create when you compare. And when you now look at energy efficiency and building, it's 22 jobs. That's quite huge. So we're seeing that transformation happening in those 5 countries, those 5 areas I've talked about here.
Yes, in terms of low skills and high skills, the transition makes a big difference. Because especially in terms of increasing energy efficiency, and I'm talking from a European perspective where we have a lot of old buildings, the cities were built after the Second World War 70 years ago and so on. If you don't launch massive programs for refurbishing our cities, it's difficult to find a job for low-skilled people from the construction sector who normally do this kind of maintenance and so on. Yeah. This is extremely important because through the transition, we can increase the number of high-skilled jobs, engineers and technicians and so on, but also find a sort of solution and give a future to the low-skilled people who we know are more exposed to risks of populist policies and promises and so on and so forth. We saw it in Europe after the 2008-2009 crisis, where the high-skilled jobs started immediately, and the other group remained very low. And this has political implications, not only economic implications.
And what's really clear, and it's been the theme of this conference over the last 2 days, is that we know things are changing. We need to have the skills to change with them, to adapt to the jobs that will be available in future. And this is a question for both of you, but I want to start with Enrico. And where will that training come from? Are governments prepared enough right now? As you said, they will maybe make a decision now, but it happens many years down the line. What policies need to be enacted? And I'm thinking here purely employment, and we'll talk about some of the others in just a moment, to make sure that there is the training now to meet that demand, the sort of investment that Joseph was talking about.
Maybe you will be surprised by my answer. You need to change the rules for accounting.
Right.
Why? In the 2009 Future Work report that we wrote at the ILO, we flagged the fact that if a company buys a computer, that is an investment, normally gets also a fiscal bonus.
Yep.
If has to train people to use that computer, that is a cost that declines profits.
Yep.
Does it make any sense in the current world? No. But if you don't change this rule, and the same applies to national accounts, you will never create the incentive for companies to say, okay, I will invest and will get something also in the short run.
Yeah.
So public policies are important, but with the speed of change, I think the role of companies is extremely important in order not to fire and hire people, but to retrain them. But they must have an economic return, if you wish.
Is there a willingness? Is there an understanding that that sort of policy needs to change, that it needs to be financially beneficial to invest in your people?
Well, it depends. These public policies can make a difference. For example, in Italy, for the so-called Industry 4.0 and now 5.0, companies who want to invest in ecological and digital transitions at the same time, they can get fiscal bonuses for training programs within the companies. So we need to change really the mindset and not seeing investment in training as a cost and not a real investment in human capital.
Joseph, that same question that I put to Enrico, where will the skills come from? Where will the training come from for these jobs? Because it's one thing building these solar plants, these wind turbines, these biomass factories, these other renewable projects, but where will the skills come from?
Primarily, when you look at, to be able to determine where these skills will come from, you need to understand where these jobs specifically are to be created. Number one, in terms of policies, you need to put in fiscal stimuli, you need to put in financial incentives and regulation. There are evidence that shows that when you put in proper policies, it actually leads to job creation. For you to know where these skills will come from, you need to actually look at where the actual jobs are. For example, if you look at where critical skills are needed, it is in the area, for example, when you are doing construction of solar power, concentrated solar power, biomass, and these are critical areas, and also on small hydro. Evidence subsists that shows that when you invest in these three areas I've mentioned, you can create jobs as high as 15,000 to 18,000 job years per gigawatt.
Right.
And when you invest in wind farms, you can create 4,200 to 7,200. And when you come down, you invest in natural gas power plants, you only create 2,500 jobs. That's job years per gigawatt. This shows the areas where you actually need critical skills, engineers, technicians, and the area of that can do solar power plants, that can do maintenance, operation and maintenance, actually create even more jobs. So it comes to a point where between now and 2030, where we need this critical investment, we need to do upskilling, we need to do reskilling, we have to put our investment in terms of training in these areas. Digital skills are also needed here.
Just one comment, because you said that most jobs will be created in China, Europe, and so on.
And India and Brazil, when you're talking about the 7% GDP globally,
yes. But if we don't get Africa involved in this process, we will never achieve a sustainable development, because Africa will have an incredible number of young people that will look for jobs, but also they shouldn't follow our, I would say, developed countries' pathways. They should make a jump, also in terms of energy, in terms of innovation, and so on. So my recommendation, and this is an issue for Europe, but not only, is really to focus much more on Africa, because if we get Africa wrong, if I may say so, the sustainability of the entire world will be at risk.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. What I said was that currently, the 12.7 million jobs that have been created in renewables, the existing jobs are in those 5 areas. That is China, Europe, Brazil, India, and the United States. But you are correct. For going forward, it's very important to get Africa involved. And Africa has a lot of programs and activities that are on ground. In fact, a lot of investment are going on in Africa. With the African Development Bank, we have the Global Climate Finance Architecture. For example, Climate Investment Fund, Green Climate Fund, Global Environmental Facility, that are investing in 48 transformational countries in Africa. I used to work in a development finance institution, and we have a lot of investment in Africa. I agree with you absolutely that Africa cannot be left behind if we're going to achieve the transformation we're talking about here.
Enrico, talk to me about policy, and I said in the introduction that a word we will hear a lot of is coherence. And that's true of policy, isn't it? That we can't tackle this as a single issue. This isn't an environmental issue. This isn't just about decarbonisation. This is a fundamental reset of an economy, of a jobs market. How do you make all those component parts work together? It's the dream, but it's difficult, isn't it?
Well, I was the chief statistician of the OECD between 2001 and 2009, and we started developing what then was labeled policy coherence for sustainable development. So there are very good recommendations and also very good cases in order to foster the cooperation and coherence throughout the different ministries. But being twice minister, I know that this is not an easy task. You need really a strong guidance from the center, but also you need a coherent system of measurement in order to see that an investment in one particular side of your economy will produce spillover effects on the others. This is about developing statistics, modeling, in order to evaluate ex ante and ex post the impact of different policies using sustainable development goals quoted by Amina Mohammed this morning as a reference. Then you need persistence, because if you have a change in the government and then the new government wants to start from scratch, and that is very difficult to be consistent over time.
What does it look like in practice, though? What is coherent policy from government? And I guess it's about getting component parts of a government to work together, be it transport policy, social policy, environmental policy, public policy. How do you make them align behind that one goal? Because it strikes me it's not one goal, yet we tend to think it's all about just reducing carbon emissions and making the world a better place. It's not that at all, is it?
Focusing on outcomes and not on expenditure, I would say. Yeah. And this is where we mentioned before starting the work that we published this week at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, where we developed these indicators and the overall measure of sustainable and inclusive well-being. So you don't need only measures of specific actions, but you have to transmit also to your citizens that the fact that you are progressing.
So give me an
GDP
example.
from this point of view is really out of date.
Yeah.
And you need to have new measures. They could be calculated now. And modeling, as I said, models to try to show the transmission channels between economic, social, environmental dimensions, because otherwise very difficult to understand where the problems are.
Joseph, is it your understanding that governments are aligned behind this, that they know they have a strict target in terms of decarbonisation? They are putting the measures in place to be able to take carbon out of their economies. But actually, is there enough consideration about the impact that that has, be it on employment, but around every other part of that economy? As we've touched on, GDP is not necessarily the correct measure. Are we incentivizing in the right way? Are governments around the world conscious enough of the impact that these policies will have on their people, not just from a jobs point of view?
I think to make policy work, there are two things you need to look at. One, there has to be a strong institutional and regulatory framework to make policy work. And in terms of low carbon development and transition to low carbon economy, done now. Every country set their nationally determined contribution, and they set a target for which they want to achieve. Let's say in this country, we want to have the percentage of renewables in our energy mix. Let's say, as a currently, the other than 31%, we're targeting 82% by 2050. Every country, let's say the kingdom, can say we want to target, currently we have this percentage of renewables. Next year, we want to have maybe 50% renewables. Having said that, that determines what type of mitigation efforts they begin to put in place, based on that nationally determined contribution and the target of their mission. Otherwise, then you cannot have effectiveness of the policy achieved.
Our time is up, but gentlemen, it's been lovely to talk to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I say this all the time. Remember, this is just a little shop window into the expertise of both of these gentlemen here. So please do grab them, network with them, meet them afterwards. I wish we had more time, but it is a packed schedule. So delighted to see you both. Thank you to Joseph and Enrico. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, as we move swiftly on, there is so much more for us, of course, to be able to talk about in this next session. I'm delighted to welcome back, and we're going to continue that same sort of theme right now with Omar, who I can welcome back to the stage to take you through our next session this afternoon. I'm going to be back very shortly with you to look at small business, and we'll also look at the concept of a job with purpose. What is a job with purpose? How does it work? And is it just a bit of a buzzword? So I'll talk about that in a moment, but please welcome back Omar.
Thank you. Excited to be back with you, and this time to discuss from brain drain to brain gain innovative solutions. And brain drain is one of the top issues for policymakers focused on economic development and employment, with concerns that countries lose some of their best and brightest to immigration to other markets. It's our privilege to have with us Dr. Marek Benio, co-founder and vice president of European Labour Mobility Institute, to explore further the issues around the brain drain and effective strategies for bringing talents back home. Dr. Marek, let's talk a little bit about some of the profiles, because people migrating for work, they're not just one profile, right? There's different types of profiles. Can you tell us some of those?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me here. Good afternoon. Yes, indeed. There are many reasons for people to move to another country. And when we speak about brain drain, we always think about the highly skilled workers, the doctors, the engineers, the architects. But I think in the last decade, we've observed more of a skill drain than brain drain in the global economy, in the global labor market. So the reasons why people leave their countries are numerous. Some of them are just looking for better life. Some of them are expelled. Some of them are gaining experience and they just want to exchange their professional skills with similar skills or different skills abroad. And all of these engines make us worry whether the sending country, the country where they grew up and they got their education, is not losing the talents, is not losing the skills that the economy of these countries need. And of course, globally, there is also a competition for the best skills in the market. And since the labor market is global, the companies would gladly attract the best specialists to their door. So as long as there are differences in economic developments in the shrinking world, shrinking in the meaning that it's easier to leave your country, it's easier to get visa, it's easier to move, we will have this problem of stealing the talents. And I'm using a negative sentence here, negative phrase here intentionally. So for different reasons...
I want to talk about this. You said skill and knowledge here, right? And when we say skilled workers and knowledge workers, are some of them more likely to come back for certain reasons? Do they behave differently with the economic value that they're creating in different markets?
Well, I would say it's very individual, and you see some patterns, of course, in the research there are clearly some patterns, but it's very individual case to case. And I think when we do research this issue, we underestimate the potential of social ties that people have. So, and I want to stress it, this is probably the most important thing I'm going to say. When you are leaving your country, even if you are precious, even if your talents are extreme, you will be foreigner in the new country. And you will be cherished, and perhaps you will be treated better than in your country, but you lose some of your social ties, some of your heritage, and that will make you always feel a little bit strange. And I say it is very individual, but this is what is happening. It is more likely for highly skilled workers to come back and return some of the experience, some of the knowledge that they gained abroad, than for the knowledge, the skilled workers, the middle skilled workers. But this is mainly for economic reasons, I would say.
Well, let's talk about, we have these labor, they've moved to other markets, they're, contributing there, but we want to bring some of these people back to contribute back to their home country. What kind of initiatives and incentives could we think of that might encourage the repatriation of these talents?
Well, I like the expression repatriation of the talents because we do not necessarily need to think of repatriation of the persons. Because you can repatriate your talents working remotely for your home country. So you are still employed in your host country, but you are also delivering some services, some of your work back home. You can be returning for internships, for kind of trainings that you can deliver with your expertise in your home country. But that requires either cooperation between companies or very strong self-motivation, internal motivation, that you want to give back something to your country. And this is not always the case. I mean, and you cannot blame people for not wanting to return the debt, so to speak. So one way is to use the remote work that this conference is all about, and without necessarily moving back home. Another way is, and that's my dream job, to spend half a year here and half a year there. especially because I come from a relatively cold country, Poland. I would love to work there in the summer and spend winter somewhere where it looks like
somewhere
summer.
warmer.
It looks like summer.
Yeah.
And it is possible these days. So I would use these opportunities more than think of like a permanent repatriation of the skills. Also,
so like kind of like a hybrid model. We don't need to necessarily bring the person back, but maybe we need to give them opportunities to re-add value back to their home market, whether through volunteering or other platforms.
Exactly, but this is also, I said that there is a very important factor that your employer, whoever this is, must at least agree on that. But I can also see for the employer a very good potential that if he sends you back home, then you will recruit new talents for this employer. So why not? If I'm not mistaken, and there is a fishing for talent global expedition in the companies, then of course, why not doing this by the agent who speaks the language, who knows the culture? So absolutely, but this is only one way. I would also like to point out that there are less individual, but more based on policymaking approaches to retaining or regaining the brains. And I would like to point your attention to two examples, two countries, South Korea and Taiwan. South Korea turned from a rural country, rural economy, in less than 30 years by a very well thought and very stable policy on building the economy of high tech. And they did it so consistently that at Korea now, they are leaders, and they are not only stopped losing their talents, they are gaining foreigners now. So,
but what was the success factor?
The success, continuity of the policy. This is, if we talk about public policies, if you ask if there are any good examples of public policies, it's no matter who wins the elections, we continue this path. And also they were lucky to discover that the future, now it's the present, it lies in technology. We don't know what the future lies in. I actually had a very nice corridor conversation with a journalist earlier this morning, and we agreed that perhaps there will be a swing back from high-tech economy to human economy. And perhaps the professions of the future are actually facilitators of humans meeting again.
Oh. I'm totally convinced of this. I think, and we talked about it on our panel with AI and cross-border skills as well. We talked about how the human interaction and the human-centered activity are going to be at a premium in the future.
But this is also one of the answers how to regain your brains. Regain the brains for your country. So, yes, continuous policy, no matter who is in the government, focused on this future development. And yes, Korea discovered that this is going to be high-tech. In case of Taiwan, they were a copy machine of the world. Like, they were copying everything. And all of a sudden, because they were also copying talents, they started to attract talents, and they became the most innovative economy in the world. And this happened also, during our lifetime. So it's not a very long-term perspective. So from the public policies point of view, I think finding these secrets of the future development, and there is a little fortune-telling, but there is also a lot of analysis about it, is a good answer how to turn your country from the country that loses the resources, the human resources, to brain gainers.
And I like that, a kind of focused strategy, also a specialization of sorts. I want to move to the kinds of incentives that can be put together. Can there be financial incentives or other incentives that maybe we could attract people to come back?
I believe that we overestimate economic incentives here, both when people make decisions of leaving the country and even more so when they make a decision of returning to country. So I would rather play on the sentiments, on the fact that, on homesickness, on the fact that you left your country, and we don't want you to feel guilty for that, but we want you to return as frequently as possible until the moment that you stay there. So this is also the way. But I also want to point out that the contemporary labor markets, they give lots of opportunities of lending your brain and not losing it completely. And that's the posting of workers works like this. So you are hired by a company in your home country, and that company allows to use your talents by another company in another country. So formally, you remain the member, the participant of the labor market of your home country, but you are conducting work temporarily in another country. And this is also the way to share the brains and not to steal the brains. That would be a good answer.
Really interesting. I want to ask our audience, do you believe financial incentives are enough to bring people home? That's going to be the first. And the second is, do you believe that the sentimental is really important? So raise your hand if you think financial can be enough to bring people home. Okay, I see some hands. Wow. Do you believe in the sentimental, that we need to play on the emotional to bring people home?
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. Okay, well, I think most of the audience agrees with you, sir, that the economic is... But are there challenges with the economic incentives? Have countries tried to implement this?
Well, of course. I mean, if you're... I'll give you a European example. Luxembourg and Bulgaria. Luxembourg I take because they have the highest minimum remuneration, statutory wage, and Bulgaria has the lowest minimum statutory age. There are also some member states that don't have statutory minimum wage, but let's put them aside. Well, if try to convince a Bulgarian worker to return from Luxembourg, and mind you, there are no barriers for Bulgarian workers to go to Luxembourg. I mean, no legal barriers, because it's a single market. So they can move freely. Really, for Bulgaria, it's a loss of human capital the big way, really. So, yes, you need to play on the sentiments, because if you are in the Bulgarian government, or Bulgarian company, what kind of incentives, economic incentives, would you have to structure in order for your doctor or architect to come back from a high-wage country? So I would say, on the contrary, you can ask the company who hired, hey, borrow us our own citizen. That would be more likely.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marek. Thank you to our audience for also your contributions with us. Really interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
It's interesting to think about how we can convince people to come back to their home countries and contribute, and how much of a role economics plays versus how much of a role our sense of purpose and identity might have in our decisions, economic or otherwise. And I believe our next session will dive further into this, looking at the topic of jobs with a purpose. And I'd like to welcome Ben Thompson back on the stage, who will be moderating our next session.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Omar, and welcome to my panelists for this next fascinating session. Please take a seat. Let me introduce you to both of them. With me here, Melina Tapranzi, who is founder of Earth & Co Consulting. Hi, Melina. And Dean Turner, who's Chief EMEA Economist at UBS Global Wealth Management. Welcome to you both. And this session is looking at jobs with purpose. And I think it's so interesting because it's gained such traction, hasn't it, as people maybe after the pandemic, look for work that means something, that perhaps gives back. But I wonder, and I'll pose this question to you in a moment, about whether that's just a bit of a buzzword, whether it's a trend, whether it's a bit of lip service to the idea that we all need to do good as well as make money. And I wonder from a business point of view, whether this is aligned with their core values, or whether this is simply something that they feel they have to do to get ahead. So let me ask you first of all, and Melina, I'll start with you. What is a job with purpose?
Why do you wake up every day? You know, what makes you want to wake up every day? We work more than 8 hours every day, so you know, and especially the younger generation needs to find a reason to do that, and it's not money anymore. They need to find something else, and this is exactly what a job with purpose is about combining financial value with other types of value, like social and environmental.
Dean, how would you define it?
I would say it's broadly similar. It's really just about thinking about jobs in a more a way where employees are getting more out of it than just a salary. You know, as Melina said, you know, we all work fantastic hours these days, and the reason we're doing that is because we feel we're contributing more, not just to our company, but to society as well.
What are the factors that come into play? If I decide, okay, right, I'm going to go out into the jobs market, I'm going to look for a job with purpose, what might be the metrics that I would measure? Is it individual? Is it very personal about how you would derive value from it or purpose from it? Or do we say, well, this is about being greener, it's about being more aware of those that have less? How would you define what that purpose might be?
I think a lot of that will come down to the individual concerned. You know, people have their own passions, whether it's the green economy, whether it's doing charitable work, whether it's driving other parts of sustainability. I think, you know, when we're looking for work, we're trying to align what we're doing with our own personal goals. It could be education, for example. You know, that's another great passion, and I come across a lot with employees. And you know, being able to ensure that staff can deliver on those goals as well is ultimately very important.
Melina, is there demand for this? And if so, where is that demand coming from? Because you know, clearly salary is a thing that will motivate a lot of people. We need to make money to live. How would you describe that mix? How much is purpose and how much is money?
Okay, I can share a lot of insights, as you can understand, but for the sake of time, I want to stick to one very interesting study from the Gallup Institute, all right? So what they did is that they asked millennials and Gen Z on the one hand, and they had baby boomers on the other hand, and they asked them, which are the top 3 criteria that you look for in your employer, all right? In other words, what you want to see in an employer when you look for a job. So it's not surprising that baby boomers prioritized financial stability, ethical leadership, and so on and so forth. But the interesting fact is that financial stability is not even in the 3 top criteria for Gen Z.
Well, not at all.
So, yeah, and you know, you might ask, are they rich? They don't care about money? What is it? What's the case? So of course they care about money. Of course they want financial stability. But for the first time, we see one generation that is willing to work for less, a little bit less money, if they will work for a company that has a different purpose, a company that prioritizes their well-being, a company that fosters an inclusive and diverse workplace, and at the end of the day, a company that allows them to grow with the company, not only for the company, which makes a huge difference.
So then as an organization there, how do you square that circle? How do you say, well, I want to attract young talent by giving them purpose, but at the same time, I need to keep my existing workers happy with, one would assume, money? It's quite a challenge for an employer, isn't it?
It is, and to be honest, sometimes HR departments feel like the clowns that they have to entertain, the younger generation, which of course it's not the job. I would say that this is exactly why today companies prioritize sustainability.
Right.
This generation doesn't just talk sustainability. They walk, they wear, they eat sustainability. So the companies right now realize that they have to somehow embed sustainability in their core values, in their DNA. And I'm not talking about the values that they have online on their website. I'm talking about the actual, values that exist in the company. And this is how they attract, younger, this generation, and they give them a sense of purpose.
I want to come back to some of those sort of values in a minute about what it tells us about the organization. But Dean, I'm interested in whether there are distinctions within a job for purpose. So is this about me applying to maybe a non-profit organization and saying, this is quite clearly a job that, will give me purpose, it will give me, a feeling of well-being because it's a not-for-profit or it's an altruistic organization? Or can you find within a very commercial organization a job that has purpose?
I think with time, those lines are becoming more blurred, absolutely. I think originally it was very much focused on perhaps the non-profit sector. But we've seen throughout the last few years, I would actually argue it's been going on since before the pandemic. I would actually trace it back to the global financial crisis, that companies have really had a much broader focus just beyond profitability. And the reason for that is that a lot of it is about getting the best from your workforce. Right. And getting the best from your workforce will really require aligning your values to attract the very best talent.
So this is absolutely about, and this comes to your point too about the value of the organization. This isn't lip service. This isn't just saying, look, we need to be seen to do this. If it's done right, it can make the organization more successful.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been a number of studies looking at this, and there's been studies that estimate that a happier workforce can increase their staff productivity by double digits. Right. And we've had sessions today already on the productivity challenge that's facing a number of economies. The private sector is really going to be the force that drives this, and having happier workers and workers that can realize their purpose alongside their day-to-day roles is something that can increase productivity. Now, other things being equal, higher productivity equals better financial outcomes for companies as well.
Melina, do you get a sense from organizations that it is now more than lip service? It's not something that they need to put, to your point, about on their website to say, look, we do this, look, come and work for us, it's wonderful. That actually it is now being defined as a core activity, that it goes beyond just making money.
I think we live in exciting times just because we see companies globally realizing their role as a corporate citizen.
Right.
And a corporate citizen has obligations and rights, and this corporate citizen doesn't only have financial obligations. So studies show that, companies who just focus on finding ways to maximize their profit will struggle, to find and attract and retain good talent. If the purpose is leaning towards, environmental value or social value, then this company is in a much stronger position to attract talent. And right now, companies are taking a step back. They are unlearning, if you like. They are repositioning themselves, they are redesigning the strategies, and they're trying to embed sustainability, for instance, in their core operations, just because they realize that this will help them not only attract and retain talent, but it also has financial benefits. It can help them with, risk mitigation strategies, or they can have access to green finance and so on and so forth. So I think it's a holistic approach that we see for the first time, at least to that extent, and to my eyes, this is very exciting.
And Dean, that's the point, is that it's the attracting and retaining talent.
It is attracting and retaining talent, but I also think there's another angle here, and a lot of this aligns with what we're seeing in terms of the generational shift. Millennials, Gen Zs, they're not just dominating the labour market, They're dominating the economy, the consumption side. And, you know, companies can pay lip service to a lot of these ambitions, with CSR ambitions. But the fact of the matter is, in a social media age, if they're not living up to that, they can be called out on it quite quickly, and that can be extremely damaging to the top line. So, you know, I think, you know, this whole combination of, it's not just generational shift, it's also the impact of social media that will have a big effect here.
I mean, I sort of like that idea that, you know, what began as something that was nice to have, and as you both really eloquently described, you know, it is now having an effect on the bottom line. That actually, it gets us back to sort of where we started, in a sense that if it's financially good for business, they will do it. I suppose the challenge and the question is to both of you, if times get tough, if the business is struggling, is that the first thing that goes out the window? Can businesses afford to do this if they're not financially successful?
I would say that marketing goes out of the window when times are tough. We saw that, you know, during COVID, for instance, where companies, you know, stopped communicating their products and their services and so on. But this, in order to be successful, it has to be embedded in the DNA of the organization. Otherwise, it's just a check-in-the-box activity. It's like when we're trying to foster a diverse and inclusive workplace, we hire people who come from, I don't know, a different age group or a different background, and then we don't create the framework for them to be heard within the company. So we don't really make any difference, you see. And as you said, people will know. They can turn you from hero to zero in a second online, and it's a very dangerous thing to just drop it because times are tough. And another element, especially for millennials who value other elements right now, for instance, remote working, hybrid models, inclusive workplaces, or even mobility. Since, you know, when you can live in Riyadh this year and next year you can go to London and work there, this means that you don't want to buy a house here necessarily, or you don't want to buy a car and all these things. So it's very hard to convince this generation just because you're giving them more money in tough times or whatever. You have to do more, and this is what they expect from you.
Yeah, and I would also just add to that, you know, we question whether it can survive an economic cycle.
Yeah.
Well, you know, let's look back. It has already survived an economic cycle. You know, this predates COVID, and, you know, for an economist, COVID wasn't really a recession, it was a shock. But if you go back to the last real recession we had, which was a global financial crisis, arguably this was the origination of this trend to, you know, increase the availability and demand for jobs of the purpose. So I think the evidence is there that it can survive the economic cycle.
What do you think the pandemic meant for jobs with purpose? Did we suddenly spend this time at home and think, what am I doing with my life? You know, why am I going to this organization, working 9 to 5 and just getting paid at the end of the day? Was that quite a game changer for this element?
I think there's evidence that it was, but it's interesting. I still think we're very early days, or he says 3.5 years after the pandemic. But no, in reality, we are still feeling the effects, the aftershocks of the pandemic. And, you know, I think what you're seeing in terms of trends, in terms of demands to work from home, you know, very large at the start, and companies were being very accommodating, but we're increasingly seeing that there's significant pushback against that. So, yeah, I think it did cause a big shift, but I think we've still got a couple of years to find out how much of a permanent change the pandemic has actually had.
Because I think that's, you might argue that, you know, in the way to retain and keep good talent, working from home or being flexible could be one of those things that allows people to do that. But as you said, you know, so many organizations rowing back on that, partly for a cultural issue and partly for the idea of people working together and collaborating. But do you think that therefore has an effect that people say, actually, I don't really believe all this sort of jobs with purpose stuff, because look what you did with, you know, with working from home, flexible working, you want us all back in. How ingrained must it be for it to be effective?
Actually, we've seen evidence from, especially from Gen Zs, who don't really want to work from home all the time, because this makes them work all the time.
Right.
Okay? So just because right now they're demanding, if you like, from their organizations to do something about the employees' work-life balance, and this is actually one of the top priorities in this study that I mentioned earlier, work-life balance. So, you know, working from home all the time, not going out, doesn't really sound like work-life balance, all right? So I think we're exploring now a lot of hybrid versions. The pandemic also helped with that. At the beginning it was great. We were working from home, we are free and so on, but after a few months, nobody really liked that, right? So I think flexibility, adaptability, these are the key words that we need to explore.
I mean, you might argue, actually, that if you're allowed to work from home all the time, you might feel you don't have much purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not needed in the
Exactly.
office. So that might be one of the issues. Look, we've not got a lot of time, but I'm interested in, and we've established there are a lot of employers in the room. What does best practice look like in this sort of field? Who is getting it right? What does getting it right look like when it comes to providing jobs with purpose?
Well, I think, look, we're still on a journey of exploration here. We focused a lot on just the work from home trend, but that's just one aspect of it. If you think about, a lot of companies are spending a lot more time and money on volunteering. A lot of companies giving staff much more time to volunteer for causes which they see passionate, and employees get a lot out of that. Companies with charitable givings and charitable activities more generally. It's this whole broad-based approach. I still think, we're quite a long way into this journey, but we're still finding out what is best practice and where the ultimate balance lies. But that, to me, is also a reason why I believe that this is a trend that isn't going away anytime soon.
Yeah. How do organisations respond to that, though? Where do they need to start thinking about getting this right?
Well, there's an economic imperative here. I mean, it's absolutely crucial. If we go back to what we said earlier about what's good for the employee is good for the company. We are in a world where the war for talent, I hate to call it a war for talent, but that's essentially what it is, and especially in the developed world where we have huge concerns around demographics and aging. That's only getting more difficult. And therefore, for companies to be able to attract the very best talent, there's going to have to be continued focus and effort to develop jobs that really do have a purpose beyond the 9 to 5 hours and a salary.
Yeah. And what are organisations telling you, Melina, about how important this is to integrate it within the core functions, and it's no longer just that nice to have?
This is the hardest part, but I think it has to do with the corporate mindset. And right now what we see is a shift from a know-it-all company to a learn-it-all company.
Okay.
And this is what they're trying to communicate to their employees as well. I mean, at least the future-oriented companies or the forward-thinking companies. This learn-it-all approach, meaning that we don't know everything already, we will co-design this together with you. Because in the past, the company would design something and the employees would have to follow, no questions asked. Now this co-designing and this continuous improvement and adaptability is, I think, are the key elements that we observe.
And it strikes me there needs to be a lot of different parts of that organisation aligned behind the same goal. Again, easier said than done. How do you get all of those, be it HR, recruitment, be it core operation? And clearly it will depend on the type of organisation that we're discussing here, but how do you make sure that they are aligned behind that goal? Is it because it becomes fundamental to the bottom line, so therefore every department has to align with it?
Well, I think it's a combination of things. Overall, it's, what is this company's purpose? What are we here for? I think as long as everyone's aligned behind that. And a crucial factor here as well will be giving employees across all levels of the business much more agency, much more engagement in what they're doing, much more influence over the broader strategy. I think that's the trend that we're certainly seeing happening, and I think that's one that has to continue. And technology will drive a lot of that as well.
Do you think we'll ever be in a position where an organisation can say, you know what, we're just in this to make money? That's what we do. We create livelihoods, we pay people well, and actually they come to us because we pay the best in the market. I mean, is there an alternative view where we say, actually, jobs with purpose are fine, but if you want to make money, come here, we'll pay you the most?
Why don't you do both? Okay. Make money and create, an environmental and social value. When you can have both, why settle with one? I don't know if you.
Absolutely. Look, I agree with this. This is money into the new generation is just one aspect of a job, and it's the companies that can deliver this broader strategy will be the ones that succeed.
I really like that as a note to end on as well. So I'm really grateful to you both for talking us through that. Thank you to Melina and to Dean, ladies and gents. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. So we will move away from a job with purpose, and while the purpose is being here, to move the chairs from down there to up here. You're stuck with me for the next panel as I introduce my next panelists. We're going to talk about small and medium-sized businesses and the role particularly of family businesses, huge here, of course, in the kingdom. But what do small and medium-sized businesses contribute to the wider economy, and what do they do for economic growth? We know they are the lifeblood of so many economies, but how do we nurture them and make sure they really are delivering, especially when it comes to scaling up and creating jobs? In this next session, I want to look at how SMEs can actually do that. How do they maximize their impact on job creation, scale operations, foster innovation, and crucially, of course, we know this is a big issue, get the right access to funding. So given that the theme of this conference, of course, is looking at employment, I want to look at how small and medium-sized firms really can contribute to employment. So please welcome my panel. Welcome. Come and take a seat.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ali.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you.
Grab a seat. Welcome to everyone, and let me introduce you to them. First of all, next to me here, Dr. Aith Al-Mubarak, who's the Chief Executive of the National Centre for Family Business. Aline Ioannis, who is the Chief Executive of Romat SA, and on the end there, Amanda, hello. Amanda Pullinger, who is the founder and principal at Global Female Investors Management. Welcome to you all, delighted to have you here. Aline, I want to start with you if I can, in the middle, because I touched on it there in that introduction, that for small and medium-sized firms to be job creators, they have to get beyond just being family organizations. They need to scale up. Talk to me about the biggest challenges right now for small businesses to scale up and what they need.
Yeah, I will start from the having in mind the three pillars that SMEs could take into consideration. First of all, innovation. Innovation that is a differentiator factor. Other one is the resources, because most of the SMEs have limited resources, and the culture of the company, which is a driver for attracting talent or retaining talent, and building a right strategy in conjunction with the culture. Starting from these points, I will say that innovation could boost the business if it's used in the right way. For this reason, I would suggest for the SMEs to use clusters in order to use the common resources, in order to use economy of scale for using the right resources. In the same time, they can have strategic partnerships with universities in order to promote different research and development programs. What is important also from these collaborations with the universities is to end the programs with a technological transfer. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just a theoretical collaboration and will not have a good outcome. In the same time, when we speak about resources, some of the companies are looking to big strategies, to very elaborate strategies, and they are forgetting to look to small things that are inside of the companies, using efficient the resources that they have inside. For example, just retaining a customer is a way of using efficient resources instead to looking all the time for new customers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's such easy sometimes to retain the customers using a strategy that I name not over-promising, over-delivering.
Yeah.
Because most of the customers are looking for companies that offer I say peace of mind. Offer them what they are trying to promise. And for this reason, it's easy to retain a customer if you deliver what you promise.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same with the human resources. If you have the right culture, if you have the right environment, if it's not a gap between what you promise and what, for example, the new employees are finding in the company, it's much easier to retain talent. More than that, if you align your selection process with the values, with the culture of the company, you have also this successful story.
I want to talk about culture as well in a minute, because that will be a theme, I think, through all of this discussion about the culture and also that access to networks and support. Dr. Ava, I want to talk to you about the role of family businesses as well, because I think I'm right in saying about 95% of businesses in the kingdom are made up, big or small, with family organizations. That brings its own set of challenges, doesn't it, when it comes to scaling up?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, today in the kingdom, family businesses represent the majority of businesses in the kingdom. 95% of businesses are family businesses. They employ 48% of the national workforce. With that comes opportunity and challenges as well. One of the key challenges that we are concerned about is how can we support these family businesses, especially SMEs, to move from the entrepreneurial practices to more structured corporatization or corporatized practices that will enable them to start with save the existing jobs that they have at the moment, while also enable them to get into new opportunities and form a new partnership that in many cases require giving an assurance to the potential partner that you are working with a credible party who knows how they are running their businesses, and they work efficiently, they work in fair terms, and everything that proper corporate governance can bring to the table.
How do you formalize that sort of arrangement there? Because what strikes me about so much of the mindset of small business owners is they're very good at what they do. They know what their business can deliver. They know their area of expertise. But then to scale up, to be able to start creating jobs, they need to trust other people. And that's quite difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think the kingdom did an excellent job in creating the legal infrastructure required for doing that. I mean, if you look at the new corporate law today, the new corporate law enables family businesses to incorporate their family constitution into the Article of Association. Now, this is a huge enabler for SMEs, because with that, you can make sure that your SME partner have established something in a legal format that will organize their relationship with their family. And in doing so, you can make sure that you are working with someone who is stable from the inside, and this will definitely enable them or put them in a better position to create more jobs and to be able to even stay in the future, even save the existing jobs, which is equally important as Alan mentioned. Sometimes saving the existing ones is easier and much more important than creating new ones.
Yeah. Amanda, let me bring you in, because you do something really interesting. So your business is Global Female Investors Management. And I said there, it often is that small businesses, sole traders, are very good at knowing what they do. That's why they're in business. That's why they set up that organization in the first place. What they're terrible at doing is bringing in other people and looking outside of their organization and saying, I don't know this, I need your help. And that's where you come in, isn't it?
It is. So Global Female Investors, I created a year ago. I've been in the financial services arena for a long time, building networks, understanding the power of peer networks. And what's really been interesting this past year, so within the organization, we have women who are risk takers, who are managing money for an employee, but there are also women who are running their own fund. And what's interesting, the world thinks there are no women managing money. There are, but they are small and they're invisible. And what's interesting about this past year is learning these are phenomenal investors. I don't need to teach these women how to invest. They've got that. What they need in order to scale is the same thing every company needs. Capital to grow. You need to know how to get that capital. Who gives it? Who's the right capital at the moment? The second is, big one, how do you think about your business? Because many of these women are investors. They don't know about HR or technology or operations. Yep. And to your point about trust, many of these women have been doing it alone. And so bringing to them this idea that actually, in order for someone to invest in you, you've got to have the optics right. You need a team. You need not just you doing every single job. You need investors to be able to see that you've got operational staff, you've got technology, you've got, in the case of investment professionals, the compliance side. And then the third thing that you need, and these are all intertwined, is visibility or branding, whatever you want to call it. Yep. This is an area that women are particularly bad at, I've found, in business. I'm actually very comfortable sitting on a stage talking. Many of these women know their stuff. Yep. They need to be up on this stage, because what is clear to me is we'll never change the demographics of fund ownership until we change the perception of what an investor looks like. Mm-hmm. And who do we see as investors on our television screens, in our conferences? It's generally not women. Mm-hmm. And so all of those things, the very practical details, are why I'm bringing these women together. They're brilliant investors. What they need is the knowledge and the network in order to grow their business.
Yeah, and Aline, this aligns with your view, doesn't it, really, about how businesses need to stop focusing on something that's not their core activity. Exactly. Learning to delegate and say, I don't know this, I will bring you in to tell me how to do this.
Exactly, is important. I spoke earlier about resources, and SMEs have limited resources. For this reason, it's critical for SMEs being focused in what is core business and outsource what is not core business. I don't know, HR, marketing, and other functionalities that are not in their core business. In the same time, we spoke about being like a solar businesses that are looking around or are moving around the owner. Sometimes we are not the owners of the ultimate truth. For this reason, having in mind that some of SMEs doesn't have the right governance structure, probably they need to look after a board of advisors, or some of structure like this that could bring a different light, could bring different perspectives upon different aspects. Yeah. They could have a different perspective on the areas that probably are not very familiar with the owner of the business or with the management of that business. For this reason, it's important to have a structure like this, and further on to have a right governance structure in the company.
And Dr. Ace, the governance point is a really important one, isn't it? Because it's too easy to neglect good governance, to your point about sending that message to others that this is a business that you want to work with. But also succession within family organizations is true. How do you make sure that there is a way of future-proofing these brilliant organizations that are set up and making sure they last for several generations and they don't die with the current ownership?
Well, I mean, future-proofing is more of a myth, I think. There is an inherited risk in every business, be it a family business or others, and many of the businesses may fail at certain point in time. But what we can do from now is to realize the potential risks that we can manage and start managing them from early on. One of the key risks is the lack of succession plan, be it at the family side of things, which is ownership and governance, and also in the managerial level. So from a family succession point of view at the ownership level, we typically advise families to look into two things. The first one is to have a framework, a governance framework that ensures we have fair play for the family to succeed one another. The second thing is to have prepared next gen, a generation that is ready to succeed, not just in the business, but also beyond, where the business can tap into that pool whenever necessary. So if we can make sure that we have talented people within the families, and we also have the governance structure that will enable the business in a merit-based way to select from the family some members that can lead the family in the future, I think we are ready to manage that risk. Is it future-proofing? Definitely not, but it's an effective way of managing that risk.
Giving yourself the best possible way of managing that risk, I suppose, is a challenge. Amanda, I'm so taken by that notion as well that, to grow these businesses, women need to invest in other women's businesses, but you need to bring in men investing in women's businesses as well. This is, to pay this forward, to grow these businesses for the next generation, there needs to be a fundamental reset of how we make those decisions, doesn't there?
So yeah, I think what's very interesting is that, and I'm not saying it's exclusively women, but certainly the women that I've interacted with over this last year who are running businesses, who may be impact investors, but they may be hedge funds, they may be private equity funds, a whole range of different funds that they're managing. And it's interesting because you just did a panel on purpose. When I asked the question around if you had the option of performance or purpose, which would you pick? I did it in London, not too long ago. Every woman put her hand up for purpose, which is very interesting when they're in a performance business, right? So obviously they understand they've got to make a return. But in the back of their minds, I think for many women is, how can I make a difference in the world? Yep. And I've often said that having capital is one of the best ways to be able to make a difference in the world, if you have the knowledge of where that money needs to go. Yeah. So the challenge is you've got women who are running funds, very often investing in gender lens focused themes or looking for women-owned businesses. But you need the capital, so you need people, those that have the capital, to know that these women are funding. And then those women need to know the businesses, the fundamental businesses that they can be investing in. So this whole access to capital, but then access to capital for the business owners themselves is really critical. And this is where I think we've got to do a better job of creating opportunities for each group to interact with each other. So actually giving these fund owners access to where do you get money from. And we're beginning to create lists of who are the people who really want to invest in these women-owned funds, right? And equally, who are the women-owned businesses? And I love the fact that you were talking about a forum that you put together of these women-run businesses, because I think very often women feel like they're the only one out there. They're not the only one. But again, we've got to connect people together. That's the fundamental piece here. Yeah. I think men do it much more naturally. I think systemically, men do it more naturally. Women need very formal methods in order to connect with capital or with those opportunities to invest.
And with that in mind, we've got a couple of minutes left. I want to ask you all the same question that, in your respective fields, what does a strong ecosystem look like? What are the enablers to make the small businesses that you work with grow and ultimately create the jobs? That's right.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, we look at what does it take for family businesses to continue in the future and to prosper. And we believe this needs an ecosystem. And that ecosystem has 4 groups of stakeholders. Each one of them has its own needs. The first one is family businesses, which we definitely need to engage with to make sure that we inform them, we educate them, and we give them opportunities to network and to learn from one another. The second important stakeholder is the government. We want to make sure that we have effective communication with the government where we can create a conducive regulatory framework and environment for family businesses to prosper. the advisory community in the financial or legal segments are crucial. We want to make sure that our family businesses have access to and talented, high caliber advisors. And last but not least, the community need to realize the positive role that family businesses play in their communities, and therefore not just preserve family businesses, but also save the entrepreneurial spirit for young men and women to aspire to become and own a family business one day in the future.
Brilliant. Aline, briefly, if you would, what was a strong ecosystem look like?
I will say purpose.
Okay.
Purpose, having in mind that we are living in a generation that is looking after a clear purpose. They will need to have clear in mind the culture that is resonate with the purpose.
And Amanda?
For me, it's about a more transparent ecosystem. Where do you go for funding? You know, where is the list of funders? Who are the businesses that we need to know about? So it's creating that transparency that I think is critical for small businesses.
Joy to talk to you all. Thank you. I always wish we had more time for these things, but really good to meet you all properly and to hear your thoughts. So thank you so much to Dr. Eith, to Aline, and to Amanda. Thank you. Really good to have you here. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lovely to see you. Please. And so time marches on. We have another great session coming up for you next. So just while we do a bit of rearranging up here, I'm delighted to welcome back Tumi, who will guide you through our next session. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Ben. Always a pleasure to listen to the conversations that are being held. The next one is, I think I'm going to admit and say perhaps quite close to my heart. We're talking about SMEs because I am an SME, so we tend to call ourselves sometimes one-man bands because we have to do everything. You have to be the founder, the financier, the marketing, the accountant. Well, okay, not the accountant, but you know what I mean. And the question for us, I think, in this conversation, please take your seats. These are my panelists, and I will introduce them to you shortly. The question is always whether, in fact, there are learnings that can be taken from the way in which SMEs function. And joining me to have that conversation, please give a very warm welcome to Virginia Rees-Coles. She is the co-founder of Aratus AI, and Walid Fatani, who is the Group CEO of Savola Group. To both of you, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you give them a warm welcome? Thank you. Otherwise, they feel a little bit unloved, and we want to make sure that you all feel loved and welcome. So, perhaps, Virginia, if I can start with you. Are SMEs really front runners when it comes to good work?
Yes, they are. And having worked with SMBs for quite many years, they are in the forefront of innovation, scalability, and the ability to take workers in and be able to be able to have their skills assessed for profitability. They're able to drive innovation, and I'm very bullish on them.
Walid, even though I know that you work for a big organization, surely you must agree, or perhaps you don't, that there's a lot that can be learned from the way in which SMEs conduct their businesses and engage with the people who work with them.
That is true. The agility that SMEs offer and the proximity that they have with their people is extraordinary. And this is something that cannot be replicated in large corporates, for sure. However, I think it depends on the sector of SMEs. We talk about tech sectors, probably that energy and that engagement might be higher than other sectors, maybe in the manufacturing or industrial sector. So it depends on the sector. But I think there's a lot of learnings to be made from large corporates in terms of how to institutionalize good work policies to ensure engagement is at the highest level across the organization.
Well, let's try to break down some of those learnings then, perhaps, so that we can try to answer this question whether indeed they are front runners more specifically. One thing that I can imagine, because most SMEs have quite flat structures, they don't have sort of many layers within them, purely because they are so small. Has that been advantageous for them when it comes to workers who are having to come out of that environment and into more complex structures? And perhaps, Virginia, if I can come back to you on that first. And Walid, I'd like you to ponder the same point, if you wouldn't mind. So, Virginia,
yes,
you go
I think
first.
it's very important. One thing that we find out from people that have exit interviews or people that are working in feedback is that the smokestack organizations do not work for many people. They need a flattened organization. We need to take the smokestacks and make it more fluid across an organization. And you find that in the SMB community. You also find that the culture within the SMB community is one of innovation. And as you take a look at a lot of SMBs, really they adhere to an ethos of Kaizen, which everybody contributes to the common goal. And we're finding that a lot of these workers that want to go into the workplace specifically look at SMBs for that specific reason. They're able to scale across an organization, take their skills today, and be able to do things that maybe they would not be able to do in a larger organization. Most importantly, they want to work with founders. They want to work with leaders, and they want the barriers broken down between their level and the highest level in an organization.
Walid?
That's a valid point. I mean, organizations have rigid hierarchies that SMEs do possess an entirely different culture. And people who have been working in such environments, I would suspect they would have it difficult to incorporate themselves into more of a corporate hierarchy. And again, it depends, again, on what the hierarchy values are and how it promotes these values. I would give you an example from our perspective, Savola. We are a company 45 years old, 16,000 employees around the globe. And we have to find a vision and an identity to kind of unite all of this big structure. And how you do that is creating very strong values and enacting on it. It allows that culture to be embedded all the way down. If you promote inclusivity, if you promote engagement, if you promote trust, all these values, our motto is values built on values. And they have to be really integral. It's not a motto, it is the way you do business. And if you have that done successfully, I think that culture of inclusivity allows maybe some of those people coming from SMEs to thrive. But that is very unique. We would not find this across many organizations.
Well, this was going to be my question, because I know that, oftentimes when you're sitting in boardrooms and you're having board meetings, and sometimes CEOs love to say things like, we have a very entrepreneurial culture. And then you look at the structure of the organization and it's everything but, because it's got about 20 layers, and they never see, the people who are sort of at the very bottom rungs of this ladder. What is it that organizations need to do, or how can they begin thinking differently when it comes to realizing that culture of access to the top and ease of movement between the different layers?
Well, first of all, it needs to be done. And I think within an organization, whether you are a government organization or a large corporation, you can have an SME within your own company. And you need to be able to create that within your company with the ability to be able to leverage what we're learning with the SMEs to be able to do that within your company. So I think you need to flatten organizations in many times, but you also need to have the feedback go up to the top, and it has to be listened to, because employees today in the SME market want to know that their voice is being heard. And that gives them power, and it also provides them the innovation that they need to be able to drive things. And from looking at organizations that do embrace that, you're finding that they are more, they have ability to adapt more regularly.
When you say flatten, and even though I think there's an in-principle agreement, when it comes to materially doing that, it can be quite a different conversation, right? Because you're talking about rejigging organizational processes, you're talking about management structures, you're talking about people who for the past decade have been working on getting to the next level, and then suddenly the next level disappears. So there are sort of some underlying issues that exist. So Walid, if we try then to realize what Virginia is suggesting, where do you think we would have to start in that process?
I think you really need to have a very strong HR in any organization, particularly large organizations, to make sure that the voices are reflected all the way through. So this is something integral in large organizations. But this is just a structural point. But when you talk about really having the employees, you can break the buckets in organizations And it depends really in which bucket you are in the organizations. If you have from large operational units, for instance, and that's how big banks and big organizations are broken into smaller units, and accessibility to the hierarchy of that unit is maintained. Maybe not all the way to the top formally, but however, there are channels through HR and management that you have to foster that culture of basically your voice being heard. It's really crucial.
There are clearly, as we're speaking, many advantages that are emerging, and I think many people can even assume what some of those advantages are. One thing that I do wonder, however, is how can SMEs better take advantage of their intrinsic advantages? In other words, there are some issues and ways of doing business that are really beneficial to SMEs, but because they are so small, they don't necessarily have the time to strategize about how do we make sure that we're taking advantage of our structure as an SME, because they're busy doing business, they're busy working, they're busy getting the work done. How do we help them in making that happen? Because then you get the transfer to the bigger organizations and the support coming down to SMEs.
I think we need to do a better job in the media of highlighting some of the successes that SMEs have. And also we need to highlight some of the people that are change agents. And I think we do a good job, like for example, in this conference today, you know, we're all struggling with how does AI help and what are the skill sets and how do we get people back to work. We need to focus on SMEs. We need to take the learnings the successes that we're seeing today and transfer that across all organizations. Again, government and business.
Walid, what do you think?
It's an ecosystem, I agree. It's an ecosystem. Both large corporates, SMEs, and government have to really work together to ensure that the proper methods and the proper structures are in place across the board. Large corporates cannot thrive without a healthy SMEs. They are the ones that generate employment across the economy, although their contribution to GDP is not that significant at this stage, but the employment size is quite large. So large corporates with small SMEs, with the intervention of the government in terms of funding, will allow SMEs to have maybe some luxury of financial support or training or etc. to allow them to adopt and start to think about relevant things for them to grow.
Because one of the big hindrances within an SME environment is career advancement, right? Because they are so flat. For many people, yes, you're exposed to many aspects of business, but you never get to be more than the job that you do. Whereas with a traditional corporate structure, you can work your way up the ladder, eventually, hopefully, to the C-suites if that's your ambition. How do we then make sure that SMEs are better thinking about supporting career ambition? Walid, if I could ask Walid to come back on that, and then you, Virginia.
I think they should tap into some government support in terms of training and development if they don't have the time and they don't have the magnitude because they are very busy working, doing things. I think they have to make the time and the effort for that training to take place, and that could come with government support, and Saudi Arabia is a perfect example of that. Through HRDF, there's ample training that is taking place tailored to the SMEs to support them on that front.
Virginia?
Well, I think that you're going to find in the SME market, one thing that attracts workers to SMEs is a purpose-driven. And a lot of times it's not going up the career ladder. It's sharing the purpose with the innovator. It's sharing the purpose with the creator. It's being able to be part of the organization, to grasp what's going on. And in some cases, it's not career-driven. Especially if you take a look at the surveys that I've seen most recently, purposeful work, good work, is definitely more important to workers in the new organization, in the new world of AI, than you have versus career development or career growth.
And increasingly so. I think when you listen to young people in particular, purpose-driven organizations are definitely what they are keen to engage in. So if we are then looking at trying to find solutions to this middle ground, because there's a lot of lip service that can be paid to how corporates are allegedly agile. We know that they tend not to be. But there are advantages and disadvantages to both. So here's an exercise that I'd like to do with both of you. And don't worry, it's not scary. It's not hazardous to your health. if we are going to leave this room, you both kind of occupy different ends of the spectrum, or two sides of the coin. So if we are going to leave, I would like you to identify two things each that when you leave here can be implemented in organizations, big corporate spaces that you think can be implemented in bigger corporates, and perhaps two things that SMEs can do so that we can bridge the gap between the SMEs and the corporations without the one swallowing the other. And we don't need to talk about who's going to swallow whom. We already know who's going to swallow whom. So can you work with me on that?
Sure.
All right, Walid, I'm going to throw you in the deep end. You're going to go first.
Okay. No, I think regular interactions is one thing that you have to make sure that it is part of the mandate of all senior managers to have that. What we call is, we have like town halls, etc., but that's not enough. You need to make sure that you are very close all the way down. So I think institutionalizing a method or an approach that hierarchy of the company should engage across the board with everyone. That is really essential.
That's one thing. The second thing?
Second thing is to be receptive to open criticisms freely and address them adequately and not really have blocks. You have to really be very receptive to ensure that all the voices are heard.
Okay, I like that. And Virginia?
I think with the SME, what you need to do is you need to put a little bit more structure into many of these organizations, because I think that will help them grow faster and be more productive, number one. Number two is, I think that you also need to take a look at the SMEs today are going to be the unicorns of tomorrow. So how do you grow? And what is the growth path? And sometimes the founders or the leaders aren't the one to see that vision because they're doing day-to-day work. So I also think you need visionaries within these businesses to take it to the next level.
Okay, so if I were to say that in order for SMEs to be front runners for good work, we need corporates to make sure that leadership at the top is closer to the ground and that they're more receptive to criticism that they would receive. And on the flip side of that, we need to make sure that SMEs have a little bit more structure, so it's not kind of woolly and nilly-nilly, and that there perhaps is more specific focus on how people can grow within those small SMEs. So if we do all four of those things, hopefully we can say yes to the question, SMEs front runners of good work. Do you agree?
I agree.
Do you agree? Are they in the room?
I think they agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
to both
Thank
of you,
you.
Virginia and Walid, thank you very
Pleasure.
much
Thank
for
you very
joining
much.
us. Much appreciated. Please show them your appreciation. Thank you. Fana, can I ask you to go that way?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walid. Thank you. So we're still going to talk a little bit more about SMEs and in particular, whether they are drivers or roadblocks. I think in that conversation you got a little bit of a sense of where some of the hiccups perhaps lie or don't lie and how we can better leverage both of those spaces. So Omar is going to come back on stage with his guests to tackle that question a little bit more specifically. So please welcome him back.
Welcome. And thank you for staying with us today. And we're going to be talking a little bit more about SMEs and about AI in adoption in SMEs and whether this will be a roadblock to job creation or a driver for job creation. And according to the International Labor Organization, SMEs are responsible for more than 2/3 of jobs worldwide. But as we've seen, AI is automating so much of what is being done that the question is, will SMEs continue to be the driver of job creation in this AI future? And it's our pleasure to have with us Sarita Patil, producer of Matchbox Shots, and Richard Rothenberg, CEO of Global AI, with us to explore this topic. Thank you. And just as a quick context, if we could take 30 seconds to tell our audience, how are SMEs in your industries using AI already today? And we'll start with you, Sarita.
Omar, thank you. And GLMC, thank you for having me here again. I was here last year and I had a great time in Saudi. I belong to the film industry. Most people will know as Bollywood. And I know we've been embracing technology since, a very, very long time, since the 1900s. And right now we have script analysis, script writing, production designing, having digital influencers, AI with editing, with VFX, predicting box office. We are revolutionizing, AI is revolutionizing the way we are making movie production, distribution, and marketing.
Wow, amazing. I thought AI is in everywhere, but in the movie industry, from set design to marketing.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm going to talk about AI in finance specifically, particularly trading and mergers and acquisitions. So in trading, we've seen massive developments in the implementation of AI by having algorithms monitor many variables worldwide across foreign exchange, equities, fixed income, and being able to quantify things that were previously done by humans, like political risk, like various types of risk across different instruments, and then automate this data and even implement the execution of algorithms at a very high speed in a way that replaces many, the job that many traders used to do. And for a merger and acquisition, it can search across millions of documents and various scenarios, like a chess, almost like a poker game, and basically design different strategies and likelihood of success, which is very surprising new development.
So let's dive into the heart of the matter. Are SMEs today leaders or laggards in adopting AI? And what are some of the top challenges that they face in adopting AI technologies? Sarita.
Yeah, I think in India especially, our adoption rate for AI is very high. And about 30% of SMEs are realizing the potential of AI. So there's a lot of growth there. When it comes to challenges, as part of being a producer, I don't actually invest in technology, but I use technology. And we have lots of problems and challenges like plagiarism, deep fakes, similarity in the situations that are brought in, copyright infringement, data insecurity. So these are the kind of challenges that we have in SME.
Is investment a challenge? Having the cash to invest in such tech?
We don't directly invest in such tech.
No, I mean to be able to pay for and use such tech.
No, I don't think that's a challenge, but that's minimal money, so that won't be a challenge.
Okay. What about talent or regulation?
Regulation, yes. We need regulation for these challenges that we have. In terms of the policies, the Ministry of Information and Technology and the Ministry of Electronics is working hard to have some advisories to comply with, and get people to comply, without which there could be prosecution. But there is no regulation, but it is underway.
Okay. Richard, do you believe SMEs are leaders and laggards?
Yeah, they're currently laggards.
Laggards?
Laggards, yes. And there's several reasons for that. One of them is the lack of training and skilled people on AI. The second one is that there's a barrier of entry in terms of investment. So one thing is to use just ChatGPT on your laptop, and something else implemented on a production level is much more expensive. And in addition to that, there's data challenges. Data has to be ready and formatted to train the algorithm. And number 4, regulation in terms of privacy and intellectual property are major challenges for SMEs.
So let's ask our audience. Do you believe SMEs are leaders or laggards in adopting AI? Raise your hand if you think they are leaders in adopting AI, SMEs. What about if they're laggards in adopting AI? Raise your hands. Okay, I think we have more laggards here. I think that comes out with the vote. It's interesting to see. We're talking here not just about their adoption of AI, but also their ability to be job creators using AI or in this AI future. Do you believe, net, that SMEs will employ more or less people in this AI future? Sarita.
I think we will employ more people. For example, if you know that there's a pilgrimage on in Uttar Pradesh right now in India, where about 400 million people are expected to be there. And they have about 2,700 AI-generated cameras. And you have facial recognition, AI facial recognition. What I'm trying to say is that when one door closes, there are new avenues that open up, and I can see that happening. I mean, the election last year was an AI election for India. So I see that happening more and more. So I see more AI revolutionizing industries and more jobs being created.
But you don't think that SMEs will be driven by bottom line to cut costs and to rationalize?
I think that if SMEs don't stand up and adapt fast, they could be redundant. So they need to gear up.
Okay. Richard, what do you think?
Yeah, I think globally we see a trend for AI to replace humans on a large scale, unless there's an intentional strategy to overcome this natural path. And there is a chance to do it by intentionally aiming to go up in the value chain. And basically, one example is semiconductors. If you only produce lithium raw and export it raw, you employ these people. But if you aim to produce semiconductors, say in Saudi Arabia, across the whole value chain, we'll have a much larger employment as a result.
So basically, unless we are actively putting a strategy of growth and going up in the value chain, then we are liable to fall into the idea of efficiency and fewer people.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Saria, you had already started by talking about the new opportunities that are emerging, that are being driven by AI. How can SMEs tap into the new opportunities that are being created to continue to drive new job creation?
See, while on the other side, the more and more the AI gets into our space, you will have that the mundane tasks are being run totally by AI. But on the other side, in the film industry, I see AI film festivals. I see AI-generated art. I see AI streamers. So I'm saying there are new job opportunities that will open up while traditional art runs alongside.
And how should SMEs think about, or how can they capture some of these new opportunities in your opinion?
I think reskilling and upskilling. I mean, I've seen that word being repeatedly used in the conference. But I think if you have to move up, you have to reskill and upskill yourself. Otherwise, you'll be redundant. So, I mean, we've seen Microsoft training about 10 million engineers in India in the next 5 years. TCS and Wipro has done that with 300,000 and 250,000 engineers being now trained on AI. So you have to keep that going.
Okay. Richard, what do you think? How can SMEs tap into the new opportunities being created by AI?
Yes, I think one of the major opportunities is actually an accelerated learning curve. So in many industries, we see that AI allows even small companies with limited resources to learn much faster and get access to knowledge and how to do that will be otherwise limited. In some cases, it's argued in OpenAI in the US by Alman that some of these algorithms have now PhD level. And we see basically the opportunity to, again, go up in the value chain, increase productivity and efficiency, and become more competitive to the level that, even if in the past it was limited to a local market, now you can export and be more competitive globally, therefore leading to more hiring and revenues and expansion.
Okay. If we think about what are the kinds of support that SMEs need in order to capture this growth from AI, what kind of support from government would you look for or advise governments so that SMEs can truly capture the job creation benefits of AI?
I think addressing skill gap. I think promoting private and public partnerships. And I think regulatory framework. I think these three things I would require from the government.
Okay.
Yes, I think we can learn from examples like what China has done and some cases the US. The government can intentionally deregulate. So in Europe, we see a lot of laggards because there's over-regulation. So they can take the path of making it easy for companies to adopt. and basically also create data lakes, basically congregate all the data that can be used for the small companies to train algorithms. And third, have an intentional strategy to train and create centers of excellence along with leading universities and experts and advisory committees across different industries.
Do you feel that there is any need for, because you mentioned investment as a problem earlier, do you feel that there's a need somehow for government to support in that side of things?
Very much, yes. Without investment, it will be honestly very hard to make any significant progress, and the country will just be a user as opposed to a creator. And in this economy, we have to be innovators. Either you are here or you are here. And I think that's where there's a major need for investment across various ministries to lead across different industries.
Thank you. I wanted to think about this idea as, we're saying that companies are able to ride this wave. Will AI allow smaller companies to be able to compete with the larger corporations? And in what ways? And maybe Richard, will start that with you and go to Sarita.
Yes. I think as we saw, for example, last week with DeepSeek, which is a small Chinese company that was able to overcome, with $5 million investment, was able to train an algorithm more accurate than OpenAI that spent $50 billion training similar algorithms. So that demonstrates that there is a chance for SMEs to compete with the giants, given enough innovation and the environment that allows them to thrive.
What about in the film business? Do you see the same?
I don't see creativity being under any threat. So I come from a field of creativity, and while everything else, especially on the technical side, may be able to be replaced, creativity can't. So if it's a big company or small company, I don't see creativity being...
But we are seeing some replacement of creativity with things like Midjourney and other tools that are able to maybe create, or replace some of those functions, or not?
I think it's there is still time, because there is still a lot which is being done in terms of prep. When we make a film, we invest in a lot of prep, which means that you don't have to really go to a location. You can do the virtual location on the set on your iPad with Midjourney. So I see that happening a lot.
Do you see, Richard, other limitations? Sarita was talking about here creativity being a key limitation to how AI can really boost and create jobs. Do you see other limitations?
So I think in terms of generative AI, there's a misunderstanding because some news tend to say that the algorithm is just repeating what already exists, but that's untrue. There's actually real innovation. There's actually real, as we will call, creativity across the arts and various other industries. So the adoption of AI as a co-pilot as opposed to a tool, basically imagine AI as actually an artist or an innovator is real. And you can see it on film, even in social media, and many other content creation venues. It's happening fast, and I think it's important to adapt and adjust rapidly.
Okay.
I think humans are going to continue to be drivers and catalysts to visual stories. And it's about creativity and technology balancing itself.
Okay. I guess my last question, there are SMEs in the room. What would be your advice to the SMEs in terms of how they should be thinking about and implementing and adopting new technologies in AI? Maybe Richard, will start with you, and then we'll give Sarita the final word.
Yes. So I think we have to take this change seriously because it's going to be permanent. And I will say that we need to assign people dedicated to implementing AI and automating basically as many functions as possible. And
within SMEs?
Yeah, within SMEs, yes. Any function that can be aided by AI to either make it automatic or semi-automated, and as a result increase productivity and efficiency as a result should be taken right away, and learn from examples globally, and basically learn from the agency like Sadaya and any other resources locally that can be taken advantage should be done, and then that will be an opportunity to succeed.
Okay, so very proactively look at your business, understand where every touch point AI can be implemented, and make sure that you're integrating it so that you can capture any competitive advantage. Sarita.
Yes, I agree with him, but I also believe that because SMEs are growing and at the rate at which the adoption is happening, it's cognizant. We have to take cognizant of the fact that they're around us, and we need to, like I said, upskill or reskill our people, our talent, and ensure that they are in sync with what's happening with SMEs.
So as SMEs, we should make sure that we are maintaining our talent at the highest level in order to be able to capture these opportunities.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this insightful conversation around SMEs and AI, and thank you to our audience for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Omar. Thank you very much to you and your panel. Much, much appreciated. Thank you. And we kind of have come just about to the end of the day, believe it or not. I feel like I just started and it's kind of already over. Please take your seats. This conversation is really interesting because we're going to talk about, in a way, generational mixes. The title is Generational Solidarity or Race for Jobs. And joining me to talk about that is Amania Al-Kiami. She's the Initiatives and Coalition Senior Manager at the FII Institute, and Hassan Faisal Hamad, who is the Group Chief Human Resources Officer at Saudi National Bank. To both of you, thank you very much for joining me. I know that you have been having conversations around this issue for quite some time together, but in a different setting. So first off, as a point of departure, where are we in terms of bringing young people together with those of us who are, shall I say, less young in the work environment? Amani, if I can ask you to go first, and then Hassan, I'd like to hear your perspectives on the same question.
Well, thank you very much for that question, and it's a privilege and an honor to be here talking about this. I would say in Saudi Arabia, we're very fortunate that this gap is not as big as it is in other spaces. I've worked in international organizations, I've worked for the UN for some time, where I've seen that that gap is bigger. You see older, more seasoned individuals at these big, in these big roles and different roles, well, you don't have as many young people in those spaces. And one of the things, I actually am here representing the initiative that I have on empowering more young Saudis to be in international organizations, to make sure that we have more younger people who are interested in that space, but also who are applying, who are getting part of that conversation and being a bigger part of the conversation. In Saudi, however, again, we're very lucky to be 65% under the age of 35. And what that means, it means that there's so many young people who are already integrated in the system. What we have today is not an older versus younger conversation. We have a conversation of enablement and empowerment to be in the right roles and in the right function.
That sounds quite ideal, but we're going to unpack that a little bit in just a second. Hassan, your view? Or your takes from the conversations?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, agree. Today, we are mindful that within the work environment, we do have 3 or 4 different generations with different perspective. We are very mindful of within the modern history, such generations, such expectations are there. Today, as an employer, we need to deal with this diversity. The expectations is different. Everybody has access to data, development, education. The universities are providing the best specialties and major based on the needs. So today, as a country, we are a young population. Even in organizations, we have that same spirit. So yes, there is diversity, and we are familiar with this diversity and getting the best out of the diversities. As an example, working as a task force, different generations, squad teams, cross-functional teams, they're adding a lot. Some of the innovative ideas are really came from the young colleagues.
So if we are then looking at both sides of this particular spectrum, in reality, there are a lot of young people who are wanting to come into work and wanting to come in. There are certain skills that they just don't have because they're young and they haven't had the experience yet, which we've all been through that process. On the flip side of that, you have those of us who are less young who aren't necessarily ready to leave because one of the fears is that you become less useful and so people tend to want to stay. What is the thinking about trying to bridge that gap and perhaps have the two types of employees better working together to share those skills? It's not an easy thing to do, I can imagine, because oftentimes, even from my own kids, when they're speaking to me, I don't always know what they're saying, let alone how to make them work in the way that I can recognize.
True. It's the employer responsibility to ensure that we incubate them in the right type, and then we start to orient them on the needed elements, the policies, the procedures, the frameworks that they can, the borders that they need to work within. It's not a nice idea. We shared an example where everybody wants to share the idea through ChatGPT. We cannot put everything in an open source, so they need to be aware of the limitations in order to innovate within these expectations.
Absolutely. If I may just interject a little bit, I think something you said earlier, that young people don't have the same level of experience that a lot of seasoned individuals are in corporations. But what we're seeing today is, compared to 2015, young people today are more digitally native, they're more equipped, they're more knowledgeable. What they lack, however, is real life experience. And this is where you need multiple generations to be part of it. It's not a matter of older versus younger, but it's more of older wisdom meeting young innovation together.
So in an organization, how do you see that structure looking, where you can have a direct meeting? So in other words, in my mind, I can almost imagine a room where you have people who are less young and people who are young, trying to figure out how they work together. That's not always feasible. So in an organization, how do you think that would look?
If I may take that question, what we see today in an organization is not like the older employees are sitting on one side of the table and the younger are on the other side of the table. What we're seeing is actually a blend of people coming together across different tables, if we will, but they're coming together in different ways, and it's really about the power of organization to utilize everyone to create change or to create meaningful impact. How do we utilize, I think, to what you said earlier, but what we were talking about in the earlier session is how do you make sure we capitalize on everyone's strength, whether you're using psychometric measures or you're doing assessment to the different strengths that people bring, and then customize these teams based on their skill sets, not their age or even seniority level. It's a matter of what do people bring to the table.
So if we're in agreement then that this is not necessarily about it being a race for jobs, it's not about you're coming to take my job, etc. How can we, one, make sure that we are better able to utilize the real skills that young people do have, even if they don't have the experience in the world of work, they do have skills that they can lend, and how do we better utilize the skills of those who are older, one, within the organization, but two, potentially when they exit an organization, they still have those skills. We can surely use them. What do you think that might look like, Hassan?
As large organization, always there is learning and development function. For example, in SNB, we do have SNB Academy, where we reskill, upskill, invest heavily on development. There is a traditional example always, is the exposure is 10 years or 15 years of experience, or it's a repetitive experience. Today, we need to ensure that the experience, the seasoned experience, have what it takes to deliver the input. With our young colleagues in certain functions, they are a reference for the organization. So if they really understand the setup, understand the product, deep knowledge through their learning, traditional learning, digital libraries, different readings, they became capable really even to lead functions or new products and services.
Imani?
I think from my opinion, we really need more mentors. older generations in the workforce and in the work market, we need them to come back and teach, whether in a university capacity or in mentorship capacity, getting access to these wonderful individuals who are creating change, who have these long experiences in working in certain fields. I know when I was working at the UN, one of my idols was Dr. Thuraya Abed, who was the first Saudi to have a senior position with the UN. Learning from somebody like that is really what, it creates inspiration, aspiration, but it also is meaningful experience of what on the ground looks like. And we really need more examples, and we need more people that I as a young person can tap into somebody else's experience, learn and take it and shape it in the way that makes more sense for my generation. And then I'm able to then give it to also the younger generation.
Is it also a question of remodeling in terms of how organizations, one, are structured and how they share knowledge and information? So there's the sort of, okay, we put everything online and we can use ChatGPT or whatever, which is great. We can use that, not necessarily open source, but you can do a virtual private network type situation. But also, is it about how we can create less intimidating things or methods for those of us who are not native to a digital world to be able to share that knowledge? For example, you talk about mentoring, and for a lot of people, mentoring is quite intimidating because it's quite onerous on the mentor. So people run away from that. Is it about changing how organizations model and structure those things, Hassan?
It's already evolving. Even in selecting the right mentor, the right coach. In education, it's not a traditional classroom education. It's knowledge-sharing sessions, task force, different type of education and knowledge transfer in order to achieve and accelerate in the career progression. Today, based on the assessment that Amani just highlighted, there is high visibility on the potential, the needs, how we work on developing those calibers. So it helps really on having a customized development program for individuals, not a one-size-fits-all. It will be an individualized career progression plans.
A little earlier, I don't know if you caught it, there was a conversation around SMEs where we were speaking about how we can create better access between the various levels within the organization. And to my mind, a similar thing can be applied here, Amani, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. And I think, just to tap into just your earlier question, it was, it's hard to mentor, or ask to mentor, but it's also hard to be menteed. And I think this goes both ways. Similar models to what you were saying, I think there's so much that can be done in that space. I think it just needs to be really intentional. What you don't want to create in the workforce is a power gap where a certain group have more power over another group. You want to actually make sure that power is shared in the workforce so everybody has the ability to be creative, the ability to be innovative, the ability to create tangible, impactful, whether it's project, it's managing resources, whatever it is, to drive the work further. And I think being able to really bring a perspective where everyone's opinion matter and everyone's opinion contribute to the larger conversation.
And usually in organizations, we use even the assessment, the know-how of the colleagues to really have the right mix. So the talent mix is very important in any team configuration. So when selecting the team, we do focus on the capabilities and the calibers to have the right balance within the team.
Thank you so very much to both of you. I really enjoyed that. Can you give a warm round of appreciation to my panelists, Amani, Hassan, to both of you? Thank you very much. If I can ask you to make your way that way, much appreciated. So when it comes to the world of work, there is no doubt that there is a lot of work to be done. One of the things, however, that I think is quite clear is that it's about how we engage with the people that are actually involved in the world of work. It is about the employees, getting a better understanding and a better sense of what it is that people want from their work and exactly what it is that they want to be able to do when they're in work, and particularly for young people. I mentioned my kids a little bit earlier, so I have sons, and for them, getting into the world of work was quite a challenge. They were trying to figure out exactly what is it and what is my space and how do I figure that out. And I think perhaps thinking differently about how we access or provide access to young people for the world of work and ideas about how the world of work works is useful. Secondly, I think leveraging those of us who are not as young as we once were is really, really crucial. There are so many instances, and I think we can all cite them, where we have spoken and engaged with people who want to contribute, who want to be involved, who still feel like they have a contribution to make in the world of work, but the opportunities have dried up because either they are 65 and have had to retire, or because they feel that the organization that they were in was finding them perhaps a little bit too expensive to keep on board. And instead of saying, okay, we may not necessarily need you on a full-time basis, but there may be a way that we can incorporate your skill set, is a conversation that perhaps was not had sufficiently. One thing that I've also found quite intriguing, I have to be honest about this, is the fact that within organizations themselves, there is a need to rethink how we deal with the human capital question. The theme this afternoon that sort of was permeating a lot of the conversations was the structures that organizations have, the way in which they are structured, and how they can better utilize the human resources that they have. Bridges are really, really important, not just in terms of young people and those who are older, but also in terms of SMEs and corporates and existing companies. How can they better support and leverage, learn from each other? The world generally is becoming so interconnected that it almost seems laughable that we have to even think that we have to speak to each other. To my mind, it should be a given that we are having these conversations, not just because I would say it was obvious, but I think because it's beneficial. One thing that we have learned is that when we engage, whether it's about gender, i.e. women in the workplace, whether it's about race questions, whether it's about broader just diversity questions, those are crucial because the science has shown us that when we have boardrooms and organizations and businesses that are diverse in nature, it is actually very beneficial to corporates. And what are corporates often about? The bottom line. The bottom line looks better, the bottom line looks healthier, and the top line often looks better and healthier because you have the diversity of thought in the room and you have the diversity of experience. I hope that over the past couple of days, you have been inspired to think a little bit more about how you can affect change in the space that you work, how you can affect change with the people that you work with, and more importantly, lifelong learning, how you can make sure that your skills not just are relevant for today, but that they can potentially be relevant for tomorrow. And even if you're not tech savvy, because I'll admit, I am not necessarily tech savvy, even though I have a house full of boys. The reality of the matter is that I have to figure out how I can become relevant or stay relevant in a future universe that might not necessarily need the skills that I had a decade ago. So how do I make sure that I stay relevant and make sure that my skill set is something that can be useful? What I would be really curious to hear, and I hope that in your conversations when you leave here and in the feedback that you may be giving to the team, that you will share with us exactly how you think you can begin to effect change, how you think you can change the world of work, and perhaps even what you think we haven't touched on and what you think we might have missed as we think about the space and the shape of the global labor market. After all, this is the Global Labor Market Conference. I certainly have learned a huge, huge amount, but I also have left with a lot of questions about how in my personal business I can do better. And how I can help collaborate and contribute to larger organizations with whom I am working to help them do better, learn better, and better utilize some of those skills. So hopefully when you leave, you'll be able to do something similar, a very useful exercise. I'd just like to take a sense from the room. Remember when we started at the very beginning, I asked you all how you felt that many of you would end up, or many people would be losing jobs as a result of AI. I'd like to ask you that question once again. So if I can just ask you to show me, hands up in the room, who still feels or doesn't feel, well, let's say who still feels that we are going to have jobs lost as a result of AI? So I'm not being weird. I just want to, you still feel that? Okay. It's interesting because I think the show of hands has actually decreased compared to what it was at the beginning of yesterday. So perhaps an indication of some progress and changing of minds in terms of the conversations we have had today. It's not just about the conversations, as you all know. It is also about what we do when we leave here. So right now, please help me to welcome on stage a gentleman who is going to tell us exactly what the GLMC is committing to and the roadmap ahead for the next 12 months or so as we look forward to GLMC 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands together for His Excellency, Dr. Abdullah Nasser Abuthnain, the Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Development for Labor on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all. May you all have a very good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank His Royal Highness, the custodian of the two holy mosques, for his patronage of this conference. I'd like to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for his continuous support of the human resources ecosystem.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. It has been an honor to join you for these 2 remarkable days for dialogue and collaboration. This year's Global Labor Market Conference brought together over 5,000 participants from 100 countries, representing government, private sector, and academia. Together, we explored challenges, shared experience, and shaped ideas that will guide us for the future of work. With more than 200 distinguished speakers and over 50 sessions covering key themes, the past 2 days have been filled with valuable discussions on some of the most critical issues facing the labor market today. We talk about the skill gap, an issue that impacts nearly every economy, while sessions in reskilling and sector skill councils offered us practical solutions. We looked at youth employment and offers toward effort toward helping young people enter the workforce successfully. We explored how advances in AI are shaping global labor markets, as well as the need for bold investment to make green opportunities accessible. During the ministerial roundtable, labor ministers from over 40 countries shared strategies in youth employment and workforce transitions, demonstrating that through collaboration, change can happen and lessons are learned. Another milestone was the launch of the GLMC and the World Bank Labor Market Academy, which will drive collaboration in critical areas like youth employment and labor market adaptability. The landmark Navigating Tomorrow report analyzes global labor market trends, identify key skills, and outline strategy to close skills gap through lifelong learning and innovative public-private partnership. All in all, the GLMC reinforced a clear message. Global challenges require global solutions. As we close this year's GLMC, let us carry forward the momentum we have built here, the themes that we have explored: youth employment, reskilling, sustainability, and digital transformation require bold decisions and collective action. The future of work is shaped by partnership we build, the policies we implement, and the opportunities we provide for the next generation. In closing, I want to thank each of you for your dedication to this vital work
the GLMC has reminded us that while the challenges are great, the potential for progress is even greater. I also want to thank the organizing team for their tireless effort. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Yamani. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Zahrani. Thank you, Talal Al-Bailan. I also must thank the United Nations and its Deputy Secretary General for their participation, the International Labour Organization and its Director General for their continuous partnership. Finally, the World Bank and its team made this conference and the Labour Academy possible. And of course, all of you, our distinguished guests and speakers, thank you and wish you safe travel and continued success. Thank you all.
Excellency, thank you so very much for your remarks. And if I can please ask you to stay with us on stage. Thank you once again, everybody, for a really interesting, stimulating, and wonderful 2 days. We are going to say goodbye to all of those who are watching us online. It's been a pleasure having you yesterday and today. We hope that you've enjoyed the content as much as we have, and we look forward to having you with us again next time. But right now, of course,